And we should be live. Say hello, everyone.
Hello!
Hello, everyone.
Alrighty.
Evening, Lance.
That's what I forgot to do. One moment, I need to actually connect the pictures.
Could you stream so we can see?
Yeah, well, actually, one minute. Where's properties?
It would be great to see what we're talking about.
Yeah,
you're pretty much the John of the group here, Celtic.
Okay, look, I will take a lot of abuse, but, like, that's outright slander, and I will not tolerate that in this server. Hello, everybody! Welcome to the final, hopefully, Sketchy Huntsmen stream. At least, as far as I'm concerned, this is the last of the Huntsmen that wanted to be on stream and talk. I put out multiple calls to, well, at least one final call. Cat, all right, fine, you want out of here. Cat wants to leave. All right, fine. Everyone interrupts me. My cat interrupts me. I think I got all the head count right for all the Huntsmen that wanted to show off their art and go through their process on stream. And I think we got ultimately about half of them total here. It's about 25 people, I think, total. It's not a requirement to be on these streams, of course. It's just anyone that wants to show off their stuff, they can. And this is the last group in particular. If I can get my scrolling to look right.
Saving the worst for last.
Hey, we a butterfly are here.
Yeah, exactly. The character designers are here, dude. Shape up.
No, I mean, I'm
a little hurt.
I will also fight you on that.
Apologize to Butterfly immediately.
But no,
I apologize.
Yes, so
right, good.
We're yes, this stream is a little bit different than the other ones because the other ones were purely illustrative streams. I know we had a few confusions about what they were ultimately, but overall, this is going to be the character designer and 3D stream where we talk about firstly the character designs and the 3D work, but in interspersing all that, we're going to be also talking about the illustration work that each artist did that haven't already been touched on. So Coffee and Moopa are going to get jumped over because we've already covered all their illustration work. But anything involving character design in 3D, those are going to be touched on.
Well, Butterfly has to talk about her illustration.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Butterfly, about Aiden also, because Aiden did non-3D work.
Also, RWBY has not shown up at all.
Yeah, RWBY has not shown up at all. RWBY has been here for every single one, so has Aiden. Like, I feel the most guilty about them. It's like, I really kept putting them off, so I think it's about time that...
It's fine.
The first half of the stream is going to focus mostly on the two character designers here, which are Butterfly Blue Lady and Moopa. So, the very first thing we're going to get right out of the way, because it's... I mean, as quick as Butterfly wants it to be, is her one solo piece for the volume.
What a lovely piece it is.
It is an incredibly great piece.
I mean, I like it.
Anything in particular? Just take it away.
Well, this is the one piece that seemed to cause a lot of discourse online because of the whole shipping thing. So it's not...
Yep. Butterfly just likes to draw naturally rosy cheeks on characters.
True. It also missed the blush on Roman's cheek.
Well, I think the blush on Roman's cheek would have made it worse for those people.
No, it's there. It's like behind the shadow.
Yeah.
No, but
people just don't pick up on it.
No, but what I mean is, I think they would have used it. It's like, oh, he's blushing too. He's blushing too.
They're gonna make whatever argument they want because they didn't notice Roman had a blush, so they're just like, why did you make RWBY blush?
I thought it was really weird that they did that. They don't even like the ship. They declared it as the shipping image.
Yeah,
it's just talking.
You were on there on Reddit being like, that wasn't the intent, and they were like, bullshit, and it's like, what?
Yeah,
a funny time.
It was a fun time. Yeah, great time. Great people on the internet, always. Yeah,
love Roman's hair.
We love the commentary, just to be clear.
Yeah.
Good, bad, whatever. We just like seeing a response.
Some of it just confuses us in an entertaining way.
Yeah. Although someone did point out, there was someone that was confused by, I think it was Abe Zevlog, who was like, why is Roman talking about Neo being flat in the whole onsen scene? And someone pointed out that's because Yang referred to Neo as Snowcone back in Volume 4's fixing. So that's probably why the wire got crossed, because Neo already had that nickname from Yang, and didn't associate that Roman wouldn't have given her a nickname like that.
That's how the person got confused. Okay.
It totally makes sense. I can understand that. If I put any blame on you for that, and I think mostly I was just asking the question of how, and that gave me a very suitable answer. So I apologize if you felt offended that I was confused. Okay. So yes. Anyway, anything else about this piece other than the unfortunate understanding of it, or the misunderstanding?
No, I think most people get that they're just talking this image and Ruby's upset.
Alrighty. Well then, that was relatively straightforward. Now we get on to more complicated conversations. Character design. Ladies, where would you like to start?
Well, shoot. Should we go in chronological order?
Yeah. Oh, and for the people, sorry, to address people in the chat, when I was doing my response stream to like the comments, there was there was someone that was confused about who Roman was referring to during the onsen scene. It's intended to be Weiss, but this person thought he was talking about Neo, and the confusion was because of a nickname Neo got from Yang in Volume 4 that was unrelated to that scene. So it was just a bit of misunderstanding. Completely fine, just to clear it up for everyone. Roman was talking about Weiss. That was the intent from the get-go. Now we can move on. Ladies?
We go in chronological order, like in terms of which characters we worked on first to last. That would be Blake, Vernal, Malachite, Stalwart, and then Salem.
And technically Adam's first. Just because Butterfly did the actual P.
But we talked about Adam and Roman.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to talk at all about the actual PNG. I don't.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Looks so strong. I wanted him to look badass. I'm not sure if I conveyed that very well.
It's great. I love the twist of the arm, like the sleeve and stuff. The pattern.
It's a really good pose.
Mm-hmm. Very strong.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, nailed it.
Okay, well, Blake then. Should we start with the PNG, or should we go chronologically, like just go with the Blake study first?
We could do the Blake study first. So it's kind of, yeah. Do you want to talk about this, Celtic? Because you were the one who put together the studies.
Okay, so what this is a collage of different images that were accrued. The way we work in the Sketchy Huntsman is that we have everyone basically give their pitch for Blake, or for a specific character that's being redesigned. Then later, me, Moopa, and Butterfly, we go through, we accumulate all those images, and I usually just throw them into one of these big splash pages. This is a gigantic image, like dimensions-wise, to hold all of them so we can look at them all in detail and kind of pick and choose the elements that we each think is best for them. And so what you're seeing here is the accumulated designs as put forward by all the Sketchy Huntsmen. There's a few thrown in there for other characters kind of side by side, like up here with Soon's art. She did a redesign for all of them at one point. So we kind of threw them all together. In here, I also kind of threw my own suggestions. Like I threw in the Enigma jacket from Kingdom Hearts.
The Enigma jacket?
That's what they call it on the website. Abby Shot, which is where I bought my jacket. They call it the Enigma because I don't think there's actually an official name for it in canon, but that's just what they call it on their store, and I think it sticks.
Oh.
But that's just me. By the way, Abby Shot, that's where you can get cool jackets like that. They're actually really good quality. No, it's actual all metal on the instead of plastic zippers that you get with a lot of knockoff stuff. But yes, so we basically took all of this And then we all sat down to start penciling out ideas for her. And what we ultimately wound up... Oh, you want to take it?
Well, I was just going to say, like, even after all that concept art and stuff, when it was time to, like, start finalizing Blake's design, I was all like, I still didn't quite know what to do with her. So I looked over at Butterfly. I was like, hey, how about you take point on this? And I'll sit back and watch what you do. Is kind of how it went, because Butterfly did a lot of the lion's share of the work on Blake, I would say.
Yeah, Blake is like a pot of stew. I took little bits of everything and put it in there.
Mm-hmm. She came up with like 4 main pitches, and then like I tried sketching out those pitches to sort of feel them out, and then we kind of decided on one that was our favorite, and then we kind of spent a little while agonizing over a bunch of little details to like get them just right, because I'm very picky and I don't know how to let things go.
I wish I had remembered to actually, like, I could have gone into the character designer chat and downloaded all those. I completely blanked on that.
It's fine. I have all those. Like, they're on the Twitter now.
Okay. Yeah, if you guys want to see some of that, the Sketchy Huntsmen Twitter is just filled with awesome art from the development of this
volume. So much concept art.
It's like daily. There's like piece. I love it. It's like, ooh, I forgot that, or like I didn't even see that one.
Mm-hmm. Once.
Yeah, you go. I have some anecdotes in relation to its storyline wise stuff, but you can keep talking.
But the design we ended up settling on was the one that was most like similar / inspired by the Enigma coat, but just with like a lot of different bits of added flair from a couple of the other design pitches and stuff like that. Oh, and also some inspiration from Blake's super old official concept art from the original RWBY that we came across.
A little bit of Kali's emblem attached to the coat at the little end.
Oh, nice.
Oh. Yeah, I was going to make, that was the note I was going to make, is when we were designing Blake's outfit at the time, the idea that it was going to actually be Kali's old outfit wasn't even thought of yet. We hadn't even considered.
I'm not apologizing.
Yet. Yeah, it was basically we were doing brainstorming on what to do with Kali for the volume, and because I don't like wasting characters. I don't like having them kind of just sit around doing nothing. There's a few that you might think be doing it, but they'll be brought back. Trust me. So I was like, okay, what do we do with Kali and Gira this volume, because they don't really do much. And when we got deeper into figuring out what the whole White Fang side of the story was going to be, we came upon, well, what's Blake's personal journey? Because Blake's personal journey, she has to kind of get to this point where she's not ready to necessarily forgive Yang, but ready to move forward if she meets Yang again. What is driving Blake? And we came upon this whole, like, trying to just work for a better future. She's just not, she's not completely bound to trying to rectify her mistakes. She's just trying not to make new ones and make a better world. She's just trying to push forward, that kind of stuff. And as we came along with that, we're like, how does she get her new outfit? Because we have her new outfit design. And just all the pieces that we had floating around with the character development and Kali becoming the police chief and her backstory, we're like, oh, that makes complete sense if she gets it from her mom. It's a hand-me-down. It's her mom's old uniform. It's this element of her character that's just kind of been sitting there and we haven't utilized yet. So, like, retroactively, we're like, this is now Kali's old uniform, slightly modified to fit Blake.
Show the sheet. Show the sheet.
Show the sheet. Show the sheet.
Wait, what was the Blake need to forgive Yang for? I forget.
Well, not forgive Yang, but, like, basically be like, I guess more or less apologize or be like, try to make up for her mistakes. Not make up for her mistakes, but like, be like, look, I want to be in your life and I fucked up hard. That the kind of thing that she conveyed at the end of the volume is that she needed to learn how to come to terms with that. Like, kind of come to terms with the guilt, so to speak.
Right. Okay. But, yeah, it was also kind of a fun. When we were first like doing this design, I didn't know how to draw a high colored hood. I had to like ask Butterfly for a little bit of guidance and reference sheets for that. But eventually we figured out how this outfit works and how you'd be able to take it apart and how it would all function. And there were still little things that were kind of like being discovered about it at the last second, because I had wanted to put Blake's emblem on the back of the jacket, but Butterfly didn't realize at first when I was describing it that it was like a hole cut out in the jacket and not like a trim sewed on. It's just literally a hole showing her shirt underneath. But luckily, and I was kind of really worried for a hot minute there about like, oh god, is this idea gonna be rejected and I'm gonna have to remove that emblem on the back? I gotta fucking get this shit out or some shit. I don't know what the fuck to do. Luckily, it was able to stay, and the other people in the Sketchy Huntsmen liked it a whole lot, so I was able to breathe a sigh of relief, like... Also, other funny anecdote, the little cutouts on the backs of her knees are there totally by accident, because I was drawing Butterfly's sketch, and then she redrew something that I did, and she misunderstood my sketch, and thought I had put gaps on the backs of her knees, and I told her, oh no, that was a mistake, and then Celtic came in and was like, actually, I like that, we should keep that, and then me and Butterfly were both like, alright.
I think part of the reason why it's a little bit of a nod to the Canon Kuo-Kawana guard design, because if you notice on their guard design, it's really stupid. Their knees
they have
are just
their knees exposed.
Which makes no sense from like any kind of practical standpoint. Meanwhile, if you have it cut out of the back, that's where you have a lot of the motion of the knee going. So it kind of like, it relieves a little bit of the anything getting in the way of the knee movement, and it exposes the back of the knee in warmer climates so that you can basically sweat.
Exactly.
It provides a little bit of air release.
It's the knee armpit. And we show off our knee armpits all over.
Never say that again.
I was trying very hard not to describe it that way, but...
Another little fun comment.
You could have said inner elbow or something.
Another little fun thing that I think is interesting about this reference sheet is that it's like one of the last times I would write notes about the design by hand. For the rest of the reference sheets, I think I just type them all because it's easier to read.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. I just like, oh, Moopa note. Okay, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you want to move on to who is next?
I write so many notes because I'm so particular. Okay, next would be Vernal, because we did her second.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, Vernal.
We did.
Yes.
Where's the Vernal? There's the Vernal study. So, Vernal had a lot. Moopa got her own corner.
Oh, wow. Hey, y'all have my tent concept art in there? What? That's fun.
I just threw everything that I could in there. So we all got some kind of idea about what might Vernal look like. And as you can tell, we went through several different... there were several different prop positions that tried to keep in line with her original design a little bit more. And it was around this time that I had already planned, hey, Vernal's totally going to be the daughter of Raven. I think that I set out saying that.
Yeah, I think it was kind of a maybe at that point, though. We weren't sure if she would be a daughter, if she would be a blood-related daughter or adopted. It was still a little shaky that early on.
It basically, it's
solidified.
solidified.
I thought she straight up was.
It became be the daughter. It was just whether it was by blood or not.
Yeah.
Because she's supposed to be parallels to like also Yang. Like if she had went along with Raven, if she had a choice, or like Raven took her to the tribe.
Yeah, it is officially by blood now. She is literally Raven's blood daughter, but it wasn't necessarily always going to be that way.
Yeah, it was basically, it wasn't confirmed whether or not. It was just like, oh, she is a daughter figure to Raven. She is this force that can kind of parallel Yang and can play off of her. Whether or not she was blood daughter or not was debated, and it came into crystallization as we went along, and Moopa's kind of initially throwaway design. Not even throwaway. You really like the design with the flowers.
No, yeah, it wasn't a throwaway. Like my very first sketch of Vernal, it kind of ended up being what I really latched onto and made me start liking her. Was that one sketch way in the very top corner where her hair is just made of flowers. And I just thought, like, wow, that looks like a fucking spring maiden.
That's what
And
I fell in love with.
I just thought, like, okay, I can work with this. This is something I can build off of.
Yeah, and we were
Also very early on, you were like Mongolian inspiration.
Yeah.
I completely forgot about this little.
Oh yeah, that little tiny Vernal following Raven around.
Oh, it's so cute.
Yeah, Mupa was the one that she sold me on this design. I wasn't like against it in any way, but then she just like started doing this little art for her, and it was like, okay. She's also what sold me on the idea of Shiloh being the father and
Yep.
all these comics that she made.
Propaganda.
He's the only other bandit in the entire tribe who even has spoken lines or a name. Like, who else could be the dad?
Literally, he was a guest voice actor too. He's the voice actor of Bakugo. Like, why not get like an actual voice actor and like have him?
You know what really
like
sucks?
just be there and do nothing.
In the original volume, I completely forgot he disappeared. Like he just
disappeared.
Vanishes. People were like,
It
"Wait,
feels like he maybe should have had something more important."
I love
like
how
people had the theory of him getting murked, but like we never really knew. We never saw a body.
People commented on the videos like, "Wait, Shiloh stays alive in this version?" I'm like, "He died? When did Shiloh die?"
I love that big enough meme in that comic there, where he's just like, ah!
Yeah, it's so good.
I love how you can tell how far the design is too by like how Vernal is drawn in the comic.
Baby Cub versus Tall Raven.
Like little bears when we had the Ainu because she's wearing her little Hakama skirt thing.
Yeah, that was when we got into the idea of basing some of the bandit culture off of the Ainu, because whole reason for the bear references with Vernal is because the Ainu have this thing where if they come across an orphan bear cub, they'll raise it for a year, and then with a special ceremony, they'll sacrifice it and send it back to the land of the gods.
I think it was Bree that suggested the bear stuff, and that's where we started getting into the Ainu.
Yeah, the bear thing, it originally came from, I was talking about mounts for the tribe, like Mongolian horses, and then Bree said something about them riding on bears. And then Coffee mentioned the Ainu and their whole deal with bears, and it just kind of took off from there.
Yeah, it was a great day. Suddenly everyone had like a lot of inspiration and hype.
Yeah,
and that's how Vernal became the sacrificial bear of the Branwen tribe.
I'm having some intense flashbacks to Bear Mask.
You just have to say it like that. Just have to say it like that.
I have to. It's gotta get the point across.
Yeah, so I mean, another big difficulty was trying to figure out her weapon.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That was a big part of a lot of the concept like pitches and stuff that I did for like when we were trying to finalize her. In addition to going through a bunch of design iterations that were part of the private design process, not posted here, but they are on the Twitter now if you want to go find them.
I remember wanting it to be similar to Raven.
That was a part of it, but also while trying to come up with an outfit design, I was also coming up with a whole bunch of different weapon designs to go with the outfit because we still weren't sure even by then how it would look or work.
The one that I was pushing for early on, after it was suggested, like Jay, Sino, and myself, we kind of brainstormed a little bit on it, is this idea of like you have these multiple different sheaths that would fall down her leg, kind of like this plate armor on Samurai, that she would stick her knife hilt into and pull out different blades into different levels of the sheaths.
Yeah, I tried that with one of the designs, but that ended up being one of the ones that was mostly rejected.
Yeah, it just wasn't working.
It looked kind of funny.
It was very busy.
Yeah. It did eventually get rolled into what we have now, which is, what did we call it? Was it Scribe and Prophecy? Is that what we called it?
Yeah.
I forgot what the name was.
It had a very informal name. It was interesting that you said, we get into it when we talk about the model part, but it was funny that we decided to have it stored rolled up when we were talking about it, and it would be unrolled when needed to. And then we just sort of liked the hexagon shape, and that's how it just ended up becoming Omen, like the smaller Omen, because, oh, cool, why don't we just have it the smaller hexagon shape? I was like, oh, that was cool.
Well, yeah, because I did that little hexagon cylinder thing like at the last possible second where I was just doodling in my sketchbook, and I thought, okay, well, here's an ergonomical design. Let's see if the other two like it. And they did. So finally, we had something to work with in that department.
Yeah, it was just, it came about and worked well. We were all very happy with it. But then let's see, where's the? We have 2 versions of the final art for her. Well, actually, should we do the final art? Should we do the spreadsheet?
You can do the PNG first, and then we'll do the reference sheet.
So we have 2 versions, one with and without the mask, because everyone in the Bramwin tribe has something like this, or I guess more Raven's thing.
We struggle quite a bit with the mask too, because it's supposed to be a bear mask, and Butterfly also did like a lot of great work for designing the mask, but it was hard because Celtic wanted the mask to still look really pointy and frightening and to have not rounded ears because I guess they look too friendly.
Yeah, the initial versions of it looked sort of like, I mean, there is some intimidation factor in there. Some of the contours still kind of, but overall, I was like, man, I'm being attacked by an edgy Winnie the Pooh, and it's just like I don't.
The concept is horrifying.
Yeah,
shaved bear.
Yeah, that was the ultimate. Like, oh wait, shaved bears. Those are scary.
Yeah. We ended up, that's what we based the mask design off of, is a shaved bear whose ears look pointy once you take all the hair off.
Yep.
Which I did not know. That was really weird to learn.
Shaved bears are terrifying.
Shaved bears are literally nightmare fuel. Like
they're like rodents.
There was someone in the comments that I remember. I think I'd addressed it on stream. Was said, why would they still have monster stories in the world of Grimm? And it's like, why do we still have monster stories when bears exist? Like, quite frankly, we will always want to invent things worse than the things we actually have to fight because it actually makes the things we have to fight a little less scary.
I don't know. That shaved bear was pretty frightening.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, most people don't imagine seeing a shaved bear. So, I mean, it's kind of a rare thing to come across. I mean, look, if you catch the bear coming out of the barber, maybe. But, not too many bears getting flat tops these days.
Justin Brummett wanted to know if there was any point in time where Vernal would use Liza Hanzo bow. Or
briefly considered, but never really ever even sketched.
Ooh.
It was just
Can I talk about that idea actually a little bit?
Oh yeah, sure, go ahead.
Because I remember I was like the one very early on. I always thought it was kind of like lame that Weiss was the one who got like speared through by Cinder. So I suggested really early on. I was like, what if it's Nora? And that was like, I really liked that idea. But then Celtic was like, what if it's Ren though? What if it's Ren because he just finished his arc and it's secondary member of Team Juniper. Either of them could be on the chopping block. Like people might like sweat when that happens. And it's also already implied in the show, I'm pretty sure, that the Brandwins caused the Knuckle V thing, right?
In fixing it is. I don't know in the original. I don't think in the original show it's implied.
By the way, it makes sense because they're like Grim Herders or whatever. Oh wait, that's yeah. It's blurring the lines between fixing and Ruby in my head. But originally, very early, just like a rough draft of like, what if it's Ren and the possible conflict of seeing Vernal used Ren's bow in combat. In the end, it just ended up being like a hunting bow and like a neat detail in the background. But I kind of like it that way. Like, you don't always get to meet the people who caused the thing that caused your father's death, Like, not every story is super neat and comes back around.
And it may still yet, but it's not one that I have any idea how we're going to quite get back to yet, if we do.
I actually quite like it because it links back to that issue that Vernal constantly has. She's a character that was about to have the rest of her arc happen. Oh, and then she died.
Yep.
She was at
so close to getting somewhere. So close to getting out her mother's influence, getting out there.
Got cut right.
Little caged bird she is.
For the final, Vernal's reference sheet had like the most notes and like commentary out of any of the designs because it was just so much to cover. Like even in terms of facial design, it was just all from the ground up. Her outfit design was largely based off of Coffee's art and like a couple of concept pitches that I did, particularly one that I was very fond of, where she kind of looked like a desperado. Which is where like a lot the Hakama pant shorts come from. They are Hakamas. They're pants. They're not a skirt.
Yeah, we can see it more clearly up here. It's like, yeah, those are pants. Those are
Thank
pants.
you for ruining my life. Trying to model that.
Modeling. Ooh.
Yeah, if you thought modeling skirts was hard.
I'll tell you what, when the sheet came out, me and Jay were sweating.
But it was fun to give her a somewhat unique facial design with like super thick eyebrows and small eyes and stuff. I wasn't sure how well those necessarily would come across, but I wanted her to look still sort of pretty, but in a way that's sort of unconventional and not what you would necessarily think of or go to when trying to design a pretty character. Kind of more like an offbeat sort of pretty.
You know,
And
I realized we never really got to fully implement the fang. It feels like the fang
Yeah.
didn't come up enough.
She never smiled big enough for the fang to come out. Damn it.
Aww.
But she's not White Fang.
True.
Shut up, Aiden.
I've seen
She was never happy enough.
I've seen some comments from people online, like on Tumblr, who think that we took some inspiration from the Romani peoples for her design. I just want to clarify, we did not look at the Romani peoples at all. I think what throws people off about that is the bandana, but Vernal just has the bandana because Raven has the bandana. And
I
maybe
think they've just seen one Disney film, and then that means they're an expert in the Romani people of
Same
Europe.
person with curly hair?
Look, if we had looked at the Romani peoples, the Brahmin tribe wouldn't have a bunch of tents. They would have fucking wagons and trailers and shit. It would be a lot more obvious because we are not subtle.
We're very open about our sources. Yeah.
Butterfly actually made the design on her bandana, though, actually. I tried to copy it as well as I could.
It's a very pretty design, and I ultimately used it for the episode.
The
trailer.
timeline.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I
it's
saw
a
it.
beautiful little design that Butterfly made.
Sindman tips and says, bringing up Weiss's stabbing and alternate scenarios got me thinking, how do you think RWBY would have changed if James was the one to die in Volume 3 instead of Pyrrha? Sorry, not James, John. I read that wrong. Also, I wish we had more quiet scenes with Yang, Raven, and Vernal, our daughter. Because of their personalities and current conflicts, quiet scenes between all three of them weren't really in the cards. And as for John dying instead of Pyrrha, I mean, thematically, that would have made... you could have worked it, I think, but I mean, like, John would have felt a little pointless. Ironically, John would have felt like he died for Pyrrha as opposed to the other way around, where I think Pyrrha dies because of her own stupidity, and as a consequence, John suffers loss. If John were to die, it would only be to serve Pyrrha. It would only be served to be a loss for Pyrrha, because otherwise, John's arc doesn't revolve around anything that like would be him dying, other than maybe his naivety of going into a huntsman school untrained. But in Fixane, he's already well on the way to like bettering himself. So it's like it kind of muddles the message a little bit. But if John had died, it would have definitely changed things. But how, I don't know.
One other thing I'd like to comment on that some people have been asking about is the exposed hip. I thought it would have been worse if you could see any undergarments there. Like, somehow I thought that would have been more sexualizing. So I thought it was probably better to just leave that area bare and just let people imagine maybe she's wearing a fucking loincloth that just wraps around her waist.
I would say,
pennies.
why are you thinking about this either? Like,
That too, but
I mean, it's fictional
But yeah.
clothing. I mean, yeah.
just don't worry about it. She could be going commando. You don't know. She's a bandit.
Cool.
Who cares?
It's kind of nice that she's got a little cutout. It's cool.
Every single one of our characters have the anti-upskirt technology, so it doesn't matter.
She's wearing pants even. She's wearing
they're
fucking
getting-
Maybe
pants.
not all characters, but that's definitely technology that we have, sort of.
We will implement it eventually.
Mhm.
Wait, I thought we
Also
did
the
implement
weed.
it.
Close up
Oh, yeah,
on the
we did.
weed.
Oh yeah, the weed. Because early concept sketches, I wanted Vernal to. I drew Vernal smoking and stuff, and Celtic was like, I don't know if she really smokes. And then, like in the reference sheet, I was like, she doesn't smoke tobacco.
I don't know which
Just
I consider worse. I mean, tobacco's worse.
I know
for
me and
health.
Boopa had a convo about
Listen.
how Weiss would be such a fucking narc.
Yes, she would.
Every single time, I can imagine
calm.
so many fights between them are just like Weiss like slapping the pipe out of her hand. And
Yeah.
like every single time Vernal is just like, the next time you slap my pipe out of my
Vernal
hand,
is like,
I swear to
weed.
God.
Weiss, here's heroin.
And Weiss would just be like, I thought people on weed were supposed to be calm.
I can just imagine Vernal trying to get back at Weiss by hotboxing their tent.
Oh God!
Oh God!
Just tries to tell Raven, and Raven just looks at her and just like lights up a crack pipe. That's a joke.
And then she sits in the drinking chair.
And just gets out a spoon and a syringe, like, you want to sit with me instead, honey? And Weiss is like, no.
Almost like they're bad characters.
She's a great mother, not.
I just wanted a wholesome murderous bandit tribe. Why can't we have wholesome murderous bandit?
Because they go to church every Sunday. Actually, they do go to church every
That should
Sunday.
be a shirt.
They do.
Oh,
They
no,
do worship
it's
quite
every
often.
night. It's every evening they have a
It's every night.
little.
It may be pagan worship of idol ruins and stuff like that, but it's fine.
It's all good. It's all good.
Respect.
Also, I love Vernal's special eyes.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, her
that-
eyes of many colors because
That
we
took
couldn't
so
decide.
hard to narrow down. So
I'm sorry.
It's fine.
no,
it came out
wasn't
really
your fault.
interesting.
It wasn't your fault either. It was like all of us were like just sitting there like, what should her freaking eyes be? It should be this. No, it should be that. It was like this big like back and forth.
So we just decided to do all of them so that everyone would be happy.
She has
Except the
special eyes.
modelers.
Like Ruby.
Oh no, that came out
Actually,
real
the
fast.
eyes weren't actually that bad. It was just textures.
Alrighty then.
All right.
Arguably hair. It was real thick curly hair. That was a
Oh, it
big
comes out
step.
gorgeous on the model.
I didn't even
Yeah.
realize it was curled.
Let's see. After Vernal, there was Malachite.
Which we don't have. Did we have a splash page for that?
Malachite was pretty simple.
Uh,
Since we
yeah,
just combined both her and her sister.
Yeah, we might not have a splash page. Like, we did concept art and stuff for Malachite, but there were kind of plans to do something a little bit more exotic or something. I don't know how to describe it. We wanted to keep her similar looking to her original design, but also still different enough to stand out. But Celtic basically decided to have it where it's just a mishmash, a lot more crude and not necessarily.
Yeah,
Like-
the way I described it is that she was rushing out the door, putting on these pieces of clothing, and
Mhm.
she's not really, because she's swapping between two different personalities. She's grabbing different pieces of clothing, and that's part of the reason why like her hair is the way it is. She like when it's Melanie in control, she doesn't know quite how to handle the arm blades, and so like the hair ended up being partially cut along one side because of that. That was a Moopa suggestion, I think.
Which is just hilarious to me, the concept of how her hair looks fucked up, not because she's crazy, but because she's just fucking shitty with the wrist blade. So it's just like, ah, damn it.
If I had thought about maybe that might have ruined the tone a little bit, but I would have loved to see that scene where she's throwing everything on, and then she's like, he's like goes to like fluff her hair in that like
Just fucking slice.
that proud Ojo-sama like,
Oh,
and then just like she cuts it and it's like, oh
damn
shit.
it.
Yeah, that was
But yeah, she was very straightforward since she was just basically the regular design, just different, just layered together in different ways with mismatched boots and stuff.
press F for Melanie. No. Well, I meant
She's still alive. Oh wait,
Melanie is
no,
still
Melanie's
alive.
dead.
It's,
That's wait, no, Melanie's
No,
alive.
Milcha
Milcha's
is
dead.
dead.
Milcha's dead.
Melanie is alive, but we just refer to them as Malachite.
Guys,
Yeah, it's
they're
easier.
both alive in their own ways.
True. This is true.
I love one of the early notes of Moopa, who was like, I'm going on a grand adventure with my sister. Just a full delusion.
I
Love it for her.
unironically I love how she came out. She is just this great ball of insanity. So
Yeah, just drawing suddenly crazy expressions is just very fun.
I never want to touch lace again.
Honestly, mood though, I hated the bottom of her dress a lot.
Oh my god, me three.
Also, I was just thinking, I was like,
Like,
God.
for real.
All right, so can we pull aside Monty? Monty, buddy, we love these designs. Stop with the lace.
It was so painful.
Because was he the one modeling the things, or did someone else?
Well, they're rejected Weiss and RWBY designs. I mean, really early conceptually before the characters really even existed. But they are RWBY and Weiss as original models.
Yeah, I think it's mostly like Monty. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably just like grabbed a texture or something that was free to use online, just pasted it on.
Well, she's literally wearing a newspaper. Like the texture on the red one is a bit.
I thought that was really cool, but I'm so glad we didn't go with that dress. I did not do that.
Okay.
We're not gonna give her any lace in her next redesign. We're not doing.
Yeah. We'll minimize that. So then
just nice, transparent.
After Malachite was Stalwart, actually.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah,
because it was like we don't normally. The character design part of the team doesn't normally delve into
prop design.
Yeah, like that only is like usually kind of secondary. But we all kind of sat there and were like, we really all hated the dual disc.
Yeah. It was interesting though, because this very much kind of came together at the very last second. I basically just took a bunch of very basic like shield type designs, like kite shield, fucking half shield, just bucklers. First, I put up a whole bunch of different types of shields, and then had Celtic and Butterfly essentially vote for the ones that they liked the most, and then I narrowed it down from there with more and more specific designs until we eventually came to this theme of Popper. I forget specifically what type of shield it is, but it was largely based off of a buckler design that I saw online, which I thought was cool.
It looks majestic.
Yeah, it had kind of like an inverted shell type of design, which was what really caught my eye, because I thought, oh, that I could really translate that to look like a lion's mane. And yeah, that's what I was able to do. And little fleur-de-lis looking dagger thingies, which can stick out and act as anchors for dust spell things. Because while we were still designing the shield, we were still figuring out what all of its abilities and capabilities were. And there came the idea of the lion having dust crystals in its eyes for focusing attacks, basically. That's why it shoots lasers and shit, so it looks cool. Basically, Leo just kind of became a full-blown mage, just like he was in canon, but a lot more efficient than having to spin a little wheel around.
And it whirring for like a full minute before it's just like, poof, fire dust a little bit. That'll make you sneeze.
Like a 2-second casting time is a mechanic in games to make players manage their time and kiting abilities more wisely. It's not a thing in real life.
It also kind of does a little bit of backstory for him, which is what I really liked about it the most, is that he's not really... He is kind of like Weiss in that he's more of a support character than anything else. Weiss can hold her own more. She's more of a Magus, where she's a frontline support character. She holds her own on the front lines. She does summoning. She does a lot of things. Weiss is very versatile. He is very much the same, where it's more... He's not a solo combatant. He needs a team around him, and that kind of solidifies the fact that he's this cowardly figure. He can't operate alone, and once you get him cut off, he's more prone to run because he doesn't have the skill set to really fight alone. He can hold his own, but he prefers not to. He prefers to be the guy, like, laying down little, like, traps. So he would, like, shoot these little anchors out and, like, lay areas of effect around. He would do area denial, that kind of thing. So, yeah, that's where... It got fun. Fun fact, one of the images that I made for the volume, when we get to the 3D stuff, we didn't have a Lionheart model, and so what I did is I used it as a perspective from Lionheart, and I just I went down to this image, cut off his arm, and just put it in the image.
Oh my God.
I noticed it immediately when he did it.
I knew it was Moopa's, but I did. It's literally from the sheet.
It's literally from the sheet. I just like, well, I need this like last minute. I need to do this. How am I gonna do this?
It felt like such a video game thing. Like about to like, shield bash him or something like him.
Actually, it feels more like a RWBY Blu-ray thing.
There was also a lot of discussion about Leo's semblance because it was never brought up in the show either, and there was a lot of talk and a lot of cool ideas, but in the end I don't think we ever really settled on anything for that.
It's mostly because we just didn't have anything to, like, there was ultimately nothing we'd be doing with it.
We had a few ideas, we just didn't want to waste them. I mean, not every character that you meet down the street would have like this amazing semblance that is like worth 40 minutes explanation. It's like, yeah, but that's generic guard number 930. He gets squished by an anvil. I'm like, well, that was a waste.
It's like
Vernal doesn't also have a semblance.
If anyone's watched Resident Evil: The Final Chapter, there is a guy in that who, at like the middle part of the film, is just a random mook character who comes in and manages to go toe for toe with the main character in this fist fight. And he's like just a random mook who happens to be like a freaking like martial arts master, and he kicks the ass of the main character like all over the place throughout like this one section of film. And like he gets like one of the most inglorious deaths in the entire film. He's literally just a throwaway character, and he's a badass. It's like, yeah, we're not doing that necessarily. We might do that for lulz at some point, but like that's not Lionheart, and we're not really going to be seeing Lionheart all that much. He's mostly there as a tool for Salem in the story.
Yeah, he does die at the end of the volume, so
spoiler, he did.
Yeah, he did. He did for real.
Yeah. He got the worst kind of death.
A nice little massage from one of Salem's little crim. Head and shoulders, not the neck.
Head, shoulders, neck.
This tentacle porn goes too hard.
I was gonna say all the Dojin artists can do their own interpretations as they see fit. We will neither confirm nor deny anything. Okay, so. Speaking of, I believe the last person on this list,
Salem,
is Mommy Salami herself.
Mm-hmm.
Who,
she was.
You may notice, had a lot of recommendations in her art.
Mm-hmm.
This was one of the most. I forgot his art was it. I put this art in here from this one artist that was like, oh yeah, I really like his aesthetic. Yeah. He sells NFTs now. I'm just like,
son of a bitch.
They got me again. He can't keep getting away with it.
He can't keep getting away with it.
I mean, hey, of all the things, at least it's like not fucking monkeys. It's like he's the one doing it of his own volition, and it's his own damn art. So it's like, okay, you're not the worst. You're not.
This time I had too much art and suggestions to even be contained in my own section. It would have fucked up everything else.
Yeah, literally, it's like there's so much here from everyone.
Is that Salem as like the wicked, like the scary godmother?
Yeah, down.
Yeah, that was an odd doodle I did of Salem as scary godmother. Yes! I'm like scary godmother or whatever.
This is great.
Salem's fun to draw in just classic witch outfits.
Oh, does this have the comic where it's
the Salem Death comic? That one's in there, yeah.
No, there's also the mom one.
Which one?
With the...
Your mom, Ruby. Your mom.
Oh, wait, the Roman one. Yeah, you just passed it. The dog.
That one, like, I was like, do I want to show that? Because that might become a scene. I am so tempted to make that a scene, if I'm being honest. So, Ozma. Wait, Coffee. Do you want to read? Do you want to read? Do you want to read Salem?
Nah, I can't.
Yes.
Don't read it. Save it for later.
It's so funny though.
So, Ozma, this is your latest incarnation. How do you feel about my hound? Well, you know, it's not every day you meet a great big hulking bitch and her dog. Dude, what the fuck? She's going to kill us. Worth it.
He's like, dude, what the fuck? I was actually asking about the Salem where it's like Salem fucked your mom.
Oh no, wait. That one didn't get added because I drew it super late.
Oh no, wait,
It's on my Twitter. Should I drop a link?
Yeah, that was added after we finalized the design, I think.
I'll go grab it. Hang on.
The Salem
we
there's
do
so
have some of the
great.
other stuff, like I mean, my favorite stuff is always on the whatchamacallit, the second character sheet. Because Salem doesn't have one character sheet. She has two because Salem is
Oh
extra.
yes. I didn't have enough room for all of the notes on the first character sheet, so I had to make another one with more notes.
Okay.
Here's the Salem fucked their mom comic,
Oh, we're getting cancelled.
just based on the
Oh, yeah.
meme.
Open. There we go.
Whatever, dude. We have fun here.
Salem fucked her mom, Yang. Oh, come on, Ruby. You know better. How would Salem have fucked her mom? Ruby, you're sweating real bad. I fucked your mom, Ruby.
She's so fucking bug-eyed.
I love it. I love it so much. It's so good. This little
Also,
doofy-
the square pupils.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'll talk about that more with the reference sheet, but I wanted to give Salem unusual looking eyes, but not like the standard sort of vertical pupils you see everywhere. I was kind of getting into a different character from like a video game who has sideways pupils, and I thought that's really fucking cool.
It reminds me of Kermit the Frog.
It reminds me of a goat. And so I'm like,
Yeah, that.
I'm waiting for like, I fucked your mom, Ruby. Meh! Just like just runs away.
Even if the goat boy dies, the goat mom will live on.
There's a really great book by the Yahtzee guy, the guy Zero Punctuation, where an undead character comes back and
He has fucking octopus eyes.
Yeah, because he blows up his eyes, I think, by going too deep in the ocean or something. So he just like gets octopus eyes, puts them in his head, and they work. And he gets freaked out because he can see all the extra colors and shades.
Everybody keeps puking because they look hideous.
Oh, those shoes actually. Those shoes
yeah.
I put them for not
they
for
were
Salem.
gorgeous.
Those were for Malachite.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, we'll consider that for
It
next.
also fits though. That's fine.
They were like, those are some heels that a boss ass bitch would wear. So
Yeah.
If we ever see her feet, we can use them.
actually, I'm not
I
gonna
know.
lie. I'd be tempted to wear those, and I don't, you know.
I was never.
I don't
was
wear
never
heels.
show Salem's feet. If Salem's feet were ever revealed, the whole fabric of the universe would crumble.
Oh, this was.
Oh, the spider lily hair. I
That's
wish it
right.
needed it.
This was actually a big kind of deciding. Was this were you the one that suggested it? Because I think this is where like we really started getting it down on Salem needs to have two forms.
Yeah, I think that was kind of one of the incepting images.
Or like she gets.
Because it was always Mother Gothly, and I was just like, it'd be cool if she's so kept and neat, and then she goes fucking hog wild.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then we have like I think part of it was also like Eevee Dragon sent in this like horrific design, and like as in like it's terrifying, just like this twisted opening mouth thing. Like that is chilling stuff.
It makes me think of Silent Hill.
Yeah. Maybe not so much Silent Hill. Actually, oddly enough, what I'm reminded of with that head especially is the original Alone in the Dark. And they kind of had like a cartoony art style, but if you took that cartoony art style and made it hyper realistic, so like all the weird proportions became really unnerving.
I think part of a lot of the struggle with Salem was figuring out a good theme for her, because it's like she's a witch, she's a queen, she pretended to be a goddess at one point, she's a monster. How do we want her to look was like a really big thing that we had to figure out, because you say a witch, but like what kind of witch? It's that sort of thing.
Yeah, because like there's a difference between like the Baba Yaga type witch, and then you have the witches from not Hamlet, Macbeth. Yeah, like you have like the Wicked Witch of the West. You have all these different witches. It's like the anime guy. Hey Moopa Celtic, what do you two say to the idiots that think Vernal and Shady Man became Moopa's OCs? They're not. Like,
They're not.
What the question I would like to pose to a lot of people that are like, well, you changed Vernal. It's like, could you please define for me, using the rules as set forth by Red Letter Media in his character dissection on Star Wars, define Vernal as a character. Define her. And then tell me how we violated that in any way, instead of just emphasizing things.
Without mentioning her appearance or like any kind of quote unquote tomboyishness, although she didn't even really act like a tomboy very much.
I think the
Tell
I think
me
the
what her personality was. Explain that to me.
I think the red letter media test is describe a character without using their clothing, what they do, and there's a third one. I can't remember what it is, but it's along the lines of just like
what their role in the plot is.
yes.
Yeah.
But you can do it with like Han Solo. He's a dashing rogue, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Vernal was most known for the fact that she had short hair, which was like a standout when they switched over to Maya, or like in RWBY in general.
Oh, okay. Here are the rules. Describe the following character without saying what they look like, what kind of costume they wore, or what their professional or role in the story is. Like,
I also want to say that comment about it being Mupa's OC is like extremely reductive. Like, there's like 50 people. In this.
Yeah, we all
I mean,
contributed to it, and like basically as we were all discussing Vernal, like we all really hooked onto her design, and we're like, okay, let's follow after that, and we started kind of going down the route, and you can just follow in the character design chat. We have headcanon upon headcanon of like what we could do with her, of all the little scenarios that happened between her and Raven, like even things that weren't canonized. We had like this definite feel for Vernal as we went along.
And as far as Shiloh goes, I don't think that we really took anything away that was established in the show, because he still creeps on Yang a little bit. He still flirts with her and kind of harasses her a little bit.
Yeah,
all that
I
part
don't
of
even go
Shiloh,
so far as
all the crappy parts of him are still there. We just added another side to him when he isn't flirting with strange women that he meets in gas stations.
That looks
Shiloh
suspiciously
is like an
Raven.
onion.
And
Mhm.
unlike Vernal, where it was much more collective, once like Mupa finally decided, like, she beat me over the head with the make Shiloh her father, make Shiloh her father. Once she finally cracked that shell, I don't think, I mean, like we all kind of had like little jokes and stuff, but most of it was focused on Vernal. I did most of the writing on Shiloh. Like I did all the writing, technically speaking, but when it came down to like the head, the brainstorming.
I like to think my comics kind of fleshed out and gave you a direction to work in, though, for writing his character.
A little bit. It definitely had an influence. Like I do roughly canonize most of your comics. It's just like he's not. But how he acted in the actual show, like all the things that typically actually happened. The only scene Mupa had like the biggest involvement on was the Where's Vernal scene. And even then, that leading into him standing up to Raven and taking away the tribe, that was, I think, my
that was
suggestion.
Celtic.
That
I
was-
didn't
that was all
even
mine.
think of that idea.
Yeah. So, like, those kinds of things. So, Shiloh's not anywhere near Mupa's original OC, and Vernal is much more the collective consciousness of the Sketchy Huntsmen at this rate.
Our daughter, as we can say.
She is our daughter. We all love her so much.
I also quite like the rationale that we had, which is like we didn't just make him like this awesome character because we're like misogynists or whatever, or the everyone is 100% in agreement. Oh, like he's not in charge of the troop, like of the
tribe. Yeah, after
of
the
the tribe,
finale,
like-
he's
Oh,
only
yeah, no,
taking temporary reigns.
Yeah, he's just the guy that's like, okay, we got to pack up and move away. We can sort all this out later.
Yeah, I think Raven even makes a point of it, like in the conversation of like, who are you being a mouthpiece for of like other people?
Following the leaving of the ousting of Raven and the movement of the tribe, Rock was decided to be put in charge, and Rock now leads the tribe with an iron
Rock
stone.
Shoe. I
Hell
mean,
yeah.
she's in charge of the ruin stuff. Like
Rock can get a bird's eye view on any kind of like raids they want to do. She's great.
Rock Shoe.
We all love
I
her.
love her.
No, you just hate when an argument over canceled on Twitter. Yeah, that's how it is. That's how it be.
I still also really like that other little Salem comic with Tyrion where she breaks her own fucking neck as like a stress relief.
Oh, what is that in here?
It's to your left. It's a square.
Shameless self-plug.
It's kind of
when you
more
look for it.
vampire looking, because for a while there we were also considering like vampire like designs. Poor Tyrion looks so concerned.
Oh God! I just realized I'm gonna have to flesh out Tyrion. Oh God, my poor brain.
Oh yeah, Tyrion. No, it's
No.
okay. We've got lots of material to work with him. He's great.
Yo,
Yeah.
what about that tail though? You gotta add it to the list.
Oh God,
No, his tail is fine.
I now want to see Tyrion and Malachite bouncing off one another. That fight needs to happen.
Too crazy.
Wait,
Oh, God.
yes, Tyrion and Malachite need to meet. That would be crazy.
Yo, write that down.
You're crazy.
Write that down.
Truly insane battle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, enough of the overview of all the wonderful art we got everyone in from.
Yeah, I think the direction we ended up settling on for Salem's design was very like witch queen was what we ended up going with.
Yes.
Very sorceress like.
I do find it interesting
Beautiful
the pose that Butterfly put her in. I just like I when I first saw it, I'm like, oh, this is great. And now I look back at it, and I'm like, wow, that really emphasizes her.
Listen, I think Butterfly just likes drawing big booba. Like she even gave Vernal huge tabletop titties, which I didn't give her in my reference sheet.
I'm sorry.
Butterfly just likes big booba, and that's just the way she is. It's fine.
It's something we can appreciate.
I
The
just think
silhouette on this.
it's great. Can't wait to start using this in Volume 7 because spoilers. She doesn't show up too much in Volume 6. Maybe not quite a lot. We'll see. To be fair,
Mom.
Volume 6,
Better.
there is a lot of ideas floating for Volume 6. I'm just making an offhand comment.
Yeah, we got a lot going on.
Thank God RWBY was delayed.
I love how mysterious Salem kind of looks in that pose. Like she seems so unassuming here. Wouldn't necessarily know that she was evil just from. Well, I mean, she's got like the pale skin and the veins and everything. But listen, she's still kind of she's less threatening looking here than like.
Moop is just like, man, there's this nice man over here with his pet dog, and he has this really like tiny mustache, and it's just.
She seems really like in control and calm, which is nice.
Oh.
For her glamoured look, anyway.
I did my best.
Yeah. We can also explain why Salem's outfit is shaped the way it is. Basically, my perspective on it is that Salem is so far beyond the point of giving any kinds of fucks about protecting her internal organs that she now purposefully goes out of a way to expose, like, where on a normal person, their most vulnerable areas, like their heart, their guts, all that stuff. Salem is just like, you want to stab me here? Do it. Try it. Kill me. Do it. I sure as fuck can't.
Double dare
Let's
it.
see you do it.
She's also
It'll be
lived for so long that she doesn't have any shame left.
Yeah. She's fucking she's
we
thousands of
did
years
at
old.
one point
Millennia.
toss around the idea of just fully naked Salem. I mean, I got shot
That
down.
that was Bree's idea when she was still part of the group. Bree was
It was
the
a
one who was
horrifying thing.
Well, no,
It was
I
like Golem.
entertained it on the ground of, yeah, she doesn't give a fuck. She just goes around like it follows the old Scottish war method. If you run at your opponent naked, they're not gonna know what to think about it. Like they're gonna be like, "Oh shit, what the fuck's going on? Was this naked person right at me, screaming with a sword? Oh my god!" Like I entertained it on that ground, but I was like, "Nah."
She was also acting like Golem in those sketches that Bree was doing. Yeah, like Golem Salem. That's
that was not the Salem that I was entertaining. That was not like the one it would still be refined and the like. It's just like she just didn't give a damn. There's a difference.
We weren't shooting it down out of hand. It was just what we just weren't doing that.
Yeah. So.
But let's see.
We can move on to the actual sheet.
Her reference sheet was very fun to draw. Butterfly came up with the design, or like there was kind of a concept, I think, for like a spine thing going on down her back, but Butterfly refined that design and improved it so that it looks a bit more elegant. But yeah, and this also took a lot of inspiration from a old 90s Coco Chanel dress that I saw that was on the big inspiration sheet, which is why she has like all these gold chains kind of dripping everywhere, because to me that kind of evokes the idea of ribs and bones and stuff, as well as the whole spinal column jewelry on her back. Butterfly also made the design for the shoulder anchor things that her cape hangs from. And also the crown design. Butterfly also did the crown because I don't know how to draw crowns. But she did a really good job with that as well.
Okay, so let's have a discussion about why I hate capes and why you need to stop.
A lot of this came from wanting to make Salem look more like her past design from like the whole flashback thing that the show did, because that's design is really very solid and everybody likes that design. And so yeah, that's where her hair basically came from.
But no, very like I don't know how many people are like fully attached to the spider butt design that she currently has.
I don't know how many people are either.
Yeah, because like there was only one piece of fan art that has actually swayed me on it, and it's this really cute piece where, as a couple, like they would, Ozma and Salem would just be kind of like having a goofy time, and like they would find like goose feathers, and he would stick it in her hair as like a little joke, and she started styling her hair after those goose feathers as like a way to remember him. It's like this really sad moment of like her in the present, like putting her hair up and remembering those times and just being kind of sad. And it's like that it sold me a little bit on the spider butt hair, but I'm still not the biggest fan of it.
Well, yeah, it's like basically a huge bun, and then she'd have to take like fake hair extensions as like little sticks and jam them into the bun so that it would also look like part of her hair, but it also couldn't physically actually be part of her hair because that
it looks like white cucumbers. Like it just glued white cucumbers to her head.
I'm glad we didn't have to model that.
I also kind of liked playing with Salem's physique here because Celtic, for her monstrous design, Celtic, we were considering a lot of different ideas for what being alive for thousands of years would do to a person. And basically it just came down to making her look very skeletal and kind of ghostly. Butterfly actually kind of did the stuff with her face being more see-through than anything else, just like partially see-through, so you can kind of see her skull through her facial skin.
Yeah, so the reality is that she's horrifically emaciated.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't need to eat anymore, but her body
still doesn't give a shit.
Still technically digests.
She'll still die from it, but she just doesn't die.
Yeah, she doesn't give a fuck anymore. She doesn't need to eat because her body will just keep her alive no matter what she does. So she just doesn't care. But she uses the glamour form, and I enjoy drawing her glamour form of kind of adjusting. I don't know, you don't really see her figure very well in the show, but I liked the idea of, for her glamour form, just giving her a bunch of really soft curves and rounded shapes, and kind of not really making her very skinny, giving her little rolls when she bends her stomach and stuff.
I like that little detail. It feels healthy. It feels like just very nice.
It's more like sort of a more classical ideas of feminine beauty where women were like meant to look kind of chubby and stuff, and that was considered ideal. And also just like more stuff with her sideways pupils that are more meant to show up when she's angry and stuff.
Yeah,
so it's not just a.
Another detail that I really liked a lot was when she's in her monstrous form, the way her cape kind of shreds with little pieces floating around her, kind of almost like the cape is on fire, or like it's so lich-like she's a lich. It just looks great to me.
That's what I wanted to get round to. So just because again, people are crazy. She's a lich. She's not anorexic. So like that's a specific, just to clear that up. Like the idea of her being anorexically thin, I'm like, okay, good work, internet. No, she's literally a monster. I believe
she's the undead. You can see her like fucking cheek hollows and teeth through her face, dude. The biggest thing that gets to you is that she got some ribs. Okay.
I also I really like what we were able to do was adding gold to Salem's palette, which I think did a lot for her, but it also ended up giving her a palette of red, white, black, and yellow.
Yes,
which
that was something.
I didn't even notice that.
I'm pretty sure I was the one that pushed the hardest for it, because like that was from the gold
that I was my idea. I thought like maybe it was like
I threw in the art by the guy who does NFTs now. That was like I was like, I love that shit. Like,
that's right. The gold bone stuff, and then like I tried it out with like adding little bits of yellow, and particularly the yellow cape.
Yeah, I think it was you that pointed out that it gives her the color scheme of the team. I thought like the gold initially was me, but then you were like, oh, that works really well because then it's the colors of the main girls. And I'm like, oh yeah, that works really well.
So to clarify,
Yeah.
You thought it was cool, and Moopa as a character designer thought it worked exceptionally. Great,
Yes.
awesome. That's why
That's basically it. Like, this is cool. And Moopa's like, we can work with this. And I was like, oh my god, we can.
It's truly the final boss.
And behold, people, this is how like collaboration works, where you're just kind of throwing ideas back at each other, and then you're like, maybe that doesn't work, maybe this works, maybe that doesn't. We really shouldn't have a main villain running around naked all the time. That's probably a bad idea.
No, it's bad.
But windows, stomach window, chest window.
Yeah, under boob though.
It's feedback, you know.
They did shoot down my idea of having the boob window zipper, so she can No, I'm kidding. That was never suggested.
What?
That,
I was gonna be like, what?
That's a running joke in a lot of our D&D campaigns. We have a lot of paladins because they have really high charisma, and a lot of them, we joke, have like zippers on their armor to have a boob window, so that they can like seduce people if they need to. But we should probably go to the other character sheet.
Oh yeah, the other reference sheet. I made this
details.
A little while after the first one because I didn't quite get to talk about everything, like how exactly Salem's dress is shaped to be on the lumps or where to place it properly, and also hiding her feet, and also the note about her having dimples when she smiles, and like I could just kind of add to that, and also noting which jewels are embedded in her flesh and which jewels are just part of her clothes.
Thank you so much for that.
Only for showing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My
Say I'm having a
favorite
knife.
part of this entire sheet is literally just this chippy little Salem with a knife that's completely unrelated to anything.
Oh
It's
my
just-
god, I love
I will
that.
cut you.
I needed to fill space. And also I like drawing Salem like this because she just looks slightly like an idiot.
I love it. She's my
We
favorite.
need to do
Like, she
15,
just-
Ruby.
I want every like little Salem emote now. I like want all of the expressions.
Like she just kind of has elevator music going on in her head.
It's the Wii shop music.
It's very much like inspired by fake chibi art of like Gudako, like the female version of the protagonist. If you ever seen chibi art of that character, it's very inspired by that, with the fucking eyes and the way they're spaced.
Oh.
I like the second chippy, the one that says only horrors to show angle.
It's so good.
Just I'm so excited when we finally get to like really showing off Salem in different like forms and shapes and not like in different arts, I guess more accurately, because she's not shaped
Environments, lightings, all that.
different environments,
People's
different
interpretations
lightings,
of her as well.
doing
Yeet.
different things. She needs
Just
to
Salem
Kali
in
Ma
general.
someone. I need to have her do that. Just rip someone's heart out.
That would be. She can rip her own heart out. just
Oh,
to make a
that would
point.
be metal. She just like reaches into her rib, just up through her rib cage,
And
just
she takes a
tears
bite
it.
of it too.
She just
Oh,
pulls a
ugh.
fucking
She
kiss
takes
shot.
a bite of it.
Actually,
not,
ta-
not like bite it off, but like she sinks her teeth into
yeah, she,
it.
no, she
No.
bites
She
into
uses.
it.
She
and it
rips her
melts.
heart out, and she uses it to color her own lips. Like, damn, my lips could use a little more color.
Oh god.
I
Ah,
imagine
there we go.
she like takes a bite of it and it just melts into grim goo and like reforms into her body.
Yeah, because that's basically how her body works. It was like
That'd
if
be
you were gonna cut
wild.
off any part of her, just like
I can imagine her crushing
Grim
it
goo.
and just splattering grim goo everywhere.
Maybe she used to create something special, you know, like the
Oh yeah.
that action would create something.
If Grim goo
Ooh.
comes out of her heart, does that mean if she crushes it, she can just spawn a bunch of little insect Grim?
Maybe that's where the beetle
That's
comes from, you know.
Maybe.
this
A
is
little
just turned
piece of
into
herself.
like
Yeah, congratulations! Welcome to the
This has turned into a
brainstorming
live
section.
writing session.
Yeah,
This is how this happens. This is how this all
literally
happens.
this is how it happens when I'm sitting down. It's like, okay, well, we need to plot out this, and we're literally just throwing ideas. Oh yeah, maybe Salem rips out her heart and crushes it, and bugs come out. It's like we're all just throwing everything at the wall, and it's just like
have the ideas now, sort them out, and finalize later.
I always tell everyone, please write if you have an idea you're really adamant about, please write it down because sometimes I don't get to.
Or draw
joined?
comics and harass
joined?
Celtic with those comics.
Who
If
joined?
your art is good enough,
Yeah.
it'll become canon like the
Evie,
a lot of things as well. You
If you're insistent enough, Celtic will listen.
Evie,
Don't
this
That's
is
probably
We'll actually do
current
that.
artist only, Evie.
Current artists only.
like don't come in here expecting that it's like I will become right.
Yeah.
a little much, dude. But
Or don't expect to get on my level for 30 minutes until someone pointed that out.
Wait, what?
What?
I was just referring to my first time getting in for 30 minutes until you recognized I was in there.
Oh right, yeah, no, but like I actually heard the sound this time. Some people can get into Discord and I just don't hear anything, and it's really weird. Like Rudolph does it a couple of times. That's how he gets in
The
here.
thing was, I was even talking in that stream.
No, I think at that point I noticed it. I was just like, okay, if I can't spend so much time yelling at my artists.
He was in there for like a half hour. It was funny.
Until Perry just sold me out.
People
like,
can't know that I keep you trapped in my basement. All right, so
All of us trapped in your basement, don't you?
all of them, all 50 of them. There's
No
no
lights,
leg
so
room.
we can't tell.
I feel
It's
really
real
bad.
damp in here.
There are people that get stuck next to the litter boxes down there. The upside is they get to pet the cats. The bad side is they have to be next to the cats.
One of them is Floof.
No, that would kill him. That would kill Floof. He's allergic to cats.
That's true. He is allergic to cats.
Oh, that sucks.
It
I
does
just
suck.
learned recently I'm allergic to dogs. I own 2 dogs.
Oh, you're like me.
It's worth it.
The,
I didn't even know all these years, and I only found out like last month. Oh, sweetie, you're allergic to dogs. I'm like, what?
Wait, did your parents
Usually
know
how
and
it
never
happens.
tell you?
No, my parents didn't know. I got tested for like cat allergies when I was a little kid, and I'm not allergic to cats, but I'm allergic to dogs, and I only found that out last month after
That's
years of
okay.
owning dogs.
Usually how it happens.
Mm.
Okay, well, are you ladies happy with covering all those characters, or is there anything else you want to touch on, or?
I think that about covers it.
I'm good.
Well done, you two.
All right, you both did an excellent job this volume, and volume 6 is going to be crazy, and volume 7
That
is going to
is.
be even more so. Oh,
One volume at a time.
One volume at a
As
time.
a whole, it's gonna be insane.
We all hold hands
Get
and we
wild.
walk forward into the next volume.
Okay, well now we get to move on to all the different 3D artists, and we're going to cover their illustrations first. It's a little bit of a breakup, so we get a little bit of padding. So we're going to go through all the illustrations, and then we'll be talking about the 3D. I guess maybe a bit of that's going to leak into the illustrations, so to speak. But first, oh, what?
I was gonna make a suggestion. Make mine the last, considering that edges towards the somewhat animation, thanks to Blender.
There is. I was gonna do Jay because Jay was very prolific with his 3D work, and it just made sense.
Sorry.
So don't worry, you're second last, Aiden.
I mean,
so
like
you and Jay go back to back, so it's gonna fit. Trust me.
I mean, like in terms of like the last illustrations. Just remember that villain talk between like Watson or World and Mercury.
Possibly. Again, I kind of like it's all structured in a way that it's all gonna flow pretty well, I think.
So you're Snowf.
Anyway, Liubi,
Yeah!
finally you get your day to shine. So where do you want to start? At the very beginning, or anywhere in specific, or?
Just go in the beginning. Just, in order.
All right, episode 1.
Okay, so funny thing about it, like, was it Moonbot said that, Roman was not, like, buff or something like that?
He's not like super toned, but
Yeah.
Yeah, my impression of Roman is that he's like strong enough to hold his own, but he's not like defined like the huntsmen are who actively work out. He's just strong from whatever the fuck he does on a daily basis. He doesn't like work out or train purposefully.
Yeah, because I didn't give, like, abs or anything, because I figured that's not like something Roman would have, or maybe he would, but, like, to me, I thought it makes sense that he doesn't have it.
He doesn't have it, though. I do realize now the distinction between this Roman and the other, and the one from the onsen is. I think the one in the onsen had belly hair. Is that right?
Yes, he did. I gave him a treasure trail because I like that.
Okay.
We're nothing if not honest here at the
Let's
Sketchy
imagine
Huntsmen.
like the bird grim burned off a lot more.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He's growing it back. He's growing it back.
Yeah, like look, his scars are fresh and new.
Yeah, that's the little detail I wanted to add in. Other than the soldiers were pretty difficult. Nothing much here. Just them running to the soldiers. That's it.
I think you cleaned up the soldier design quite well.
Oh, thank you.
They're very Halo ODST ripoff. I mean, RWBY has a lot of Halo in it, but this just looks a little bit more readable. I don't know, personal preference.
Okay. Okay, so funny thing, I actually wanted to try out the scene. I actually was thinking about doing the scene with Roman talking into the mirror, but I couldn't have a clear visual because is the bathroom like damaged or not? So I said I'd try to go easier with this, especially the fact that I got like basically a whole episode 1 on my hand.
You did carry a lot of episode 1, the latter half of it for
Did.
sure.
So I thought it would be a cool visual showing with how Roman Osmond talked to Roman.
Yeah, I really like the effect. I guess the highlighting especially I think is really nice. It gives him this nice little like green outline while talking to him. It looks very nice.
Colored line art.
No, it's actually pretty simple. I just airbrushed the line art and locking it. I actually airbrushed the line art and locking it while locking it. So
Alpha lock.
Yeah. So it's actually not that difficult to do that.
Oh, it looks nice. I mean, difficulty or not, sometimes just knowing where to put it works.
That is true.
Mhm.
Okay, this scene.
Oh, I don't know how quickly you want me to move. I like.
Oh yeah, I thought that was it. Like, don't think other than the mattresses, there's nothing much else to say here. Okay, this scene, I wanted to give the fact that she is what's the right word? Depressed. Yeah, that's the right word. Depressed. And Junior trying to actually like talking to her, not showing her yet.
Yeah, it was during the concept phase. It was fun to like imagine what Malachite's life was immediately after her losing her sister. I remember one sketch tool I did of Junior trying to get her out with like saying, "The boys made your favorite clam lasagna. Got the clams fresh on the market."
And like there was like one henchman that was like really proud of it, and he's really sad that she's not having any.
Yeah.
Where is this? I want.
It's tucked away somewhere in the annals of the Volume 5 redesign
Put it
channel.
on Sketchy Huntsmen Twitter. Put it on your own Twitter.
Yeah, it had like this perfect little like. Was that Boston or Brooklyn accent? I guess
It was like a Boston sort of type of deal. It's like, market. I got the clams fresh from the market.
You had a little fun with the posters, I thought.
The
That was
posters.
pretty entertaining.
Yeah, a funny thing. Here's the thing. For people who are wondering, the reason I had those posters is so that I thought it would be a bit of a not so much a world building, more so like inside where there's a famous people who come to this place, and the twins get an autograph from them. I'm guessing the twins are still young, or a fan of the movie.
I think on their reference sheet they're like 21 or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's still pretty young.
Yeah, they're young, but like still old enough to work in a club.
Yeah, when you're 21, you actually still think of yourself as a kid sometimes.
Yeah.
And those posters are actually based on my friend's OCs, and also one my OCs there, but like not the same one, but it's a bit different. Like, and also references some other movies, like the guy and the like furry purple like claw thing. That's supposed to reference to Logan poster. The one with the.
Yeah.
The one that crows are all dead reference to the comic cover from the Transformer. The SD 2000. Okay, I'm not sure what that was. I just found a random poster and I thought it looked cool, so I just go with that one. And the top small one, that's actually more of an album thing, and they're actually based on the recent poster of Shin Kamen Rider poster. That's about it. Other than the shout out my friends here, which as you're gonna be hearing that a lot because I had a lot of my OC's friends in like small detail background characters.
Easter eggs.
Yeah.
References.
Oh, okay, this shot. Funny thing, this was a last minute thing. I actually did this in the last minute. Well, not exactly literally last minute, but like I did this like this is like my last one for episode 1. I wanted to give that emphasizing the fact that like I wanted to like image that Junior does miss the two with one of the twins. And I was kind of a little worried that Celtic might Photoshop it and kind of ruined the moment. And no offense, Celtic.
Oh, sorry. 1 minute. I just realized the butterfly left. She needs to go to down.
Oh.
So, bye,
Yeah,
butterfly.
I guess she needed to step out. That actually kind of reminds me of how she did a lot of work for the Blake redesign, but she ended up having to kind of sit out a lot of later work because she was sick for a really long time there.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
really?
yeah.
And she was just sick last week too, I think.
Says
So I
you,
hope-
Mooper. Year of Hell.
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah.
listen. She had her turn where she was sick for months, and then I had my turn where I was sick for months. It's fine.
Equivalent exchange. We can never have more than one healthy character.
Okay. She had to go to dinner.
Okay, but yeah, it's, sorry, Luby. I
it's fine.
didn't interrupt there. Please, what were you saying?
I mean, I was just gonna say this was like my last drawing I did for episode 1, and I'm actually happy how it turned out. The difficult part was the wine thing.
Really?
Like, it's actually kind of hard than you think. Like, I need to put it in the right direction. I need like a different color. Like, you have no idea how many layers I had to make of this thing.
I understand. It's like trying to fill a bookshelf with books.
And the second one is obviously the dress. I simplify it.
You also hate the lace.
Yes, I do. And
How's
that's
the
about it.
newspaper?
Oh, newspaper, I just, photoshopped in. Oh, not Photoshop, but
yeah.
there's a tool.
Kit bashed, yeah.
Yeah, kit bash.
Or I guess photo bash is the proper term, yeah.
That's true. Nothing much here other than the fact that I wanted to give the reaction on the fact that, like, Junior does take a piss, doesn't want to do anything with Roman.
Yeah, I thought his expression is like nice and sharp and just like, I don't know, it came across really nice and clear. It's like Roman, it's like, get the fuck out of here, Roman.
On your shit.
Part of me wants to make the place be more damaged, but I actually am not sure like how the twin died. So I'd be like not indicated that there's one that was destroyed to declare that that's how she died. But again, I'm not 100% sure.
I didn't really specify how Militia died, and that's mostly because we kind of leave it open.
Gotcha.
There were a lot of Grim everywhere. I'm sure one of them got her.
Yeah,
The fall was awful.
The fall was supposed to be awful, and there are lingering consequences of that. It would be funny if like just this club is just never in repair ever. Just it's always getting wrecked by something. But I feel like that kind of joke would be like, one, it would confuse people, be like, is this place still broken since the yellow trailer? And two, it's like that's really funny. Oh, she died. I'm sorry, what's the tone here? I know people people get on me for having flip-flopping tone, but like people understand like conversations can shift tone radically real fast, but when it comes to like scene setting and tone, that's where you get a little more like you got to be careful with it.
As long as like one scene has one tone, it's okay for a different scene to have a different tone. Is my stance.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind next time.
I'm just imagining a Bob's Burgers grand reopening sign.
Okay, okay, this scene with Romance was talking to Osman. Yeah, I'm not so proud of this one, especially the background. Like, again, after Coffee figure out using the 3D model, I might as well do the background for a 3D model in the future. A little fun fact: the background is actually a reference to that scene where Yang was used like with Neptune. Like Yang was trying and getting more information from Junior with Neptune. It was that scene.
Yeah, no, that was actually very interesting. We sat down a couple of nights trying to figure out, because we ultimately determined that was stock assets more than likely, didn't we?
Oh yeah, you mean that little area?
Asset. Yeah.
Yeah, we could never find it, but it had elements.
It did not ring true to anything the way anything was normally designed in RWBY.
It was a different style from all the rest of modeled Veil that we know of. And I
you
think
could
there was
tell-
actually Japanese written back there.
Yeah, there was kanji in the background, so we're like, that doesn't match with RWBY that we know. So it's it was very
It's
interesting.
the guy who made Halo, using different models and stuff. It's not crazy.
Actually, now that I think about that might have actually been something he used in Haloid. We'll have to. I'm gonna have to go back to Haloid and take a look at that, because it had a lot of similar like architecture, like the scaffolding and such. I think.
Huh.
We'll have to see.
Huh. Yeah. Other than the fact the background's a nice reference to that, there's nothing much other than the scene where Osman's talking to Roman. This one I had fun with. Like, mostly the positioning to one of the Malachite's sister. I had to get it like right, like especially I really love how you transition to it as well.
Yeah, that was actually kind of tricky because like I had to figure out like where the halvesy line is on the head, like where they overlap, how to get them to transition properly into one another. That was a bit tricky, but it worked out really well. Like this conveyed exactly what I wanted to for the turnaround. When we got the Saria stuff, for the Vernal stuff, this is kind of what I was expecting. Like somebody could just like flip between to kind of convey the thing. She went crazy because she's a crazy person, like so many in the sketch. You are sensible, and we're just like, hey, I'm gonna make Raymond do all the work, and I'm like, yeah, okay, I can do that. I enjoy doing little editing things. It's actually really like pleasant for me when they're like little editing tricks I can figure out. There's sometimes where it doesn't work out though, and that can get annoying. Where I'm like, oh no, it didn't work. This one did. I was very happy with this one.
Yeah. Also, just to clarify, the reason I did add the poster on the other sister, I think it's just so that she doesn't want to get reminded of. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. Like, there's no poster in it at all. I think she, like, I don't know how long did the fall happen, but
I would imagine like she like tore down. It's been a couple of days. She might have like tore them off the wall, that kind of thing.
Also, I don't know if you noticed, but the hair also matches the personality switch.
Oh, really? Huh.
Oh.
And also the
'Cause her
fact
hair's-
that
yeah.
and also the fact that the glass, like makeup also representing the switch as well. There's a small detail there.
Vanities. The little light bulbs.
Other than that, that's basically it.
Okay.
Okay, this one.
Charlotte's.
Okay, first of
Charlotte.
okay, should I tell the story about the? Actually, I'll tell the scene after that scene. First of all, I'm not happy with the background here. This looks really ugly now. I look at it. I really should 3D model on this
I
one.
can see what you're talking
The
about.
graffiti's kind of bright.
The graffiti's
I
kind of
think you zoomed
bright.
in on the edit,
The I think it's like the texturing on these like bricks don't line up. Like you can tell the.
Just slap a warm gradient on it. It'll unify the colors. That's what we all
That's what
do.
I do.
There's some
Yeah,
skewing, but
maybe
like,
if the graffiti was on a lower opacity, it probably would have blended a lot better.
Yeah.
There are a number of things that I could probably say are wrong about it, but I think you've been improving at it. Like this was one of your first really detailed backgrounds.
Oh yeah.
So it's like you gradually improved as this went on, and I think like using this as a benchmark for where you started, it's a good benchmark.
Oh yeah, thank you. Like I did actually have fun with the titling, the Charlotte of the local.
Nice name.
Huh? Oh yeah,
It's a nice name for a strip
Yeah, I
club.
don't
To be
think it was
fair,
named in the script.
I
Was
thought
it?
I did call it Charlotte's.
Oh.
Yeah, got good.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because like I was like that needs to be a reference to Charlotte's Web for sure.
Right.
Because they're the spiders.
I thought
Wait,
it
did
was
you
supposed
not
to be
know
Little
that
Miss
was the
Muffet,
reference?
No, it's just no. I did. It's just that like that's also funny because of the you'll see soon.
Yeah.
Well, she's Little Miss Muffet, but then she also had the spider thing in canon.
Okay.
Like a dual.
Well, I mean, Miss Muffet has a thing with spiders too, but like whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know my
messages,
fairy
though.
tales.
I just wanted to make it a spider reference, so Charlotte's. I thought it was a great name for a strip club. Like you could,
That is pretty good though, because she is an information broker, and Charlotte's Web had to do with technically information sharing with their messages. What a pig!
I can't believe Luby invented nightclubs.
Yeah, I want to talk about this scene. I was surprised you guys gave me this role. Like, I was there when you guys talking about this, and in my mind, it's like, oh, whoever's lucky to get that scene. I got the scene like, okay, I guess I'll design the script. I never thought I would actually say that in my life.
It's a nice strip club.
Can I say I really like the design choice of putting the stripper pole right down the center of the spider with the eye. Like I love that design choice. It's like it makes so much sense.
Okay, first of all, you got to give credit the spider design to Yuri Hunter.
Yeah, he mentioned that he did that that wall pattern in his.
Wow, he did a great job.
Yeah, early on, y'all both had like nightclub scenes, so it was like, how do we keep this consistent?
Oh yeah, and actually, I got some ideas from him as well, like where the poses and etc. etc. Funny thing about it, I actually had trouble what this aesthetic would look like. Then while I was thinking about it, I was watching the Final Fantasy like a bridge series, and you got to that point of, well, you know, the scene, and I guess I don't want to talk about, right?
The Don Quixote mansion.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
And that's like, that's actually pretty perfect, especially the aesthetic of the veil.
Yeah, like, to be fair, like, that's a great place to reference, because a lot of people, when I go back to like what inspired RWBY, one of the more direct references is everything Final Fantasies, particularly Final Fantasy VIII, but also in kind of like a broader sense, are Final Fantasies 7, 8, 9, and 10 are big influences on Monty's work. So the idea of you going to Don Corneo's as inspiration, especially like if you, this kind of rings a little bit of the remake too. It perfectly fits. The tone perfectly fits for it.
I just love the purple and gold everywhere. So
It's so lush.
It's so it feels like you kind of either you have to be rich to be here, or they're projecting you have to be.
They
rich
got the
to be
escorts.
here.
They got the courtesans here, dude.
Yeah, this is
real good.
This isn't a strip club. This is a
gentleman's club.
It is a gentleman's club. Yeah, it's Charlotte's Gentleman's Club. That's the term. I was gonna say, what is the fancy version of a strip club? It's a gentleman's club. That's it. They sell like their refreshments are cigars and caviar. So yeah, that was I was really happy with it. I love RWBY's expression. It's like
Sir ponytail sticking up.
I've actually had fun with especially my character. I like a ponytail. I had a lot of fun with the the expression with the ponytails.
What really is nice is it kind of matches this thing that I really want to convey with RWBY, is that she's innocent, not naive. So she knows what this kind of place is. She's just like, I'm not supposed to be here. It's like, this is very inappropriate, Roman.
Yeah.
like she is self-aware in her like innocence. Like that's sort of like her thing. Where a lot of people try to make her either the she's a smart ass, like very like sacrilegious kind of girl, versus she is the little plum fairy that could do no wrong and knows no wrong, and like she needs to be protected from the world. It's like, no, she's this kind of middle ground, because that's kind of how like you grow up, is where you kind of have these like bits and pieces of you that are kind of innocent, that you and she recognizes that that's kind of a positive thing, and she likes to keep it that way.
I mean, like, can you really blame her for not wanting to visit gentlemen clubs as a habit?
Yeah, I don't blame her. RWBY's mouth has become cube. Excuse you, Fluve. That is a rectangular.
It is a trapezoid.
It is a trapezoid. Thank you. It's not a rectangle. It does not have uniform. Does not have uniform lines. Thank you for.
Motherfucker, just no shapes.
Okay.
Say polygon and leave it at that.
You're good, Fluve.
Okay. Celtic, all your description was that a huge muscular man, right? Or was it something else?
Yeah. This is Wilbur, right?
Wilbur.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Wilbur.
Yeah. I funny thing. Some people did. I remember in the live chat, some people spotted the some pig line in it, and that kind of like. And I was kind of curious if people have noticed it yet. But yeah, this guy is based on Wilbur from Charlotte Web.
Oh, the belt.
Yeah, the pig.
By the way,
That's some pig.
I do have to say this. That idea was from Soon. The design I did drew, but the idea was from Soon. So,
of course it was from Soon. She had to have the buff.
Oh wait, yes.
That all adds up. It all adds up.
She loves her Baras.
So thirsty.
As for the design for this, as for the design for this guy, really, I just based off of like what matched with the color scheme of it, and I based off the most recent Kamen Rider character of it. Like Here's what it looks like. It's the guy on the right.
If I can open this up, there we go. It's the guy on the right.
Oh.
Yeah, with the
Of course,
hair.
it's Common Rider.
I
Oh,
see.
yeah, it's like you'll be hearing that a lot, everyone.
Yeah.
I reference Common
He's
Rider.
super into
No one is
Kamen Rider.
surprised. It's
Well,
not.
I
It's not a
just
negative trait. We rib him a little bit for it,
we
but
got all our things.
Yeah, they
We
do,
got
they do,
Borrow.
they do.
Net Lady got Borrow.
it works out.
I mean, it's a unique place to draw inspiration from because I don't think anybody else
Yeah,
in the
and
server is into Kamen Rider.
Yeah, and I've got to say, like, it's just unique because they have so many outlandish designs that, like, you
Mhm.
can really pull some interesting things from there. So we don't discourage him at all. We love him for it.
We all got our thing. We know.
We all got our thing.
Okay. I was surprised that most people reaction to RWBY was the fact that she saw the stripper there. which is
It's a nice poster.
I thought she was reacting to Roman. I didn't realize she was looking at the poster.
Actually, that's no. The
Oh.
chat thought it was actually RWBY reacting to the poster, but in reality, it's actually RWBY reacting to Roman. But I
Okay.
just like that. Like, it could be a double standard. Also, just a little dancing. That's also my friend's OC as well. Shout out to him.
All right.
But that's about it. That's about it. Next.
You know, you've
Ah,
made
this
it
one.
he appears as a stripper in another property.
Hmm.
The
Who knows?
references.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
this
the-
scene.
Glass Celtic.
Glass Kelfie.
Yeah, I actually had fun with that design.
It looks so cute.
Really, other than the silhouette, I tried to actually replicate the silhouette as much as to the original design, but again, that's about it. Like, other than the silhouette I did, that's about it with her. I did give her like a multiple different reaction to it. That's the challenging part, though.
Yeah.
We kept a little miss behind a Sudare screen for specific reasons.
Oh yes.
Revice in the Celtic Phoenix.
Oh, I guess the character's name is Revice from the Kamen Rider thing.
Actually, technically, that came as two names. There's one named RWBY, and the other one is Vice. Vice is
Oh.
the combining it with Vice.
Quick, talk about this for like 5 minutes. I need to get a drink because I'm thirsty.
Okay.
Should be easy.
Okay, yeah. So this design, nothing much. Like Roman talking to RWBY. Not Roman talking to like. Well, actually, it is technically the scene where Roman talked to RWBY because like anything goes wrong, run type of deal.
Isn't he
So cute.
also talking to Little Miss?
I actually had fun with the background because I also want to make her very. Also, I'm not sure if you can notice, but in the side that's actually a mist because the room. Roman mentioned that the room itself is pretty misty.
Oh. Is that what the little gray is down there? They
Yeah,
have,
yeah.
some kind of
The vignette.
smoke machine going.
Yeah. The room itself is pretty misty.
I can see that. Little Miss doesn't want you looking at all her business.
She's got the Sudare screen. She's got the fog machine going. This bitch is trying to have people not look at her. Period.
But she's also theatrical.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I can mention the porcelain doll part. Like the first one on the left, it's a simple like porcelain doll. On the right is obviously Nezuko. Like it's pretty obvious.
Yeah. Interesting thing about that. I think in like the original script, it was just like I think it might have been described as like a ballerina doll or like some
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
kind of doll.
Oh yeah.
And then I wrote as like an editor's note, I was like, hey, can this be based off of more like Japanese
Geisha?
geisha instead?
It was originally a ballerina because I was kind of being resistant to being too much like overwhelming with the whole East Asia influence. Like I didn't want to go too far into it. I wanted to have Mistral be its own flavor, but ultimately like Coffee's suggestion, I'm like, it makes more sense. Part of the thing that like isn't as conveyed here, but I obviously I wouldn't have forced you to do all the extra work of it, is that it's supposed to be a lot of little figurines, like kind of like it's like these little collection of things that kind of ring.
It's your grandmother's humble figure.
It's implied,
Yeah.
There's two
Crystal
shelves on
unicorn
either side.
collection.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like a collection type deal, but like that's a lot to draw. So I was like, I didn't expect that. So what ultimately happening here is really great, and just this is one of the best scenes with RWBY. If we can flip through here a little bit.
Her use of the semblance is just fantastic. It's just so
Oh, it
like
is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's looking with the whole
Because that was just
That's
Ruby,
it.
right? I don't think it specified that. Like,
Yeah, it didn't specify, and he's just like, oh, what if when she jumped, like she fixed it briefly, or like put it back in place, and she just rushed back, and just like, oh, I didn't do anything. What doll? What? No.
Also,
so fun.
I did actually give it a little tilt just to if like it is like broken.
Yeah,
a
the head
little.
doesn't like sit exactly the same after
Yeah.
it gets put like, back on.
You just know, like, when they leave the scene, they would just roll off, and just little Miss would just stare at it. Like, she knew what happened.
Minor change, but a serviceable one.
She's on the last have fun.
Just on one last reference. It's just a more color reference to the porcelain doll. It was based on Asuka from Hell of a Boss. The succubus lady.
Oh,
I thought it was like
I haven't watched
Verasica?
that.
yeah, for Asuka. Just a color scheme.
I
Oh.
haven't watched Hell of a
Interesting.
Boss and whatchamacallit since they.
Husband Hotel.
The episodes are kind of hit and miss, but the ones that hit pretty well. So
Yeah, I'm-
Of
Yeah.
course, everybody knows the
And
right one is
straight right.
Nezuko.
Other than like a fun. Oh yeah. Other than the fun scenes here and there, I have fun with this. Like it's kind of obvious to tell, like with some scenes, like.
Oh, you put something behind the Nezuko in this scene. What was it?
Oh yeah, the Ruby Rex.
right, the Easter egg.
We'll get to that in my one.
Yeah,
Dude.
we'll talk about the Ruby Rex thing.
That one was a good one. I didn't even see that one.
He's
Oh,
so
yeah.
tiny. He's right there.
Some of the illustrations have like a little Easter egg Ruby Rex in them.
Yeah, we'll get to that. There was a whole thing that people completely missed. It was so frustrated, but it's great.
I mean, it's hard to spot anyways.
Oh, this scene.
Yep. Yeah.
I think you handed this off to quite a few people because we were just working on how much is too much, and it was. I mean,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
we actually walked
Actually-
it back a lot to what you did a lot, from what I remember.
Yeah, originally it was just her face showing it, but Erod actually amped up the idea of like showing the entirety of like couple of stats glowing, and that just works perfectly. Shout out to Erod for this idea.
Yeah,
Yeah, the new sailor. Congratulations, Erod.
Oh yeah. Congrats. to you,
Yeah.
Rob.
Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, I just had like it's just like a simple shading effect. I noticed that I kind of get that shot scene a lot. Is it a pattern? Like with
What?
Saber and now with Weiss.
I don't know. To be fair,
It's very
What about
stylistic.
the remnant stuff? Didn't that happen before the finale?
Oh, that is true. That is true.
yeah.
Initially, it like it.
Well, no,
reminded
he's
me
talking
of,
about
like,
Saber. He's not talking about Lucero. Saber was last year. Last year was Saber Rodentia, the captain of the guard in the menagerie, that died.
Oh.
Yeah. I apparently like handing people getting stabbed off to RWBY. That's just a.
Initially, the
He's
shot
typecasting
reminded
this
me
again.
of the
Typecasting
Jane
this.
getting her arm sliced off moment in Volume 3.
Who? Yang?
Getting her arm sliced off in Volume 3. This shot reminded me of that initially,
Yeah.
when
Yeah.
it was still being illustrated.
Yeah, that's the thing. I want in my like whenever I draw like any character reaction stab or like getting killed, I always wanted to do that like black silhouette effect, showing that shit's about to get real type of deal.
Also, can I just complain for a moment
Yeah, go ahead.
about the original RWBY? Because you gave two lead antagonists the exact same color scheme, and it pisses me off because Adam and Cinder share black and red as primary colors. It's like,
Ruby.
yeah. Well, the thing is, like, having a villain and a hero share a color scheme to kind of dichotomize them, like, I can see that. And actually, when you look at them, it's nice, like, kind of parallel where RWBY is primarily black and red, where Cinder is primarily red and black. But then you have Adam, who is also primarily black and red. It's like, what is he supposed to mean? Where does he fit in that?
I remember in the really early days when it was just the trailers out, so many people were theorizing that Adam was like Ruby's brother, and that's why they had the same palette.
Oh, dude, I miss the days where like
I miss the white
people were like, Adam is Raven's child, and that's how he knows the sword, and like there's gonna be tension there.
That would have
Early
been
fan theories
wild.
were so fun.
Yeah, like they would have been like may not have made the show better, but they would have been like way more entertaining than some of the results we got.
Yeah.
The idea of Adam hating humanity because his mother was a deadbeat mom, and like he had that like commiseration with Yang. That would have been an interesting angle to take.
Oh,
that's
the
the
scene with
background.
coffee.
Wait a minute.
Well,
I realized we skipped over episode 18.
Oops.
Yeah, here it is, the remnants.
the scene.
Ooh.
The
All
scene.
right.
No, start with the last one. The last one's like the
Like, the beginning.
beginning of the scene.
This scene. Okay, as you can tell, I've improved with the background. As you can tell.
Yeah, you've really come a long way with it.
And
Something to point out: Ren looks hot in this shot.
thank you.
It's interesting that his robe ends up encircling his entire legs here.
Oh, wait, wasn't it?
No, it
No?
splits.
Oh.
Don't worry, we can just
It's
say
okay.
that like it's like folded over him. It's like at a weird angle. It's fine. He was twisting.
Don't worry about it.
Like
Still looks
sometimes
better
I
with-
comment when people mess up little details and designs, but other times, like especially if the piece is already like very clearly finished, I try to just let it go. So it's not really that big of a deal.
Like I
That's
drew
funny.
Weiss's shirt flower, her dress flower wrong entirely, and forgot her like tiara all the way through.
Oh.
Well,
I just
okay.
kept
Funny
it
thing
that
is, like-
way to keep it consistent.
Don't fret over it. Let's
No,
get,
It's okay. It's okay. Next time I'll keep in mind on like.
what was your
It's kind of
idea-
more like a tabard where it's just got flaps in the back and front.
You mean a tabard?
Tabard. Is that
So
how you say it?
opacity?
I think that's how you say it. Is tabard.
Epitome.
I
So, yeah.
Opacity.
I love that.
Opacity.
Opacity.
So Celtic, what were you saying?
I used to say opacity. I don't know why. I don't know why my brain put the C in the front. But anyway, what I was gonna say is, what was your process for Lucero? Because I remember I was like, this is Lucero Hawthorne. That was his name. We don't have anything for him. Just feel free, go for it. I don't know what your process was with this.
What else then? Other than what else?
Common writer.
Yep. More specifically, Kamen Rider Forze. Basically, space themed, and I don't know. This color scheme just fits like with his name, like lights and stuff like that.
That is a really stupid helmet.
Oh yeah, it's supposed to be rocket themed, and it doesn't look
Oh.
the best.
What? Okay, I have to ask about Kamen Rider. What is it with having asymmetrical design principles, like having an X and a triangle on different?
Oh,
legs?
because that's like their gimmick. You see, Kamen Rider has this thing called the Astral Switch, where he can basically use like the abilities depending on the switch. This is like a really over the top. Hang on, let me see if I can find. Okay,
Ask the question.
It's okay. I regret asking.
I found it.
Oh, anime
There's-
guy.
Oh.
Is it me, or did the apathy from Volume 6 look like a blacked out dividers from Dead Space? Because that's what the vibe I got. Hey, Celtic, Necromorph Grim, how about it? That actually, Necromorphs have been referenced multiple times talking about Grim designs. So, you're not completely unprecedented there. This is such a stupid design. Oh my god. The fact that you designed Lucero, who looks really cool based on this, is honestly impressive.
The movie is like, okay.
What gets
Like,
me
how
is
can we
the
distill
eyebrows. The eyebrows on the helmet. That's the part that gets me.
That's great.
Well,
we love it.
I thought it was like bug antenna, because like there are some that are like
Oh.
Kamen Rider that
Yeah,
are
his
bug
eyes
based.
do look buggy.
Oh yeah, that's supposed to be an idea. Like it's supposed to be bug antenna. Like, but yeah. Anyway.
Let's back to the Ruby. Let's go to the Ruby.
Oh yeah, go back to RWBY.
That's really good.
All you have to know is I just got the color scheme of the eyes, which is in the like there's like a one gem in it. It was originally orange, but I was gonna say that's already too much orange, so I said I give it green eyes. And other than that, he looks like this is the character.
All right, it came out really
He's
good.
good. You know?
Yeah, that's about it. Like it's just I want to mention about the scars, but you can mention about that part.
Oh, the scars? What you mentioned about the scars?
Mentioning just you can mention that when when it talks about the flashback.
Oh, right, yeah, those are supposed to be basically remnants of that fight. That's the
Remnants?
Yep.
Remnant?
remnants. Everyone now has flashbacks.
Remnant? Oh,
But the more pressing part of this were these awesome like World of Remnants. No, these World of
The
Remnants
PTSD.
style cutouts, which you surprised the hell out of me with these, and I thought they were awesome.
I mean,
You showed
you
him
did
a-
the editing, and it made it work perfectly.
You showed them off in one of the voice chats that we were hanging out in, and I think collectively everyone just started making noises.
Yeah.
We were like, yo, what the hell, Luby?
You deserved it. You fucking earned your chef's kiss, man.
Yeah, that was during one of the was that during one of the artist premieres when we were premiering it to that, or was that before?
No, we were just talking about it.
Yeah,
We
we
were
were
just like, hey,
chilling.
look at my art.
Yeah, and we got all the different separate pieces that
I remember him vaguely talking about, it's like, I would like to put the Wendigo Grim as a reference.
Oh yeah, just like a nice nod to the the. Oh, don't ignore the bottom. I just say you don't see that part, so ignore the bottom.
Gets covered up. He's
I'm gonna be honest. I had not like looked at that before. I'm not even gonna question it. No questions. Head empty.
Wolf is asking what program did I use to animate the World Remnant style?
Oh, I animated that.
Yeah.
He
Celtic did the job.
He threw me all the individual assets. What I'm flipping through right now. He sent me all these individual
smart.
assets.
He's like, I'm not animating shit. Celtic, you do.
And so like I
Here's
was like,
all you need. Get to work.
yeah, he threw it to me, and I did. Cause I like this kind of stuff. Like it feels like I can time it perfectly to kind of get the feel that I want out of it, and so it came together wonderfully. It was really
Silhouette
So you will take what you are given from us, and you will like it.
exactly.
Yeah, like this made this scene like a standout, like a for. It's
Yeah,
like,
it's cool.
whoa.
All the retcons it is.
PTSD.
Well, now we can actually move. Well, did you want to say more about that?
yeah.
No, that's about it.
The fight thing?
Yeah, the fight.
Fight.
Kiss.
What?
Red versus blue.
Well,
Ah,
actually,
yeah.
just
Mhm.
Rooster Teeth in general.
Yeah.
Remember that from the panel in RTX.
Okay, first of all, credit to Coffee over the background.
Collabby.
Well,
This actually comes along for Aiden later, because
and
Oh, yeah,
that's
I
true.
used it.
This background got a lot of use.
This is the background that got around.
this is the second thing I ever made in Blender.
This background
I
became
made like
the
a
Sketchy
donut.
Huntsmen bicycle.
And then I made a layout of the Haven Hall, like very roughly for perspective, and then like I colored and painted over it for Luby. And so
I was
these series of
amazing.
images are that.
Okay. So just keep. First of all, the glass effect. I actually managed to make it look like it was, destroy parts of the Weiss and like Weiss part, like the outfit from the brown and yellow.
You mean the Yang?
Yeah. I'm Yang. I don't know why I said that. Let's see here. Oh, I actually do want to mention this. I noticed that a lot of people put Neo's umbrella sheet with her. Some people don't, and I was like, oh, should I put it in mine or not?
Hey, it's really inconsistent. Her umbrella vanishes and reappears at will.
It's a sample or something.
It's like the real show.
Actually, that would be kind of cool if she did use her semblance to hide it, so she could use it as a fake, a surprise.
Oh,
Like
also,
an invisible weapon.
She should do that. She should hide her weapon at all times. That'd be amazing.
Yeah. That'd be great.
also, real quick, I want to thank Iliac because I didn't. Some details I modeled, some I just painted over. I took his door because there's no really high quality reference of the Haven Hall at all. It's all kind of blurry. So he did a really clean door, and I was like, "Hey, can I borrow that?
Guys,
Can I borrow that real quick?"
Show of hands, who hates the Haven Hall? Everyone raise up their hand.
I know.
Everybody,
Here.
everybody stands up. Everybody
Yeah,
claps.
everybody stands up. We all hate that hall so much.
It was a lot.
It's so hard to find good references of it.
There were none. It's
And it's sad.
for
'cause
a
by the
hall,
time-
Exactly.
we spend an hour and 30 minutes it feels like in that fucking place, and there is almost no reference for it anywhere.
The model was made so it was just pretty much for Aiden, and it was like, well, this would have been useful.
So okay, the kick. That kick really took me a while to make look right. First, I think someone who helped me out with the poses again. Was it Coffee?
I remember a little bit, but I think you asked a lot of us. It's like how to get the pose good.
Yeah, like originally it was actually a rider kick from one of the common writers, of course. And then but it didn't feel right. But someone, I gotta help out, and it managed to figure out like the right amount of expression of piss and anger and piss at the same time. I mean, other than the fact that he has some line effect to show that he is kicking like really fast, I think it's I think this feels more like a slow-mo motion now. I just feel it now I think about it.
The intensity's there though. It feels like he's kicking right through like
Yeah.
what would have been Yang's heart, but it's illusions.
That's actually a very interesting thing to. A lot of people don't really understand this when they've not actually taken like any kind of martial arts or not actually done any kind of combat. When you do a action, when you like go to punch someone or when you go to kick someone, a lot of the visual in your mind when you're like picturing what you're doing, you should always be imagining your hand or your fist or whatever you're using to attack someone going beyond your opponent. Because a lot of people like imagine when you're in a fight that like the fist stops when it makes contact. When in reality, what you're trying to do is like actually to injure someone, you need the force to keep on going through. So basically you need to imagine your fist going through so that when you make contact with the skin, you're still transferring the maximum amount of force into it. So him kicking through Yang just shows you how damn hard he was actually trying to kick her, which is he was trying to do as much damage as possible to her. I mean, which is to be taken, it's Mercury, but it's just one of those like details that I think a lot of people miss early on into understanding combat. So it's just very appreciable here, I think.
He was trying to crumple her like a soda can.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's about it. I mean, unless Coffee got say anything to the background.
I think we covered the background in your...
The background kind of comes up later for Aiden's stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So I'll comment about it also there, because I'll comment real quick. The painting back here, that's concept art from Blue.
All right, I recognize it.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it before. Before it was just like an image of like a landscape in Vietnam.
Here,
I was like,
it's
oh, the
just a
mountains
window.
is perfect.
I'm kidding. It's not a window.
No, here, it's just like you can imagine some famous little painter like had done that of the landscape, culture. I think even it's like it says Floof as like the artist and little nameplate below. The stairs are hard, so the stairs on the model don't connect to the center platform. And when Luby got the model, he had to actually make functional stairs. I just made stairs that looked fine at this angle. Common thing in 3D. It looks fine as long as you don't look at it.
Yeah.
All good. Just don't get a magnifying glass to it.
Okay, with this scene, nothing much other than Mercury's reaction. I did want to clarify that Yang, starting up the flames, up halfway. Does it sell that, or is the background kind of covering is the?
No, I think it's there because you have the heat
Yeah.
wave.
Embers.
The heat mirage thing going on.
At quick glance, it might be hard to tell, but if you actually take a minute looking at the picture, you can definitely it's noticeable.
Yeah, I think that was the point because Neil's surprised that Yang can still fight, but it took a moment to realize, she's fired up.
How long is the stream? The stream is however long it needs to be.
Oh yeah.
We shall discover this together, you and I, on this grand journey.
That's about it.
Okay.
Oh, this one I actually.
Yang's expression here is perfect. I love it.
Funny thing, I actually based that face from Natsu from Fairy Tail.
Oh.
Yes, that's actually perfect too. I could definitely see where you get that from. Natsu from Fairy Tale, Hero from from Rave Master. There it is. Brain. Haru from Rave Master, not Hero. Hero's from Gundam. Right. Okay. I gotta get my protagonists all straightened out.
Good job with the facial expression, man.
Oh wait, what now? Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
I'm just saying, good job with Ying's expression here.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Other than the fiery effect, I had fun with. Just showing the glows and the red eyes. Yeah, nothing much here. Like, just I bet on the face on Natsu's face. That's about it.
Yeah, you did a really great job making her hair seem super bright.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
I also love the backgrounds and stuff. With collaborations, I was a little afraid that you might just plop the backgrounds in there, and I'm like, don't be precious. You put some grades, get something on with my backgrounds. That's the whole point of working together.
Are you calling me out, Coffee? Are you calling me out, Coffee?
not you actually, but if you want to feel called out, sure. If that's your thing.
Generally.
My thing is using what's handed to me, and I just use whatever I get on my.
Okay, first of all,
Also, a hand-me-down like John.
Okay, first of all, Erod did the background here. Fantastic job on it. And I did the atom. That's a small atom over there. I mean, I can't say much here because it is, his background. Other than the fact that I gave Adam basically a lighting shading, that's about it.
Alrighty.
Yeah, you made a little post in the finale, and it's who want do backgrounds, and we were like, hello.
You requested this scene. I remember.
Oh yeah.
You wanted Adam gunning down people.
Oh yeah, I do. So
That's what he's about.
a little fun fact about this: I want to give a different style of shading. If you look closer to Adam, you notice that the shading is a little different. It's supposed to give the idea of the flame,
Oh,
It's got texture.
Yeah, texture to give you the idea that this is a flame shadow. I don't know if does that work?
The flickering light.
flickering.
Yeah, flickering. Yeah.
Interesting. Wow.
Kind of like that, highlighted hair back in the Black trailer when he was getting ready for the moon slice against the giant robots.
Yeah. People liked bringing the moon slice glow back. Ollie Cortero, which, I wish we had gotten him on stream. Was he on stream already? Was he in the first?
I don't think so.
I'm not sure.
He did the moon
He
slice.
did stellar art.
Yeah, he didn't appear on screen.
Aw,
I
that's
don't think he
unfortunate.
wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he never volunteered.
Yeah, I know it's perfectly fine. It was just God, he did the moon slice scene, and everyone loved that.
His art is so good, though.
That was done real early. I remember the moon
That was
slicing
the
of
first thing I assigned him, and he's like, "Oh yeah, fine, I'll do this." And then he's like, "By the way, here's an artistic masterpiece." What?
The way he does depth of field makes it look far more like the Halo Believe trailer than anything I ever tried.
He's also a person who uses Blender, which is interesting. We have a few Blender users here.
Oh
yeah.
Oh, that's fine. It's totally fine, Oliver, that you didn't want to come on a stream. That's totally fine. You don't need to feel bad.
Yeah.
Oh, also, I just realized your shading is great, but then you missed this.
Shut up! Didn't happen.
What? No. What am I talking about? No. Let's look over at these guards. These guards.
Oh yeah, these guards. Okay, so just a little fun fact. When I looked at the guard, they had a mask for some reason. They wanted to have a gas mask for crying out loud. So I guess that's their aesthetic.
Yeah, it's so weird because the campus is blue, but all the uniforms be red, brown.
So yeah, I gave one for Chromats, which is reference to my friend's OC, but not really, and the other one for actually technically my character, but not really. It's kind of complicated. I had fun with the weapon though. The weapon I did try to match with the color scheme.
Yeah, I like the weapons. They're nice. Oh, this guy doesn't know what he's doing with the pistol.
Oh yeah.
Unless is he left-handed?
Yeah, he is.
Okay, I was like that. It was just weird to me, but yeah, if he's left-handed,
Yeah, lefty.
Okay.
So the next scene, that one I had the trouble the most. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 characters in a row with the guard lighting, I had fun with it though.
I mean, it came out great. I mean,
A little fun fact. All 5 of those characters are my friends OC, and in a way, it's kind of like they're gunning me and my friends down.
It's great.
Oh yeah.
What isn't a little?
Well, one
bit
on the
of
left
love
is
to-
enjoying it.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
yeah,
loft is having a fun time.
He's
I
having
think,
fun.
I think
Oh,
a
yeah.
couple of
Although,
them
I
had
think
gleeful
the-
expressions.
The A might be a little off. They're kind of shooting off to the side.
We should bring some of these boys back.
Listen, they're
for
stormtroopers. They're
fun,
doing
though.
their best.
Oh yeah. I mean, who said there isn't more soldier in the back?
Oh, true.
Oh, I think I forgot the Adam snapping effect. Like, there's actually an effect where Adam snaps, but I think I forgot to add that in.
Like
Oh,
a
that's
little
cool.
like a little snapping
yeah.
like arc or something.
Yeah.
Maybe a little rim light would have helped.
Yeah, but, like, other than the fact that, this is all based on my friends' OCs, that's about it. I mean, I had fun with the... Oh, actually, one thing I do want to mention this. When Adam was in control, the inner part of the outfit of the White Fangs are red now. In the original, it was black, and when before the White Fang was
Oh.
actually blue.
Yeah,
Oh.
those models were very clearly background models in the show. They never really gave too much effort to them. So the color has always been really bland. So any improvement is an improvement.
It's an interesting. Wow.
No, that was
Wasn't that a detail from the Adam trailer?
no, that was in the original. Yeah, like that was in the detail from the Adam trailer. I'm just saying that's not my idea. That's from the original show's like concept. I found the interest, like
Okay.
add it in.
The
It's not
inside
my
of it
idea.
changes with the leaders.
Don't take this out of context. It is not my idea. I do not get the credits.
Interesting. I never picked up on that. So that's cool.
That's a great idea that each White Fang leader has like a slightly different version of the uniforms.
But sir, it's pink. It's lightish red.
The lining. You just switch out the lining, and then it's like,
This
okay,
is
we're ready.
salmon. Thank you very much. Are you going to discriminate against your salmon brethren in the Fang?
It's fuchsia.
It like pans over to this poor White Fang guard who's like flopping on the ground, like grabbing it, like because he has gills as his animal trait.
Okay,
Get
first
that
of all,
man some water.
actually, one last thing. Two things actually about that Adam one.
Oh. Yep.
First of all, I did cheat a little about the poses. I duplicated and then mirrored it. If you notice the girl on
Yeah,
the
I got that. I caught that.
and the second one, Among Us, and Adam's shadow. sorry.
Well, that's a note for you.
Damn.
I think that's a good way to end my stream. In my part, I mean.
Your segment, not your stream.
Well,
Yeah,
Dude,
sorry,
you gotta talk about the model stuff.
Well,
right
we're,
now.
that's
we're
true.
circling back to you on the model stuff in just a minute here.
Yeah, I know, but with my stuff, I think that's a good way to end it.
Alrighty.
Among Us.
All right, so Coffee, we already covered your illustrations. So now, illustration-wise, we have Aiden and JJ to get to. So Aiden,
All right, let's get to it.
illustration stuff. We'll get to the 3D stuff later, but illustrations first. I believe this is episode 7.
It's actually, I gotta give credits to like the character design because I did like putting Ruby and Roman together because of how you look at their posture as well as their color, the face. You notice a bit of like similarities in some ways, but so differences, parallels. I'm gonna put it like that.
They both part their hair the same way, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the color also adds nicely because like Roman's more like a businessman, whereas Ruby's more like a. How would you describe Red for Ruby's character?
I don't know.
I think it'd be more happy or going.
Vibrant.
Yeah.
So they kind of like you're talking about how they contrast each other. Where Roman's much more understated and Ruby's a much more flamboyant figure.
Yes. So I realized that after rendering it for the final time, the cane looks too big for his handle.
Yeah, I only just now myself picked that. I was like, oh, that looks a little large.
It's kind of big.
It's a big cane, but it's not super noticeable.
True. I also did like putting the vine textures on it.
Yeah, wow, those are nice.
Those are nice.
Yeah, I had to look at like the bunch of photos of the cane itself.
They're so
Just like get a good idea.
Aiden does good renders.
Mm-hmm.
there are
I was
so,
thinking about the
Well,
Neo from last volume.
they're so
Yeah, but what I
little
can't
references.
do well are backgrounds still. At least 2D renders. 3D I can cheat with it, but hand drawing it is a pain for me.
You did an all right job here. Though you did cheat by having these close-ups, which I love Ruby's face here.
I mean, it's a good shot.
Oh yeah. Okay, trivia for this one. Originally in the sketching process, I was including a tail for it, but that'd be a no-no.
Oh, the motion blur too. Like it just is fallen or something.
What motion blur?
Yeah,
Or
Let's
what is
search
that?
and
Because
find
I noticed the red. Oh, that's just the trail.
Oh,
My
it's
bad.
the trail.
Blood trail, yeah. That's
Lighting
Yeah, I
for
always
it.
thought this was real nice and gnarly.
like it always like it, that's one thing about fixing Ruby is that we do kind of go into darker places than well. It's weird because Canon Ruby goes into dark places, but always goes in there like they're tripping over themselves. Like, I'm
They're kind of afraid to be there in the first place.
yeah, like a good example is when like they're beating when Hazel was beating on Salem. Wasn't it like getting to the point where he was like breaking her face into a pulp or something like that? I'm trying to remember.
He was smashing it like pudding.
Yeah, and it was like I was like really like, oh, are we going to like see skull bits and like because like Ruby has had like dances with gore and violence. Like they cut off Yang's arm. It's a really impactful scene, but
Oh, technically, we did. We did see a skull from Nora when Hazel was just like holding her by the head, flashing her with the lightning strikes.
yeah,
to
but
the
that's also
head.
kind of cartoony.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, Ruby's always kind of danced the line. I mean, like people say it's like they made Ruby chibi because they didn't want to lose their younger audience. It's
I thought
they've
that
always
was so
kinda
they
taken
could practice in Maya.
it was so they could get money. That was it. Anyway,
Oh.
but I was gonna say it's like so like whenever I do like anything that would be outright gory, like a horrible dismemberment in I always like we got to do this tastefully. We always got to be very very non-explicit with it. This may have crossed the line. I'm not sure if showing a dismembered leg is quite within the realms,
It's
but
really
it's
dark.
so silhouetted. The silhouette
It has-
might save it.
Yeah, it's got.
Said it
I
had
think
to
it's
allow-
hidden enough where like it might still get a pass from TV execs if this were a show.
I mean,
Mm,
that body had to like be there for like how long? A few days or so.
Maybe.
I would say like
Blood would
a
have to
day.
dry.
I did think the presentation was tasteful though, because it's real dark. Like when
Yeah.
you're watching
Yeah.
the video compared to all the really bright art and stuff, this comes on and it's like, what is that? It's you squint and then it's like, oh wait, and then it's gone. It's like the next frame.
And it's not like it's
Black.
excessively grody or anything, because you don't
Yeah.
see any flies.
It's a clean cut too. You could have been like, you could have drawn bone or like dangly
Mhm.
bit.
One
Yeah.
thing I realized I could like added to it was like more hatching lines just around the environment itself.
Yeah, that could have been more detail.
Hmm.
Could have made it feel a little more unpleasant. I think. I'm not sure. I'm not an art. I don't do art.
So you can't do art because you're a human.
Yes.
No, he's a bird.
True.
I'm a phoenix. I'm technically not.
Phoenix is a bird.
Anyway, I love the expressions. I know that this is basically just the previous image, but like with the stress lines on them. But just like even that, just a little bit does change the mood a lot between them, and I like conveying that Roman is just as like as Ruby is like this very nice humanizing thing. It's like he's a crime boss. He still doesn't like messing with bodies.
He's
Yeah,
a thief,
I also
not a
love
murderer.
Oh, he's a
The,
murderer,
sweat
too,
drops
but
on
he doesn't
Ruby as
like
well.
being a murderer.
Yeah, like though it is like
He doesn't go out of his way for
Yeah.
it.
I do like the difference. They're both horrified, but Ruby has like way more like hatching and the little sweat It's just like, ooh.
Oh yeah. Certainly was like fun, just like making them equally disturbed, to say the least.
It's a nasty scene.
This is which video is this?
Salem.
This is the Salem scene. Yes.
Yeah, you really caught me off guard with this when I first saw it.
Nobody knew you were animating.
Well, not only that, but also like the little peek at Salem at the very end. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, it was insane. Like, that was not in the script. He just threw that in there, and I'm like, I debated very much whether or not, should I tell him not to because we want to save the big Salem reveal for later, but goddamn, the presentation was just so good. It's like, all right,
yeah,
it's
there was
something.
I almost
we want to address the sign in the background first.
I almost felt like that my thunder was being stolen, but I decided because it was so close to the reference sheet, it didn't necessarily matter all that much.
Frostbite.
It was so reserved.
It was Frostbite in the background, but you can't make it out from here.
Yeah, the thing was, it was like an Easter egg I drew it, like, someone handle. I wish I'm making a tweet about that, just like going into detail about that. Oh, the first one was C. Second is history. Third is, I believe, voice. And fourth is, Frostbite. I'll be ghost.
The last one looks
Third.
like...
Fourth is voice. If you go in order, famine, lobster, human, history, and lore. It's as the ghost that like jumps in and out of the reactions. Because you guys keep hallucinating every now and then. Tom sticks his voice. And the idea of this, like, you guys are like a four-man team working with detective stills.
Oh, that's right. It was the detective ad. That's what it is. Okay.
Finding lost pets.
Finding lost pets.
Finding why.
Pet found.
Pet found. I mean, this might be a lower quality version of it. 20p.
I still got a lot to learn because I need to know how like scaling works when it comes to editing.
It gets tricky with that kind of stuff.
This gets trippy.
Yeah, this is trippy right here.
I like the sneak peek of a relic in there.
Yeah, the crown.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta show it at some point.
Mercury is
Mercury just here being the middleman, hence the gray background.
Cooling.
Also grounded. He's not in the trippy landscape.
Very calm.
Yeah, I used the golden pattern for that one because of Watts' aura, and it's like he's like the cunning type that's like persuasive and whatnot. Also likes to get into the head with the mind games and whatnot.
Salem.
So
creepy.
So how did you animate this mostly? Is it just like keyframing it, or like how did you go about this kind of stuff?
He rigged it in Blender, didn't he?
Is it just Blender?
Not Blender, but he rigged it.
Well, first I had to draw it in like Clip Studio Paint, and then like separate the hair, the crown. I mean the accessories like the crown, earrings, the head. Keep the body together. I just rig it and apply a lot more vertices around the plane, and added like a noise texture plane in front of it, just to like cover up as best I can.
Oh, that's black mist.
Well, technically the texture it's called like a noise texture. But yeah, whatever you want it to be.
Anime Guy says, unlike RWBY, Clone Wars knows how to censor brutality. I've heard mixed things on Clone Wars, so...
Well, the thing was, Anakin just stabbed a guy who was willing to blow up a plane on screen. The chest being on screen penetrated.
Yeah, no, the thing is, like, it knew how to be bold with its violence. Like, I do know that. It's like, it's willing to show death and dismemberment in a kid's show. Like, there are things that kids know about. Like, if you watch the original film, which is effectively made for kids, There's dismemberment. Kids know about dismemberment. If you're doing it to bad guys, though, or if your good guys doing, getting dismembered, and then he comes back to fight the bad guy, like it's all good, kosher. Just don't make it overly gory. I mean, although I do disagree with them taking out the blood.
Kids media isn't about removing the punches, it's just about pulling the punches a little bit.
Yeah. Let's see. But not Walter Magni, the scene is great because they didn't. Yeah, they didn't in the they didn't change their outfits for the canon show. That's why we didn't change them here.
Yeah, we mostly only give them updates if, like, the show gave them an update.
Transition.
That's a nice transition.
Floof, about that question, and that's a little hard for me to, like, put into words. Let's see. Fade her into the two images, or did you actually animate it? I think I just went with the latter. It's been a long time, man.
Yeah, I really like this effect you did with the backgrounds, with giving him a much more digital blue feel, much cooler, and her this fiery black, and they're all kind of met by this dark, misty gray, green color. This idea that they're unified with that that kind of color, but they're very different in their means.
Oh yes, red versus blue.
Also, it definitely convinces me that Cinder needs a mustache. I'm kidding.
Gotta look like the Pringles man.
Okay. Is there anything more you want to say about that, or?
Nope. Well, other than that, it was the first experimental I actually gotten with both 2D and 3D. Well, technically, I'm forced that considering the 3D background and like the number of angles I had to went with for each shot, but this one was the most experimental.
Okay, and then we get to the onsen scenes.
On coffee, say it, chant it. All waiting for it.
No.
Everyone in the chats is.
No, dude.
I've done it enough.
First
like every
rule,
time.
you don't tell Coffee to chant it. That was one of these re-upload.
You don't tell me what to do.
Coffee's our own
You
independent.
gotta use reverse psychology. That's like I'll fall for that every time though, because I'm kind of dumb.
Why are these two labeled something different? I don't know. It's weird. Okay, but yes, what do you want to say about it? Anything?
Oh, it was the first time I actually had to draw like water and like you can see the amount of sheen I had to put into it and like be delicate with that sort of thing. Not to mention like an indication that you can see stuff that's underneath the water, like the bodies themselves, the hair, whatnot. I had to like cheat with that considering I'm not good with like floating hair. All the same, I do like the hairstyles that went with this, like went with each Scarrow.
Especially when we get to like RWBY, I don't know why, but just how shiny her hair looks, it's like really nice.
Bangs over her right eye.
Yeah, like RWBY disheveled is just it's really nice for some reason. I don't know how to describe it otherwise. Yang with slick back.
It's actually a nice word when. It's actually it's a nice way to like what the girls are looking like, because when you say disheveled, that's what I was trying to think of when I see her post Beacon and like post the journey during throughout Volume 4. She's just like, she has to be like the strong one, but she's also tired. And you see Yang like just compressing, I think, during that she seems the less to be relaxed at the moment. We see Weiss as like being the heart, which you didn't expect if you were looking at her attitude.
It's interesting that the background is green.
Oh, I try to like make a bit of a contrast as well as like indication that it was gonna get dark at night. Make a nice leeway to like the next couple of scenes. It's also very interesting to like draw the backgrounds to like keep consistent with your background in actuality, Mupa.
Yeah, I actually really appreciated your attempts to like be consistent with the art that I had done, like with the especially the wet hair and stuff, and lifting some of the background elements.
Mm. So there's there's a bit of detail that you may notice between Weiss and Ruby. Ruby's shoulders look more broad, whereas Weiss looks more
Svelte.
Arrow?
Petite.
thin.
Yep.
I want to give that like detail, considering that Ruby like is more of a sniper rifle that in a sniper that wields a caliber as well as a scythe constantly, so she has to like build a bit of muscle to hold out, whereas Weiss is more reliant on an
Finesse.
elegant sort of grace side.
Yeah, to put it in like D&D terms, Ruby has much more dependence on strength, while Weiss is much more about finesse and dexterity.
Yes.
And so as a result, Ruby obviously has stronger shoulders, stronger like muscles around that area of the body, whereas Weiss is much more about like I guess the movements. She probably still have like some strong muscles around those areas, but they wouldn't be as like rounded on the shoulder.
Maybe Ruby has like more upper body strength, but Weiss has more lower body strength. Since she's always moving her legs all fancy.
No, Blake is the one that has more lower body strength because she got that Bella booty.
True. No, wait, Blake has a great core.
She has a great core.
Well, I mean, she had to recuperate the core after a little bit, but yeah, she has a great core.
The booty is part of the core. It's fine.
I'm not sure how many
I
personal.
trust Moop on this. Moop knows best.
Okay, let's see. Next are all 3D work.
Well, the initial prototypes.
Yeah. Should we save that for later, or should we just go into it now? What do you guys think?
No. Why not? We can just talk about
whatever you decide.
Oh god, looking at this makes me sick.
This is the first in the if
Bro,
you
this was cool.
video chunks. This is the first version, right?
It's too reliant on the rose petals.
It's cool though.
Yeah, I mean, like for a first attempt, none of us for the record, he learned Blender this year. This is
correction. Use Blender.
2021 he did.
What was that, Jay?
He essentially learnt it for this scene. Like he's learning as he's doing it.
Yeah, this is a literal first attempt. Like we're
I
talking.
think he learned a bit of it for his trailer thing, but this is like his first time animating.
Yes, sorry.
So
I don't know how you people learn new programs on the fly and also make awesome work like this.
Yeah, it's very humbling. Just like, wow, I wish I could do that.
I just learned Blender for him.
Can I just open up Unity and like somehow vicariously learn it like you learned Blender? That would be nice.
I can note that like about the change, like just going at the shield, it wasn't done with like your typical bones. It was more like done with a curved path as well as a set of empties hooks to be specific. Just like move the curves.
Oddly enough, Rose Knight was mentioned earlier than this scene, although this scene does a great job demonstrating the dynamic of Rose Knight, where it's this kind of this swirling dervish type feel of things.
Also, like hints like what their relationship's more like, where in terms of battling, Ruby like takes on the deadlier foe, which is Cinder, whom she witnessed brutally murder Pyrrha, whereas John's like more cautious about her safety and wants to like do everything can to watch her back.
Jean learned from last time to actually guard the freaking door.
He's a bit more defensive. Yeah, it's good.
I mean, to be fair,
So I love like have him like drawing that sort of his like a javelin in homage to like Pyrrha drawing it to save his sorry ass in Volume 1.
The what I was gonna say is like in Volume 3, he still tried to defend it. He just got knocked down because he's a whoopee a little bit.
He literally turned around to watch.
No, I'm in fixing.
No, in fixing. He's
In
really...
Oh, and fixing.
Yeah, in fixing,
Yeah.
I fixed that because John was an idiot in the original.
This is the little things we'd be fixing.
Yeah, back when a fixing was literally just, oh, John doesn't look away. Now we're in. Oh yeah, by the way, we just completely like revamped Vernal's character. She
to be
is
a character.
Yeah, we actually made Vernal a character. We have several actual characters now. It is very interesting. I hadn't even realized it myself how, even though I did play her cool and manipulative in volumes 1 through 3, I was reading on the TV tropes how she returns to her more canon behavior, Cinder, in volume 5, and it's like, sort of, we're not seeing her a lot when she's in private, so it's like, it's not like she's completely returned to that persona. But I just thought it was an interesting anecdote that like people perceived it that way, that she is now her original canon self, which isn't wrong. She's a little colder now, that's for sure, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, she's certainly more like her canon self, where just like the first couple volumes, you didn't really see her all that much. So yeah, I guess that works too.
Okay. Anything more about this one, Aiden?
I'm gonna say Emerald like looks fluid in the last few seconds.
She looks what?
Fluid.
Oh.
Like her steps and stuff. And it is nicer.
Yeah.
Dressed it out where Ruby is like drunk.
He's like, I will shoot you in the face.
Update. I want to see the different versions.
But yeah,
Flip with the site.
still updating. Alright, we'll move on to the next.
This is Yang and Mercury.
Yang and Mercury.
It was shocking seeing Yang modeled or like.
I will
moving.
say, of all of them, this one was probably the hardest for my eye to follow before you added the backgrounds.
Yes, I try to give that like Monty feel of camera, like close up when like the impacts land, but it didn't translate too well. The camera shakes way too often.
I think
and twirls.
I can see that. I think the reason why is that a lot of even Monty could sometimes get lost in his own work, where it was really hard. The camera didn't usually move that fast when it was close in. It actually kind of lingered at a little bit of a distance, surprisingly enough. I think like what you were trying to do is go for like what you wanted to do is more quick cuts where it's like you're zooming in on the hit. Kind of like that there's that talk about how Hong Kong action films do that kind of stuff. It's like famous by now, that video.
It's also like choosing which impacts to like zoom in on.
Yeah.
Also, I try to like at least, well, I don't know if this is in something to be praiseworthy, but I try to pay homage to that. It's like the fight scene between Yang and Mercury in the Volume 5 intro.
The one that never happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
No, the fights happened from good camera angles, but then in the actual show, they were shown from bad camera angles.
Yeah, the fights happened. They were there. See, you can see them in the background sometimes. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
No, not at all.
Maybe.
The characters are there sometimes. Maybe.
The sound effects are there.
I think you showed
Maybe.
this before, like the Rose Cinder one, right? The
Yeah,
Ruby
this
Cinder
was
one.
the very first.
Yeah, it was. I remember being real shocked because the Mercury is an MMD, and the Yang was Yang 2.0.
Oh yeah, like I got a story for that one. So when I like open up Vernal's in Blender, her textures are fine, but Yang's no. It was like
V-Roads are
don't
tricky
know.
bringing into Blender though, because you had to like re-rig them.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a dude on YouTube has a video series on like how you import Vroid models into Blender, and it's like, okay, first of all, you gotta fix all these axes for the rigging and the textures. You gotta all do all this shit. It's like a labor.
Ryan,
post
Yeah,
that
that
on.
would.
Ryan
Oh, sorry,
Carson, to
go
answer your question, yes, I do see the TV tropes. People update the TV tropes of RWBY of their own free will, and I love them for it.
Cool.
It's fun.
It's one of the things I look forward to every volume at this rate is like, how are the TV tropes? What kind of tropes did we accidentally hit? And
I
never
think they
realized?
updated it a little bit because now they mentioned the we see the first glimpse of Salem in the emerald hallucination.
That must have been a very recent one. I need to check.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Also, the angsty surviving twin.
Yeah, that one.
yeah,
that one I
one
saw.
also. Mhm.
That one I saw.
For that, nothing much that stands out like from Line 5 in the TV tropes page.
Oh, not yet.
Yeah, I keep a watch on the history occasionally, just because I'm interested. I want to know what people are picking up on, what kind of tropes they're interested in. There's a few on there that I'm like, oh, we could totally like qualify for this, but I don't want to be that guy who goes in and makes his like. It's kind of cringe
Its own edits.
when you go in and make your own wiki page. Like if you go and do that, it feels
Yeah.
like unless you're correcting something that's like factually wrong, it's a sort of like it feels
Let
really
it be.
self-congratulatory, and it's like I want people that actually like the show and want the TV tropes to actually do that stuff.
Mhm.
Or maybe they hate
Feels
the
more
show
legit.
and just want to like mark down all the stupid tropes that you've done. Either way, it's nice. You
Yeah.
know, it's cool
Hate
to
and
look on
love
there,
are a very close emotion.
you know.
Okay. Was there anything more about that one, or do you want to move on?
Let's see. Well, thing is, I want to know like Yang is like after Beacon is more like cautious rather than like headstrong. As well as notes that I can give like in terms of like. When I think about a character in fights, I would think like what how their experience like shaped them like throughout the fight. Are they more stubborn? Are they more like persistent? Are they careful? That sort of thing. And that's all it. See.
Okay. To answer Dib, so what team attack for Nora and Weiss? I believe Nordic Winter is the fan and ship name for them.
Oh, interesting.
Although I mean, that would probably be like the other variants of this were Frozen Hammer or Ice Hammer, I think, something like that.
Ice Hammer sounds like a combo move. I like that.
Let's see. Sadly, this sheet is really, really finicky because it's like there's so much on it. It's Frozen Heart and Crushed Ice. Those are the other two names. Yeah.
I mean, Nora does have like the heart symbol.
Oh yeah. Okay, so let's see. This is Vernal versus Weiss.
My favorite of the fights.
Yeah, this does come out very strong. Although, like, I had to do some. When you gave me more footage, it worked out really well. But I had to do some creative editing with this. This is also the pre-Hazel version. I meant to upload.
That's because.
You didn't upload the backgrounds,
What?
background versions.
You want to know
Oh, no.
why? Because they're not
They're too
labeled.
big?
They're not labeled
Oh.
properly. This is the issue with like all the last minute stuff doesn't get properly labeled because I know where it is. It's like I'm
Now
uploading it.
pull up the long form video so we can watch it.
Yeah, I think everyone in the chat, like, or at least in the stream, deserves that.
Actually, you gave us your folder, so
Well, those are just. It doesn't include them.
it doesn't. Okay, all right. I mean, like, I can.
We can go.
I gave you. I gave you freaking straight to. Give you the straight dope on the descriptions, man.
Okay, well, man, I gotta find it. It's all buried in here. Do-do-do-do.
all this work, and for your organization system to fail you.
You should
Just
organize
like
like I do.
Yeah,
No.
you should be more organized
No.
like Jay.
We should not be.
I have never lost a file. I have never lost a file.
Damn. It's a
All right.
flex.
Well, while we wait for that to process, we can move on to Jay's stuff for a little bit. We'll come back.
Oh, dear God.
Hey,
Jay, suddenly
volunteer.
it's your turn.
Oh, no. My
Actually,
terrible,
no,
terrible
Jay.
stuff.
You
Oh
can save
boy.
that torture for later.
Everyone sit tight. This is a long
Well,
one.
the reason why we're waiting for later is it's uploading, Aiden.
Yeah, it has to
It needs to
upload.
process.
I give you the link of my video from my drive. Actually, have it there. I just found that out.
Oh, I meant sure. I guess we could just do that. That works.
All right. Let's see.
Don't message me yet. Just put it in the Veil chat.
All right. Getting the link for it. Shit. Getting. No.
I like the impact of that. I didn't even notice that the first time that there was like a little bit of impact animation.
Yeah, that was one of the last minute ads actually.
And there he is.
Yeah, the actual Hazel model, which you just came up with on the fly. That was an incredible addition.
That's because I'm a Hazel fan. You just fucking.
The ice wall, I did not expect it. Like there was so much in there that you just added at the last minute within like the course of a week.
So
Oh,
fast
yeah.
paced.
There was so much I'm still adding after this.
I love that you actually came up with the combo of how Ruby and John managed to get the upper hand on Emerald. It was a nice touch.
Oh yes. Also love the mesh trails courtesy of Dylan Goo, which I recommend all of you who are like interested in like the animation stuff to check out his stuff.
Who's his name again?
Dylan
Dylan
Goo. He is was he an ex-Ruby design artist?
He was a Ruby animator for Volume 3 and 4.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Also work
Yeah.
on his recent works, the Saberkatsu.
Yeah, Cybercut's like they're doing some real good work, stand-up work in Blender, their studio.
I believe they even offer a Blender animation course.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Great guy.
Mm-hmm. Did y'all already talk about like the bike, the environments?
This is like an homage to like Ruby's close shot in the air in the Red trailer.
Oh, I mean, that's like her like signature, like
Yeah.
one of her signature moves. But what's about the environment you want to touch on, Coffee? That
I walked out briefly. Did Luby talk about it?
Oh, I just was waiting for Aiden to mention about the background. I don't want to steal his thunder.
Not stepping, dude. Come on.
As much as you want.
Okay, so this is a pain in the ass to make.
I imagine so, considering that you don't see much of the statue as well.
He inherited kind of my bullshit work.
So let's clarify as we're going into this. I'm gonna pause this video briefly so we can go down. In the 3D group, we kind of have a different division of labor, though they all kind of blend together. JJ and Coffee were primarily on models. JJ was usually the kind of like the frame guy. He did most of the work in VR, in Vroid. And then like he did some refining on his own in Blender, but Coffee also did a lot of refining in Blender. They're kind of the tag team when it came down to making like the character models.
I am a jank artist. Yes, continue.
And then Liubi, I mean, Aiden's obviously the animator, one of the animators. He took these models and ran with them. Liubi did a lot of the modeling for like inanimate objects, for just objects in general.
Yeah, it was a big thing because originally it was just like me and Jay making little models, and then Loopy was like, "Hey, do you want to do?" It was like Vernal's mask. He offered because Jay was having a hard time making it work as like in V-Ride, and then it just like we absorbed Loopy and he kept making little model stuff for us.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, these three they all kind of bleed into each other just a little bit. They all help each other out. And
We're
that's
friends.
yeah, it's effectively the 3D team where we just kind of they just kind of throw things together and they all click. So yes, please. Now you can go off on this so you can make people understand how hard this environment was.
Okay, so the amount of information I got was so limited, and I do not want to watch Volume 5 again. So there's that.
I mean, who would?
Legit.
I mean, it's on YouTube anyway. So hey, you have to pay for it now. Wait, you can? Yeah, it's on YouTube anyway.
Or you can watch it on perfectly legal streaming site.
Oh yeah, that's
exactly. I just rewatched the fucking Celtic and Fat Man's reactions to it. Hey.
Oh yeah,
Well, those are
that's
good for
true.
revisits, just for the banter alone.
Yeah, true. So I had trouble with. Okay, first of all, coffee. You mostly did half of the job for me. So, right?
Yeah, I future proofed it, even though I was like I just used it for your backgrounds as like reference. I was like, if I make half of the model, it could theoretically be like mirrored over, and then you would have the entire bottom floor. And so that was the version I gave over to Luby. He got rid of the stairs and then realized, those stairs were part of the slight edit to Haven. So then he had to remake them and put them back.
Yeah.
And actually get them to work.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I had to get the whole structure right as well because since Hayden's animation had to work properly. I did also it's kind of hard to tell, but because of how fast it is. But I did cheat it a little. Like the curtains themselves are actually just like 2D space, but you can't tell that like the doors are 2D space in some shots here and there. And the statue itself is a little PNG, but I'm guessing you don't see the statue here, so that's a good thing.
I had to work around that, especially near the end of the video.
Oh, really?
I can't blame you, though.
Yeah.
You did what you had to do, and was like, I'm grateful you did the background.
Hey, no problem.
Shout out to you guys. Shout out to you, Libby, Coffee, and as well as Net Lady.
I was actually getting to that part. Net Lady helped me out with the UV mapping. God bless her soul on that one.
Yeah, she unwrapped it and fixed it up for you.
Who made the Mercury and Cinder models? We'll be getting to that. The origin of some of our models is very interesting and they're very fun to get into.
How we found them. I know some people are like, you stole the models. No, we're all following like the correct procedures for each artist, credits.
People just like to whine and complain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So should we now move along, or what's the?
Aiden made the Hazel model.
Aiden just made that.
He made that.
I had to use Roman's base model and take a strand from Vernal's hair and work from there.
Wait, what? How did you?
Yeah.
That sounds like a concoction.
Yeah.
It's like I used the base model and a strand of hair.
He just made it. It's so funny.
Hair of Bradwin.
Aiden is a witch, confirmed.
You were like, nobody draws Hazel, and then he's like, I will make Hazel for you.
Even after how Volume 5 did him dirty, I'm still a fan of Hazel, and you have the goal to say that, Feeny. Shame on you.
Hazel is a good boy.
Hazel.
In all fairness, though, I did not have the foresight that I was gonna be doing this sort of shit, so I was pretty much wasting time on the models, re-rigging them and retexturizing them. So
not wasting time. You learned.
Yeah, if I knew that from the start, then I would have probably just go all ham.
Hey yo, this volume was a training arc. We were all learning still.
Oh yeah.
Again, literally, the second thing I made in Blender. I've made 3 things in Blender, ever.
We're here for fun and for freebie, but we're here just to learn. You need a reason. It's the idea of just having someone to mess around with that you're entertained by yourself. It's like, oh, I'm going to learn how to re-rig because I want to.
Yes.
It was always on my map to learn Blender, and I always put it off as like a future thing. And then this was like, I can just download the program. I can just do that actually.
I think it's free.
Yeah, it is. It's a lovely program.
Wonderful program. I remember, God, I wish I still retained like a fraction of the knowledge I had when I learned it. Right now, I'm trying to learn Unity. I haven't really made any progress recently because I'm also learning Japanese, and that's kind of like more in my brain.
Learn Unity in Japanese. Got it.
Yeah, it got
Oh Christ, I would be pulling because that's programming in Japanese.
You can look at you gotta look
Do
at some
it.
of the stuff in Twitter where like Japanese artists handles like Unity. That stuff's just good.
No, that makes me gives me imposter syndrome permanently, and I just die.
I just expire on the spot.
Okay, well, let's close that out. Go back over here, and now we're finally on to JJ,
Yeah.
our
They had a
Janky
great
Janky.
day of execution.
Jay
Oh,
did the
God.
jet plane. Have at
You
it.
got this, JJ. Believe in your own
Infamous
hype.
JJ. He's been mentioned in the stream.
Potato Man.
Foreshadowing.
Okay.
I mean, I think maybe start with the airship because that's probably that's from the first episode I worked in. We can talk more about how the models worked later. We'll just right now just believe that they exist, and we can have a conversation about that later. I don't know. So, I mean, I'd previously made a little music video for This Life Is Mine because I absolutely hated the airship fight in Volume 5. I mean, it was the words you'd use to describe it in the video are some from me. You know, like it's just so bland. They're flying what amounts to a flying UPS van. It's one of the most uninspired designs for an airship I think in all media. Actually, it's just a rectangular brown cube.
And I would like to qualify where Jay is coming from. Jay, would you like to tell them at least a bit of your backstory in regards to aviation?
Well, yeah, and it's sort of important to sort of denote that you don't have to be an expert in something to know that something's just not good. But yeah, I mean, my previous job, I've changed jobs since, is I was in the Australian Air Force, and I work with military cargo planes, which is what this thing is supposed to do. And whenever you get that one thing that you're knowledgeable about and you see it just done terribly, I mean,
The
it obviously.
soundboard.
Yeah, we'll get into stuff like that, and the more we talk about it. But yeah, it was just my specific thing that I just absolutely detested from RWBY because it was an uninspired fight in some uninspired design in a really cool backdrop, floating islands and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, so I redesigned with Yuri and a couple of inputs from other people the one piece of Atlas tech that I thought. How do I explain what I mean? The Elysian Paladin, the Elysian Knight, and the Manta, the small cargo ship, they all look the same in terms of design aesthetic. But then you get things like the giant mech, the flying UPS van, the little Manta that's in one of the later volumes. It's not made by the same people. It's just you just know the design language is wrong. So yeah, that was just one of the little things I did. I made it more of a cargo ship than a flying box. This is just an establishing shot. Kelly's looking for something now. But
There
yeah.
we go.
Yeah.
That's what I was
So,
thinking.
yeah, well, we did these blueprints. There should be a picture of the girls in the thing. Because one of the other little series I've done on YouTube is about some set design stuff in RWBY and how they're so desperate to not have their characters interact with the sets at all. That's why they're so massive. If you ever look at any concept art by RWBY, it's really good. Because concept art, it's always good because it's easy to do what you want. But then you look how that's translated, and it's vast.
Jackie told us why, remember?
Yeah? What was the...
Because they would sometimes they would model the place first, and the concept artists would have to like go on top of that and paint on top to make the environments work. So that's why there's so much space.
Mhm.
It's they're not like sets made by like the people.
They
It's like
reverse
modelers
pipeline.
making designing choices, and that's why it's so,
Modelers-
like, empty and spacious.
Modelers making design choices who also simultaneously don't know what an environment would actually look like.
Yeah.
It's so backwards.
It really is.
So yeah, with a slight bit of a redesign, I came up with this new cargo ship. I mean, it's not the greatest ship ever designed by anyone. Like, I'm not even pretending that it's even well designed, but it just sort of more thematically fits with other stuff that we've seen.
Also
So yeah,
modeled it.
yeah. So there's some pictures of it being modelled later if they come up, but it doesn't really matter. So I always wanted to do the sort of Halo Believe moving miniatures. Kind of hard to describe what I mean. This one's pretty bland. This first one, ironically, was made last. Meanwhile, this one here was one of the first things I made. This is a sort of more realistic feel of an inside of a ship. You know, I mean, it's a cargo ship. It's not meant to be luxurious and spacious. It's got cloth seat, cargo handling rails, and a silhouette of a dinosaur on the crate.
The Ruby
Because
Rex.
all my work has a little Ruby Rex on it. There's a silhouette on top of the box if you can see it.
Started with the opening and it just kept going.
So again, you could tell a story with a set. Like, Weiss is alone, so she's far away from the camera in bland lighting that a military ship has. A military ship can have quite dynamic lighting with red light and green light, but it's bland because Weiss is quite sad right now. But yeah, so that's essentially that one. You know, it's a bit more thought into the design. Not great modeling, I fully admit.
This is one of my favorites that you did.
Yeah, this is mainly cubes and stuff I downloaded. But it's a jank set. It only works in this direction, but the whole point is believable environments that the characters inhabit rather than the sets inhabiting the characters. That's not really a good way to describe it, but the idea is Weiss has to clamber over this set to get to talk to the pilot boy. That's, you know, interaction with the set. She's resting a hand on it. You sort of get these more dynamic things. But then there's like more conceptual issues with the original Manta, where it's clearly made by people who have no idea what any form of vehicle looks like, because they've actually used the kitchen sink approach to making a cockpit. Like, there's literally sound mixing equipment glued onto it, like slider dials for like quantitative waves. I don't know much about music. And there are so many buttons that are so far away, the only way that he could use them would be to stand up and lean over. The seats are side by side with no backrest, so that means anytime you accelerate quickly, your pilot breaks his neck. Ruby Rex is hidden under the control panel on the left by his foot. And the joke there is with the little keyboard is it's a reference to the mixing equipment. But then we expanded the lore that his boyfriend tells him he needs to get a real job. But he's going to make it big one day. He's going to back to the making his music.
He's going to be a DJ.
He's going to be a DJ.
But for right now, he's pilot boy. You gotta earn that
now
money.
And forever, pilot boy.
That's what I really like about your work. Is I think you think a lot about like the environments. Like when you did that thing of remodeling Ruby and Yang's room, like environments being able to tell you story, environmental storytelling. Hello, original Ruby.
Well, just any character that inhabits a space leaves a mark on that space, and I know that sounds like wankery, but it's just how you can tell a story. I mean, Ruby's room in the house in Patch is a cube with some shrunk down Grim models and a bed. I mean, this is the main character's room. This is the title character. Growing up, we get to see her house, a place that we haven't seen the whole series but have been alluded to, and it's a slightly blue room. Yeah, I guess. It is a room. It does have a bed. It is a bedroom, right?
It had little Grim figurines, I guess.
Yeah, because I have little statues of horrible monsters that destroyed the world. You know, like we all have little statues of Joseph Goebbels and all that kind of stuff. Because they're like
on our bookshelf.
That's
on our bookshelf. You know what I mean?
And for her, it might have made more sense if she had like little miniatures of weapons and like armored vehicles and stuff.
They should have had a little desk where she was doing like they might have had like something like that, but nowhere near prominent that I remember it. It's like they should have had a little desk for like gun work.
Ruby should have had a fucking draftsman's desk where it's like angled and has like a bunch of rulers and shit attached to it.
Well,
Yeah,
if you ever
Like
see
those
that video
really
that I
heavy
made,
duty.
Well,
Yeah,
he
watch
should-
Jay's
should-
video. She's got
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a little work desk.
He should have
Oh,
had.
perfect.
She should have had like a jank version of that, where she like made all the stuff herself to try and like
Oh, that'd be
emulate
cool.
that. Like instead of
yeah,
she
that's what
couldn't-
I've got.
either she couldn't afford it, or maybe she just like
Y'all need to watch Jay's video.
yeah.
Watch my video. It's on my
Watch
channel.
it.
It's really
Okay,
good.
maybe like on real low volume because the echo on the
Oh, it's terrible.
Like,
I
a
might watch
lot. It's like a lot. It's like a lot, but if you watch it silenced or like subtitles, it's all good.
Anyway, but no, I
Always
mean, we
nice to
don't.
learn the
If
humble
we want to,
beginnings of JJ the chip.
I mean, we have what, an hour before
Yeah.
people start going to bed, and then I can probably
let's
push
just
it an hour
power
after
through my
that.
stuff.
So
Also,
next
this
one.
this is open. Wait, I wanted to say, this is open. This is just like an open environment, which I always found funny. But
Oh yeah,
we
there's
made it look like it was closed because of the Weiss hand, so it looks like the walls there.
Oh yeah, her hand is she's literally doing like the Macarena, like she's putting her hand up against. She's a mime. She's miming against a wall that is not
yeah,
there.
there's no wall there. There's no ceiling. There's no glass.
That's not glass.
pane.
That's not clear glass. That's just open.
Yeah, like the little tricks of the trade. They're fun.
Yeah.
There's that again.
This one has actually got an interesting story because I did this by accident and then ended up changing the script.
He
This
really
was-
fought for this scene, and like the big change was over exactly how the whatchamacallits,
Lancers.
the Lancers, how they looked and how they operated. Like initially I was going to have multiple singular Lancers, not like it wasn't going to be the big singular Lancer. It was going to be multiple like regular sized Lancers that were going to be the main threat. And then you were going to have the Nevermore. He convinced me to make the Lancers a much smaller threat, a
Swarmier.
swarmier threat in reference to this, and I actually like this a lot better.
And just on the Lancer, I mean, again, this sort of goes back to the technical aspect of like design because the Grimm are designed. What I don't understand why the Lancer has a mechanical aspect to it. They're meant to be creatures. I mean, they have a rope and pulley in their ass. Like it's a bizarre design for. I can just about buy the Nevermore using feathers as projectiles, but I don't understand why there's a biomechanical Grimm. Like it's. I think it's because it's cool. Also, why the hell is it a giant bumblebee sort of thing? Like it's a terrible. It's a stupid looking thing. You can make wasps look cool, but anyway. So this
The
ended up
anime
being.
guy says what Ruby's room should have been: posters of weapons and gun companies, a worker's bench, weapons parts, and a shit ton of guns and ammo all around her room. Maybe not that last part, but a bunch of parts definitely.
Like there should be a Yuri Link logo slapped there too.
So this effect was actually just made using a transparent like noise thing, and I just accidentally got the alpha to the other end of the slider bar, and I'm like, oh god, it looks like thousands of little Lancers, and we're like, okay, this looks awesome.
It used to
We're
look
keeping-
more like it used to look way more, and it was like really badass. But then Celtic
Oh, yeah.
like told you to tone it down.
Yeah,
a little
I
bit.
was like, okay, look, there is a level of badassery that Weiss has. It's not that much. She can't. She would be outnumbered at that point.
Also, this does make it. I do like the wasp change because then it's like, oh yes, the hive. Like it makes a lot more sense.
Mhm.
Also, I think it makes it more clever later if Weiss is to bring out the wasp to then for her to size it up real big to be as big as the queen wasp, queen lancer she would have gotten, like in RWBY.
So we can change on for this one because there's not much to say about it. It's just that's an interesting story about it. The Ruby Rex is hidden on one of the islands here. This one was the thing that convinced you to let me do the scene. Like, well, you sort of
this
let me
was
have
what
it
sold
before.
it. Like I was like, you'll notice there's a lot of these things where like the artists have a really cool idea, and I'm always like very cautious to be like, maybe not. That might be a little beyond us, might be a little beyond the scene. Then he showed me this, and then they showed me like they were further refine the idea and give me something to show, and it's just like it clicks, and I'm like, yes.
And so people don't think that you're creating OP characters or something. This is one of those like it was written into the script. This is like a one in a lifetime situation for that Weiss finds herself in. Like she's literally in the perfect location to do this one thing. Any other type of combatant, any other type of situation, and she'd
Different ship.
be busy and owed. Yeah, it's literally a glass cannon. She's quite literally a glass cannon at this point. She cannot move. She's got an unlimited amount of ammo, and it's to the point. And someone said it in a comment, and I wish we'd done it because it would have solved an issue later on, it is dangerous to Myrtanaster. Who can say that?
Mutanaster.
It should have actually broken it, because then that would have been able to help us out later. The turkey scene was in response to why doesn't Weiss just run away with her sword? But it's funny, someone actually said we should have broken Mutanaster. Would have given RWBY a reason to reconnect with in Bond over with Weiss, but we didn't get to that. But yeah, the glyph cannon. She's surrounded a cargo ship filled with ammunition. Yeah, so it was just a really cool idea we thought of.
Yeah, it shows how powerful she can be when she has the ammunition. She just doesn't always have the ammunition, and she doesn't always have a captive enemy audience, let's say.
Just so
and she risks blowing up.
Yeah, literally Myrtanaster is glowing on fire here. It's like
she can't touch it. She gotta use the glyphs to keep them in place. It's so cool.
Interesting shot. You can't see, but her fingers, she's holding them like V's. Oh no, she's holding them like sight pegs on a weapon, a V in one hand and a single peg in the other, and she's actually aiming properly. Like, it's actually really cool if you move the camera. She's really,
that's a cool detail.
Yeah.
I love the spiral of the dust too. It's like so good.
Yeah. Next, this one is a reference to the concept art for this scene in RWBY proper. It's the giant Lancer Queen. So this is a direct homage to it. It's the same framing, the same sort of thing. I had Coffee help me with the hair swooshy because hair swooshy hard. We actually had a model of an Evermore that someone made. No, it was actually an eagle that I kit bashed. No,
it was a bird.
Yeah, it was an eagle.
It was a random bird that you.
Is that later?
And like the reason why the head looks so like
pixelated
is because we literally just cut that off the Nevermore from
JPEG.
Volume 1 and just slapped it on here.
Yeah, because the head never looked very good. It's an eagle's head. Yeah, it's an eagle's head, not an Evermore head. So I just shrunk it and pushed it inside itself. Yay models, yay jank. I am a jank man. Yeah, and that's it. So we got some, movement effects, and she's on the cargo ramp, that kind of thing.
Oh, sorry. Good.
No. I think Ruby Rex is on the right-hand side by hanging out the door, nearly at the edge.
He comes into frame when the camera moves.
Yeah, there he is.
There he is.
I think this is where I remember I helped you out with like the Weiss's hair because you wanted like a good swishy movement. I think it was on this one and the last one. But I remember asking, like, why can't you animate her hair moving? And then you showed me it, and it just like she sunk through the floor, and, like completely broke in Unity.
Yeah,
which turned out to be a button.
It turned out to be. You were like, we can't animate it because it's like it just breaks. The V-Rights. It's just like the rigging or something. It just breaks.
Doesn't work in Unity because I use in Unity if people are interested. I'm a jank. I call myself a jank modeler because I don't learn an important skill. I learn just to do what I watch one section of a tutorial video, the bit of information I need. So I make the models in VROID, then we export them to Unity to do some like extra stuff. Sometimes they go to Blender if we want to glue stuff onto them and change the way that they work. And then I assemble everything in a Unity scene because I've got basic understanding of Unity. And that's if what people want to know how I do it. That's how.
It is beautifully
terribly.
It's into like modeling and stuff. Jay's great. He undersells himself a bit.
On the chair on the left under Weiss's hair. This another beautiful. We can address it quickly here, but we'll do it in the thing like MMDs are available on the internet for people to use. The words "not for profit" means I can't sell them because if we can't use these in a video that's monetized, you must take down almost every video on YouTube that contains MMDs, not just RWBY, everyone's. For profit is a specific thing. They're credited, and there was one accident where they got left off. Shout out to the wonderful artist Tina Meikle, who was brought into it, people searching for a drama. Within 30 seconds.
For the record, she wasn't left off. We because of a error in like recording, we mislabeled how we had to credit her. She wanted actually when we got in contact with her and realized the mistake, we overcorrected, and she actually asked us to remove some of the references because she kept getting flooded inbox.
Yeah. So there's a lot of MMDs that are available. They're linked in the videos things, and again a lovely shout out to Tina, who got dragged into something that was just completely stupid, and within 30 seconds she was like, "Oh, you guys are cool."
People were coming to her like they're selling your models as if we had like an exclusive Patreon selling like other people's models, and it's like, no, we're just using them. She was really chill about it.
Yeah.
She'd previously given me the Bumblebee. I was a Patreon of hers for ages. She'd given me the Bumblebee model. I think she did give us a Hush model, which is Neo's umbrella. We didn't end up using it.
The umbrella thing was actually a real neat case where you messaged her to ask for permission, and she didn't get back to you, so you just made an umbrella. You just made it. And then later she was like, "Oh yeah, sure." And I was like, "Oh, well, I made the umbrella."
Back to this piece of art. I mean, we liked the idea that the bringing back Weiss's control of the Gygus, whatever, is really cool. But again, it inhabits the space in the show really bizarrely. We wanted to show like it very big and strong. So it's like being pushed inside. It's very cramped. It's got a hand on the rail over there. It doesn't actually quite fit within the summons that it's being summoned in. That's like this other weird thing. But Weiss is just like, I have no other ideas right now. So yeah, that was that. Again, jank seats, jank modeling. This was really helped out by coffee, actually. I couldn't get the posing. We know what we wanted to do. We know the way it should feel, but it's very hard to make the model look like it's doing something not silly. So Coffee helped pose it out with me, and we did really good. And go on.
An interesting anecdote that just occurred to me is that we discovered there were two different models of the Gygus between volume the poser era and the current era.
Yeah.
It was a bit of an issue trying to get it. I think at one point you were gonna like kit bash the Gygus because you couldn't find a model.
Yeah, interesting note. What is it? DeviantArt has a download system that if you're not logged in, you can't download from. It says like
it was
the file.
The stash, right?
Yeah, stash. It says that like the file no longer exists, like it's a broken link, and you go like, oh dang, yeah, see. So I was actually trawling through YouTube MMD videos, the ones that should be taken down because they're stolen models. Just asking some people, and someone's just said like, no, here you go. All you have to do is log in. I'm like, oh my god, the internet is full of nice people.
Yeah, it was really nice. Oh, I remember trying to draw this pose and I couldn't, so I just used the 3D models in Clip Studio to pose it out and gave it to you.
I have a picture of that.
Yeah.
Interestingly, the break and delineation of pink and blue and the sort of warped perspective that you feel like that it's obviously like a non-Euclidean image, like it's not supposed, it's not. That's by accident. It is literally just like that's where the termination of the skybox is. That's where I put the model, and that's the ocean. It's like no artistic style, just accident. All accident, all the time.
I love the little heart island too. It's lovely.
Oh,
yeah. Ruby Rex top left, on the island.
Yeah, in the leaves.
Yeah. The tail is also a JPEG as well, but never mind. This one is awesome because someone tried to say that physics of this don't quite work, and you're probably right, but shut up, rule of cool.
True.
Yeah, that's actually just like a picture of the ocean from like the nearest ocean to me. I just googled it and zoomed in. It's like perfect. Ruby Rex is there, just floating up the top right behind me as an answer. Again, I like this dynamic kind of thing, and the idea is Weiss is just done. She's used absolutely everything she can possibly do it, and like, yeah, you could probably just jump out of the way, but like, oh my god, she's basically gonna pass out anyway. Yeah, so that was that. So
irony, the schnee dust.
yeah. There was a bit of discussion. Yeah. It is actually, that was the specific type of feeling that we wanted to go for. It's just like all of that mounted to a hill of beans because you still got smacked in the face by your family lineage.
Nummy num nums. There's no mistakes in art. My math teacher in 4th grade, a liar.
There's happy accidents. Just lots of happy accidents or unhappy accidents.
So I think that's it for the airship thing, and then so what else we got? So just jump out. I'll see what's. Oh yeah, well, whatever. We'll watch this. This is a filler. There's various levels of quality to my art where I'm just filling up stuff. This is just to establish the bandit camp because we realized we hadn't. This is terrible. The more you look at this is like for all the people watching who are looking to tear apart art, like this is terrible. This has some really beautiful work in progress shots from, I believe they're from Moopa. Are they? I stopped.
Yeah, they were.
Mupa,
They were
Coffee,
working
Yuri's
progress
truck,
of
obviously.
Yuri's
background
work in progress.
characters.
We didn't even get this far. You don't get this close to it. I mean, if you do the one more repeat, it's not really interesting. It just establishes the bandit camp. You'll notice that the boxes on the right don't touch the ground. That's Rock on the left carrying her rock. Sorry, the boxes on the right are hovering. Yeah, I mean, it's just it fulfill the purpose. I mean, the closer you get, you notice the shadows are actually broken on that yurt. Like they start dancing.
Hi, Twilight. Yeah, it's just I mean I love this jank stuff. It looks terrible, but I love it. You can also tell like where the scene ends in the background.
Yeah, whoops. You can skip there. Next one. What else we got? Yeah, again, this is just more poser stuff. I got the mileage out of those PNGs because we just weren't going to model background characters. We just weren't. There's no time in the effort.
There's Rock in the background. in
Yep,
this one,
there's
too.
Rock again in the background, carrying her rock.
Yeah.
Love it.
It's the same rock. She just
It's the
really
same
likes
rock.
that particular rock today.
She
They
keeps
did a lot
moving it from place to place until she finds a good spot for it.
Oh,
The important thing
she just goes around. She just leaves a rock everywhere she goes. It's like I'll leave a rock here, and it's
It's
nice.
about feng shui, you know. It's like, this rock, it's not quite here. It needs somewhere else.
I love the
It's all
idea. 'Cause-
about that environmental design.
well, I love the idea that we had for her that she's like got like this bird fauna trait that means she's really good at repairing the ruins because like birds and rocks and stuff. But like the idea, she puts a rock down in a field, and they're like, okay, I'm sure. And she's like, perfect place. And if you were to rewind 100 million years, it's like there's a massive cathedral, and that stone is in the
Oh,
exact
shit.
correct space. You know, it's like that's all.
That's lit.
Yeah, she in charge of the ruins or whatever.
Yeah, so again, these are just background filler ones. These aren't fantastic pieces of art. They're just to help you tell the story. I mean, like, again, this
More rock.
No.
Yes.
There she is again.
yeah, this one was interesting because I got
She's
bored.
always walking in the same direction too. She's always walking to the left.
She's
Shut
got
up.
places to be.
Look,
True.
she has problems. We don't talk about it, but she can't walk to the right.
She's got a clipped wing.
She's got to go all the way around.
Yeah.
This one is interesting for the fact that I got like these were like a time sensitive thing for me. I think I was actually on a mission at the time.
Wait,
They
was
are
this before Alaska?
No, that's later.
Oh.
The Alaska stuff is later. I'm in Australia, by the way, so it's very far away for me to be. That's a photo of the Unity tent area, and these characters are posed in doll play, the posing software that Vroids work very well with. And then I've just photoshopped transparent layer on top. That's why the clipping on the foreground grass elements sometimes goes through Weiss a bit, and it is what it is. The shadows aren't very good. I know. Gradients hide everything. Same thing. Not much to tell here. I quite like the expression on Weiss's face, where it's just like, you have a point, but I don't have a point, but you have a point, but shut up.
And we'll leave it at that.
Shots.
Say again?
Like how Vernal just doesn't give a shit in the shot.
Yeah. I also like how her transparency is broken and her hair
Oh
inhabits
God, I
two
never
planes of
realized
existence.
that.
Just don't look at it.
Moving on.
And this is really fun because
I love this one.
Yeah.
this is rather. Sorry about the clap. Sorry.
Beautiful.
Roman and
Very
Ruby
interesting.
hitting the town.
So there's a lot of stuff going on here. So this is one of those free Unity sets. We were going to use it a lot more. We used. We wanted to bring. Me and Coffee were working on this because we were just doing board stuff on the stream. We wanted to bring back the shadow people. So I just got silhouette from like a photo. What's that photo site? Stock photo. Stock photo. Photo stock. Shutterstock. Shutterstock. Yeah. and threw them on, then drew some tails and some horns on. And the background is actually one of I think that's Floof or official RWBY concept art. I can't remember.
It's
And
both, I think. I think one of them is official RWBY concept art. The really big black in the background blurred,
the
but the
aqueduct.
foreground, like aqueduct, that's Floof.
Yeah. And it's just to sell this sort of tiered society type situation that's going on. Again, it was just more scene setting for actual people to do proper stuff later on events. Next. Hello?
Celtic, are you alive?
I say I love this set though, because you just copy and pasted in the houses.
Oh,
It was
yeah,
so
yeah.
useful. It was like a
I do-
little town. It was like a little
Yeah.
town
I
square,
think it's an Italian town. It's a little
Mhm.
Italian set. I do
and you
believe Celtic
rotate
Sky.
it, and it looks so different from any other like angle. So you got to use it a lot.
Yeah.
Like the vines everywhere.
The sponsors chan also like one of the sponsored cards is using this set just at a different angle.
It's actually, down where Ruby's working, and to the left there's a corridor, and then we look back towards this area. Boss, are you actually there?
Sorry.
Oh my god.
I was like, oh my
He
god,
left us!
he might be talking.
He left.
Oh, it's like there's a lot going on. Good, I can go and get a drink.
Oh, okay.
No.
We covered.
I'm coffee. Thank you so
Just-
much.
just
You
take-
could sense I was hydrating.
Just take a whole bottle of water with you, man.
Dude, those run out
Oh,
fast.
see-
I drink a lot of water.
Bro, I keep a 2-liter bottle with me at all times.
I've had to take so many bathroom breaks in the middle.
Same.
Well, let's power through them. Yeah. So
Yes.
this one was really fun. It was an edit by Coffee. She fixes a
Foreshort-
lot.
No, it wasn't an edit. I told you should make the hands real big for the foreshortening.
Oh, yeah. The expression here is awesome. I love Ruby's like that because it's
Yeah.
Roman saying nonsense. Up, down, left, right, twirling, always twirling towards freedom.
Background character.
Oh yeah, that's Ren. That's James
that's
Ren.
Ren. It's his only angle where he looks good. It's when you don't see most of him.
Yeah, so that one was fun. Nothing to say really. These are just sort of again filler type stuff. Sort of like a filler.
I think yours really good. You cut yourself short a little bit, man.
This is one of
a
my
nice
actual
one.
ones. Yeah, so this entire scene is I was really proud of it. Unfortunately, modded Joker followed me, so I'm like, well, that was pointless.
Well,
Yeah,
and Noel.
and Noel, oh god, preceded me.
Yeah, you were sandwiched in between the two of them.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
This is like a wallpaper.
Yeah, so interesting things. We made a little set for the intro, which we reused in various ways for stuff around the bandit camp. Those mountains are actually, I think they're Mistral, but just like stretched, elongated, and pushed to the side. There's some generic Shadow of the Colossus style ruins. Just some rocks and stuff. This doesn't work in any other angle except what you're looking at right now.
That's the only way you need it to work.
This is when I started to learn about like gradients and sun and putting like textures over the top to get mood and feel. This is sort of Coffee's training arc, like telling me how to do things and then eventually giving up and doing it herself, and then me figuring out what she did later so I could do it. The shadow is a real dynamic shadow because video game engines are fucking awesome because it means you just get everything perfect. Same thing. These started to come out good. This is when stuff started to like hit for like my ability to pose stuff. If I'm gonna be honest, like I started to get how to work the models, how to make humans do human things. Yeah. This one was the idea that led to the entire sponsored joke. We said this looks like a background, and then we made it a background, and then I think Kelsey or someone said, no, it looks like a sponsor ad.
Yeah,
And then that's why we went,
someone brought that up.
I think it was me.
I think it was
because I
Tom.
joked
Was it
about it,
you?
and then I was like, "But wait, serious though?" Like most things, it's like a joke, but actually not really.
And I think I think I was the one that was like, maybe we get Noel to read it in like actual
Yeah.
Japanese.
Yeah,
And
this is all a joke.
it all
It's
was
never
a joke,
gonna
and
leave
it
the
came
server.
together, and it was so awesome.
It was really good.
It may not continue as a joke. It was sort of just an in-season
Yeah.
reference.
In the Japanese
We'll
dub
see.
of Volume 1, we're going to have it in
Just
Gonna have me read it.
The
The
cup.
cup.
The
The
cup.
cup.
The cup.
Okay, so we'll come back to the cup, but again, generic ruins. It's Mistral. I did some fog work. Trying to learn how fog worked.
Shows a good
in,
sun
Unity.
background.
Yeah. I think that might actually be the sun in Unity. I can't remember.
Oh, like that.
Just the actual sun.
Yeah, just the
Oh,
the
it's
global
wonderful.
light illuminator.
Scenery.
I edit cup.
What was that, Aiden? Sorry.
Wonderful scenery.
Oh, thanks. I mean, it's all like, yeah. But so the cup was brought up. I think the Kitsugi method was brought up by like Coffee in one of our like streaming writing, like Celtic beating his head against a wall, needing like something. And then it came to this really nice callback thing where we like Kitsugi's like repairing things. You listen to the dialogue of the scene; it's very relevant. But oh my god, fucking designing and having a cup that A looks right in 2D because it's a 2D image with some smoke effects, thank you, Copy, and then having it consistent with other people drawing it was a nightmare that no one was prepared for.
I like doing a lot of the 3D edit. I like it because I feel like nobody notices it, and that's perfect. I feel like if you can tell it's been edited, if you see my brushwork, I have failed. There's like a Blake one later on where I'm like upset about it because it's too obvious that an artist worked on it, and I'm like, God dang it.
Yeah.
I
That's
just
good.
want it to look 3D and good.
Okay.
Yeah. We can really start to power through it. We did a lot. Yeah, it's the same sort of thing. It's more of the same scene. Not much to say. Posing, getting better, a bit more dynamic. This one I quite liked. I did a little like experimenting with like FOVs to sell the fisheye lens. Wrong hand, Weiss. You're a bit rusty. Let's go with that. We realized too late we weren't going to flip it. The composition was already done, and it was incredibly hard to not make it look like Vernal was farting. We had
Red.
That must have been a whole conversation you had because I never thought that.
No, it was really. It looked. First, it was purple because we wanted to do more colors because she only has red, but like she has all these other colors. So every other color we tried except red made it look weird. So then we went back to like I had to add as many sparks and particle effects and like lines and stuff to it to make it look like it's mechanical and like a 3D printer and yada 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 yada. But I'm happy with it now.
Is that?
Oh, that's all. Yeah, sorry. Like I said, I would just this is a lot of this is Mooper's background. We sort of previously talked about this in another stream. Mooper's background, Coffee's edits. Yeah, this is where
throwing that coffee.
It would be nice to have like the comparison of like what Roman looked like before and after because he looks like almost a little green.
Yeah, he's an early model.
Orange.
He's an early model that has a distinct problem of looking just okay enough that we've never gone back to him.
So a lot of the little things is like fixing his buttons because they get stretched out because of the UV and like the model. It's bullshit.
Oh yeah, we're all aware of this. I mean, I'd rig his cloth in his back better, that kind of thing. But yeah, Coffee comes around and just sort of cleans up the glow, adds more, gets the color hues right, and made the coffee look like a coffee. The irony of that.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. It's really nice work.
Yeah,
it kind of looks like something you would see in like a game engine. It has like kind of like blobby consistency you see with a lot of like artificial liquid physics in video games. Just like
it looked like water.
Do you think
originally?
The coffee?
Yeah,
because that was a flat image. Yeah. That was like Kool-Aid. It had like a very like soft red tone to it. It was like just colored water basically.
Moving on again. It's a very simple scene. The scene itself is talked about before. It's just posing up because this is essentially what these models were created for. Was for
filling
stick figure animations for you.
Which I have my own set we can get through.
Yeah, wasn't really meant to be like an actual artist, except for maybe like one scene. I just sort of came on as a bit of fun. And I wanted to improve like the systems for you, not so much become an artist. But then we started to evolve. Now this scene was I really am happy with all of this because I did
Let me
everything.
scroll through it really quickly so we can get it all loaded.
Coffee usually helps me, but I think you may have been away, or just like I got through it without needing it to be fixed. It's got some jank in it, but I'm just quite happy with the whole thing.
You did your own edit on the thumb. I think that was the biggest thing.
Yeah.
But you did this all yourself, and the colors are neat.
Yeah. Oh, Neo's such a meme this season. Neo has been such a beautiful meme. Yeah, not much more to say than that. So we'll just get next couple ones. There is one thing I want to talk about, I think. Yeah. This one, stop. This was a Franken fix because I broke the 180 rule. So I had to mirror. So Yang and Vernal needed to swap sides, and now you think that would be easy because you would just mirror them, but then her hand would be on the wrong side. So I moved, and the way you pose models in Unity, because it's not a posing engine, is quite complicated, and I can't just mirror the pose. So what I had to do was I reversed their textures, so they were in the same pose but textured, mirrored, so then I could take it into an art program and mirror it back. It's just one of those things of just being a shitty diddly jank artist. You got to be janky to fix things. So that was interesting.
I would never know it's a Franken edit.
Yeah.
We don't get to know all the background struggles we get.
Oh, I
I just love
think
Neo's legs. Just sticking up like that.
Yeah, very anime, exactly. I think we tried to find the word for that. It's like, you know the thing where they fall over dramatically and the legs do the twitch because upside
There's got to
down.
be a word for it.
Probably is. It's like a pratfall, anime pratfall.
Yeah.
Neo just
because this was the 180.
Still that Neo?
Yeah.
I love that. Because that's like the shadow is from my edit for like later in episode 12.
He's just enjoying this.
I enjoy everything related to Neo in this volume. It's so good.
Also, because that was the old MMD and it didn't have like the white streak in it, I think is why you did it too.
Yeah. Different MMDs that survive the conversion process differently. It's not to do with the quality of the MMD. That's a different conversation. There's a bit of clipping going on with that headbang, but yeah, nothing. This I think is a bit too dramatic, but I was pressed for time. Still happy with it. And then I do like the fade away. The way that it's done is transition through fades, and it works quite nicely in the scene.
I noticed that she put on her mask right there. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, because I think in the script, I think she's basically sobbing. She's like, she's got to the, yeah.
She right away. She don't do feelings just like her mom, but but not really.
Yeah, her mom
She
knows
wears
how
a
to
mask
turn off
to hide her feelings.
She doesn't.
So keep moving. There's so much. Yeah, this one I really liked. I don't think this is the finished one because I fixed Weiss's hips. They just didn't bend correctly at this moment of time. They're a complicated thing. And Neo being Neo. That one was hard. That's they're broken. Their heads are squished and flat to get into where their head should be. Models. This scene I hate. The colors are wrong.
I love it. I love the little rabbit. I keep pointing out it reminds me of early Red vs. Blue, where they would just Photoshop everything into a video game, and it's like that's great. I love it.
One of the few times you actually see Ren's bow. That is supposed to be Ren's bow. It's just meant to be a bow that they use. They don't really care. Much like how Raven says, like, mutant artists will just be another weapon on the pile. They don't really care who owns what. The colours in this were never very good. So I don't really have much to say except like, ooh, a bunny.
The audio glitch.
Yeah, the audio glitch, that was on me. Well, partially. Floof made me add something, if I recall.
Yeah, it's Floof's fault.
It was Floof's fault. And I had to learn. God, I learned a trick that would basically let me fix what I needed to do faster, more efficiently, and with zero risk to like losing audio. But like, there is so much about Premiere that I don't know. It's like one of those things where like you're skilled at something and you're really proud how good you are at it, but there's always that thing that you don't know that you don't want to fuck with. And there are some of the control options in Premiere that I'm just like, I don't know what these do. I don't want to fuck with them. And one of them was actually really useful. But before that, I ended up losing some of the audio in like just moving some things around because of Floof.
So the next bit is one of my favorite compilations of images because I got a lot of help from Floof for colors, but I think and I think a few people like even Modded helped me with the posing, but the way the scene ended up being pulled off I'm just the most proud of it. We actually rotated this 90 degrees and used it as a dynamic shot.
Slid up
to emphasize the movement. And they're just White Fang be running, converted MMDs. And I think we made that gun out of a different gun. Doesn't matter. This was fun. It was fixed by Floof to get some better lighting. The lighting was all right, but it could have been better, and it is better. All the stuff in the background is great, though, like the two hanging onto each other, the J Yuri logo. Adam just like, get on the damn airship energy.
I love the
Yeah.
I like the animal features. Those are just flat images, like the horns and the tails. Because
But
I think Jay
but
asked for some, and then I was just like, I will make some because no one else will.
because interestingly, they're not added in an editing program. They're actually 2D images existing in a 3D space.
In Unity.
Like, there literally is a 2D piece of cardboard glued to that fox's butt.
And it's great
So, yeah.
because it's also not like sticking out of its spine at a perpendicular angle. Looking at you,
Neon.
Volume 7 Neon.
Oh god.
That's
Two
gonna be
spines.
The glow and explosion effects, Floof, that was fantastic. And then we move on. Yeah, this one really dynamic, really
This
really
is probably my
not
favorite
safe.
of the bunch. This
Definitely.
especially with the gamble in the foreground like that. That's really cool.
Yeah, I had a very clear image for this, and this is it. Especially the fact that the bullheads have shrunk considerably. The railing is like not aligned with the floor anymore. Like, it's just to get the shot I wanted, I had to like move the scene. There's actually the waterfall off to the left there, by the way. Not mentioned very often. Yeah, my favorite one is the next one of the whole season for my work. Is this Spider-Man-esque, like, just dynamic shot. It's so windy and rainy and desperate that even a hair bun comes out like during it. Like, you can imagine a hair being whipped around. I think it's very dynamic, and I was inspired by Spider-Man. I think I just watched Spectacular. Now, what's the Spider-Verse? I just watched Spider-Verse when this made this one. Yeah, not much to say. I just like this one the most. This one was just fun, and there exists an edit of this with the Mask of the Phantasm music from Batman playing, and it looks awesome and sounds amazing. Love that. I might upload that one day. Floof's Mistral up to the right there, just selling the height. Yeah, Floof helping with the ribbons again. Floof did all the ribbons.
Yeah, he knows how to damn good ribbons.
Yes. Next. This was cool because it was the only time we ever got to really, with the exception of Timecodes art, this is the first time we got to see this thing that her weapon can do. So she 3D prints blades, but then she can just flick them. So pulling the trigger releases it, and different ones have different effects. We imagine this is gravity dust, so this hits like a freight train. Like, you don't see it in the shot, but when this impacts the wall on the other side, I dare say it like blows a hole in the concrete. Like, it weighs several tons.
They're kind of like, they're modeled to look like Tonto blades, but they're also kind of like box cutters in that sense with the detachable blades.
Kind of disposable, like Raven.
She gets really
all
pissy
comes
when
back
she goes to
together.
open a box and accidentally lights it on fire.
It was fun to have the gravity affect more things than just her. So we had the books flying up to the roof because Weiss has inverted the gravity in an attempt to throw her up to the roof. You know, that typical like smack up the roof, I've knocked you out move is like countered by her going, "Bitch, I'm an acrobat." She does a flip halfway through the air, lands on it, and then tries to throw it back at her. I thought it was quite a fun scene.
This was a scene I think
Nice
you
to see
insisted
animated.
on doing.
Yes. Yes.
Is this? Oh,
These are now fillers again. This was fun. This is the one of the only shots that contains onsen related models that we never used. On that table, those are meant to be lights that we were going to have in the onsen, so I shrunk them down to game pieces.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
True.
yeah.
Actually, these
Floof
are.
made those.
Oh wow.
Huh.
Yeah, Floof made these like tons and tons of models that we just never used because we're dumb and we just couldn't find a way to do it.
Oh
And
my
different people got
goodness.
the onsen scene.
Yeah.
I mean, thank
He made
God.
like a few assets, like a bottle of shampoo, like a little like seat that you would sit in to have like wash yourself up before you went in the bath.
I
Also, don't
severely
look at
fixed
Ren too hard.
this one's fixed the best we could. I mean, Ren is just a disaster.
Yeah,
we
you
never
want
got
to
him
look at
right.
the unedited version of this.
Yeah.
To be a
Ren is-
bisexual disaster, but not in that sense.
No, the model is terrible. We never got him right. Maybe one season. Moving on.
We'll get to it. We'll get
One day.
low
One
priority.
day.
Yo,
Oh yeah.
Forgot
This
we
is
made
just
this.
dumb.
Oh, it's another
We did-
another Floof asset right there.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we just got bored. Moving on.
Ruby
Callback.
Birds.
Again, filler, nothing much to say. Helped with Floof. Floof did a lot of compositing to make it work, but it was just
JayJayBase,
we needed.
Uwu, XD, RAR, Raven, Environment,
God.
Big Chungus,
A huge
Youngest
mungus is
floof.
floofers, nothing matches these nuts. Stop PNG.
Gee,
That will be a floof naming scheme.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is how Floof named things.
At the end,
Ooh,
this was for you. This was animated for your bike thing. This is the bike chase. It's got the van in the background. It's a fake background as well. Again, since I didn't get the bike chase scene, like I just did these filler images, so they're not very. They're composed for exactly what you need in the moment. So
Yeah.
the edit was good because before it was just like a lot
Well,
of
I
back
think-
and forth.
Wasn't I the one that posed these? Like, you did something. I'm trying to think. Because I remember posing these.
we both posed them because we experimented with the save feature.
Right.
Yeah, but anyway, not so much to say. It's just a beautiful model
I think
by
we're
Coffee.
actually at the end of that, so there's also the final folder.
Yeah, this is where it starts to get a bit weird because I found a button and then that made me be able to animate, and then I got nuts. Yeah, so we needed Adam arriving. We were going to do this homage to a film that sort of influenced a lot of this season, Pat Labor 2. It didn't quite work. There's a landing scene in it, but it's neither here nor there. It was animated at one point, didn't work. Saved this one image. It's cool.
Shout
Next.
out to Yuri. He edited the textures
the
on
bullet.
that to have bullet holes and stuff.
Yeah, he made the White Fang bullheads. That was cool.
Who made them? Who's it?
Yeah, Yuri.
Yuri?
Yeah, it was
Oh.
like a standard. It was the standard texture, and then he went back in and like added the White Fang logo and like the bullet holes.
Damn.
Yeah,
I
and
didn't know that.
Mhm.
some engine effects as well. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
They'll-
like the
they'll-
rust and
they'll-
stuff.
Yeah, on the nacelles.
Mhm.
But anyway, the longer you stare at these White Fang in the background, just that's all I'll say. The worse they get. They've got sausage fingers. They're like composited wrong. Like this is a quick. I think this is when I was in Alaska. At this point, I was like, I'll do this in between stuff. Adam looking pretty good. His not mesh shirt.
It's this again.
That's
Yeah.
the edit. I knew the last one was
Yeah.
the original one wasn't right because her tiara was too yellow.
Yeah. Coffee fixes my work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just a little bit on Weiss, not a lot.
Next, Floof edit. We just needed the scene. It wasn't like one I was actually really given. You just gave me a bunch just to get through. Really good cleanup from Floof.
Uwu background.
Yeah, reuse background.
Uwu.
A bit of fun here. These are all me with a bit of fun editing that I was experimenting with. I think, did you touch these, Coffee?
Yeah, I color adjusted these.
Yeah.
I didn't ask for credit though because it's just it was literally just like color balancing.
Again, these were like bang, 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 bang. We need to go.
Mhm.
Yeah. Next.
Well, actually, also background. That's That's a Spencer estate from Resident
Oh
Evil.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I thought that was a fun little anecdote there.
Yeah. You forget. It's just so long.
Yeah, use what you have.
Didn't you die? Didn't you die?
Reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated.
Yeah, I think that was the line at one point, but we didn't.
Yeah. Well, no, yeah, it was like what we wanted to convey with the line.
Yeah. This one I like. I don't know why. I mean, it's not fantastic, but it just came out quite nice. And yes, that is the Spencer Mansion. And yes, I have just turned it green.
I wanted to do an edit of this, but I was actually out of the country for the long. I wanted to get it done, but I didn't have time to do it before the long version or before the even short version. So I have a half edit of this of where I've added shadows and done stuff.
Oh,
Rip.
cool. Yep, nothing else to say. Again, literally nothing to say on that. Just a space filler. 20 minutes to pose it. Done. This is where I found a button that allowed me to animate, and this has beautiful soundscapes. Pause now.
Oh, here we go.
Under no circumstances stare at Sun, because he was made in 30 minutes by editing and gluing components to him. His staff is quite literally a JPEG. His pants have a cylinder that doesn't attach to him for his belt. It's awful.
Well,
and he looks like a Skyrim asset.
Yeah, and also it's so kitbash because this is pulled from the old Blake model partially.
Yeah.
Textures. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's all over the place. Sun is such a mess of a character in this.
Yeah. These animations are from Mixamo. I'm not an animator. I've never claimed to be. There's a free animation library called Mixamo where you can apply animations using humanoid rigs. Skyrim character, Bethesda. Yes, hello, welcome to the town. If you look at his eyes, he blinks. I forgot to turn his blinking script off.
I love it though. It's kind of funny.
Followed by
Look at him.
The set is kit bashed. I'm quite happy with the set. This was the first thing I animated. That section here with these eyes revealed. This is hand animated. It lines up with audio that you're not hearing. And then it shout out to Tina Meikle and her beautiful Haven Vault set. Happy with this, some of them, but not happy with certain things. Really interesting. It works in a pantomime way. It looks weird when there's no audio, but when you talk over it, I think it does work. It's a sort of Lego Star Wars pantomime. Hand animated, and I liked that. I liked that a lot. But in the next scene, she just sort of rotates. It looks like she's just spinning. She isn't, but the camera angle makes it look like she's just rotating.
I think part of it is her neck would probably be rotating first.
Yeah. This
might be the old version of it, I think about it.
Yeah. This is beautiful. I've got bells, tingling wind chimes playing, and the lights come on, all hand animated.
This is the part where I wish Celtic didn't talk and he just let you play. Because I'm just look at the pretty. Look at it.
Sparkles.
Also, because I think it's a little ironic. He's just talking about creativity, and it's if only the rest of the volume was creative.
They'll quickly go on about this Mistral set. It's sort of kit bashed. There's no actual really good map of Haven, so we got pretty much free reign. There is one, but there's no way that it's the actual location. It's silly. So I just sort of moved buildings around to get shots that I thought looked nice.
And because we hate it, we lit it on fire.
Oh yeah, the fire was fun. Yeah, not much really to say on that. Moon stolen. This I like. I'm sorry, I'll toot my own horn.
You came up with, I think this actually might have been before the other one.
Yes, actually it is. So I'm like, what if good?
Such a nice shot.
Blows.
So cool.
Yeah. Very simple shot.
Love the last minute. It's she's she the maid.
Yeah.
This is very.
There's
my daughter.
There's actually a quite beautiful music video which we never released because of we parted ways with our musician of the Vernal's theme, which is a beautiful piece of music. We're really happy that it was in the season. And yeah, there's a music video which is essentially this first shot, just with the flowers coming towards it. We might release it. We're not really sure where we stand on that, so maybe. Who knows? It's quite nice.
I could watch this all day. I love
Yeah.
it. It's pretty. I love it.
Coffee.
I edit because Sun needed a little bit of help. I also don't like it though because you can tell. I feel like you can tell. And I'm like, if you see my brush work, I failed because I'm so like perfectionist about the edits.
I mean, he kind of looks like a PS3 character, like hyper
Yeah,
stylized.
you made the joke exactly when it was like like it was Jay's, and then right after it was my edit, and it's like, oh, it's like the upgrade from PS1 to PS2.
Oh, it's blocking. I mean, if you ever see this Sun model, it is bad because it was made in 30 minutes to help.
Can't even tell with the elbow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, some color correction and stuff. Trying to define his hair, so I took the shadow from like his tail, and it's like, okay, I guess we're going with that purple shadow.
Yeah.
Also, Adam, he looked really blown out or something. I don't know what the
This
lighting
was
was.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yes. Coffee did this beautifully. She hand painted the tails because we couldn't get the tails right.
Yeah, I made them.
I love how bright Blake's eyes are.
Shown in Volume 5.
I wish I got a little more energy in them though, because there was like 2 versions, and one of them was a little too much, and one of them was like a little less. This is the lesser one.
Yeah, there was like a medium that we could have struck, but again, I think we were just we were in crunch time, self-imposed crunch. Internet, calm down.
It's just like we wanted to do more work, but the work has to come out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Next.
I am really proud though, because you commented, it's like, how did you get it to look like the actual tails, like in 3D?
This was really good. This was an action scene that is partially it's all 3D, and then up-resed and like not up-resed, but made better with Coffee stuff. So the searchlights.
Yeah, this is the one I don't like.
Yeah, probably over the top. You're right, but like the scene itself,
it works.
I mean, yeah.
Not everything is like going to be a masterpiece.
Yeah. I think that is everything then. So there's only the intro, but that's a different conversation. If we even do that, I don't know.
3D.
I mean, we have everything in here.
Yeah, okay.
Do we have the reverse? We gotta start. Oh
Yeah,
no, we gotta start with your first animatic.
Yeah, we can start with Corporal Roman if we want to. If you people are having
actually, yeah, that's right.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Looking at these models now compared
Yeah.
to
It's important to know that like these models were like the first thing I had ever done. Like I made
in 3D. He learned.
Yeah.
Like he was like, how can you make a model real quickly?
Literally, he learned Vroid, made a RWBY model, sent it to me. I shared it with the team, and the rest of the team was like, "We should get this guy in here." Just like, okay, great.
Especially, it's funny now because if you go into the character design later, there's the picture I submitted to you next to the version 2 RWBY. We'll get to that, and it's just night and day, and it shows what collaborative efforts are and practice. So yeah,
this was our first time also working together. This opening.
This is the first time we met. Yeah, I was just doing this as a joke because Clockwork Roman. If you know the scene, if you've seen the trailer, it's a very famous scene from Clockwork Orange, and I just wanted to do it, and then you helped me. You were there for hours. Just what about this? What about that? And that's just sort of...
at first it was very tentative. I was like, what if you had like a little more tilt here, and then it became like, what about this pose? And we were exactly on like the same page on like what kind of pose it should be. And then at the end, I was drawing out poses and being like, yeah, I left a little. Not that much, but it was a very fun time.
It'd be interesting to see. We've also said we should go back and redo this with our new models, but it'd be interesting to see you color correct this as well because Nora has brown hair.
With the new stuff, you wouldn't have to color correct though, because everything's like pretty good.
Yeah. Not too much to say, except the trailer was fun to make. It was something I pitched to Raymond as a product we could do.
It was a good little announcement video for the volume. So
people were hyped about the 3D models, even though they were really early. Real jank.
This was another thing I just sort of
Jank is our middle name.
True.
Yeah. This was all pre-season stuff where I threw stuff at Celtic, and then soon a beautiful artist just said like, she's got no filter. This is terrible. Let me fix it. And it was great. I loved it. Oh, it was beautiful. Because you can just see, look at Yang. Like, look how bad.
the old
Yeah, the
model,
clipping and stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
And then
let's-
we'll look at. And then Yang version 2 is just ridiculous as well.
Mhm.
But as a concept of what we were trying to achieve in the season, it works really well because you can see at the end there, Soon just said fuck it and just did a different Yang. Yeah. And this is reference back to something that she said in her section where like she needed posing help every now and then. So I just went, okay, cool.
Intro.
Do you want to talk coffee? Because I've been talking for way too long. People think that I'm.
Dude, we share the spotlight on this. We're the OG treaty team. Partners in crime. Chess Ava.
Yes. So Moopa did a really good Twitter stream of this where she broke down what.
I tried to.
Yeah.
I'd like to remake some of those Twitter threads talking about 3D stuff because the files aren't necessarily labeled in a way where I can know who worked on what. And so, for better correction and information, I'd like to remake some of those threads at some point.
Yeah, actually, just scroll through.
So if you just quickly go back to the start, I'll just run through the little story. I named them in order just for a quick little story.
And I'm trying to make sure I have them all.
He's preloading everything.
Oh, I'm sorry.
To start, it's
Yeah,
the cherry tree. Y'all were talking about the cherry tree at the very beginning.
Well, I think the chess predates it. So there was
Yeah.
an idea of chess ideas. This is like we had no concept. We were just coming up with concepts. So I had this idea for like the characters all existing within like a chess graveyard. With the boards being flipped. Maybe
This
they're
was all
fighting.
just you and Celtic, because this was before like
Yeah.
I
before
shoved
we
my
thought-
foot in and I was like, can I storyboard this?
Yes, because if you look next, I tried to do a storyboard, and then 30 seconds later, you took the crowns away from me. And
I did not until 30 minutes later, because he's being uncharitable. My storyboards came after his first animatic. He was like, I was like, I'll help, like, because he was still like really like I don't know how much I'm gonna be able to do in 3D in this like Unity to get the opening or whatever theoretically, if there would be an opening. And he made an animatic in 3D, and I was like, well, fuck it, we can do it all 3D instead of doing it 2D. And then I had to go and make the storyboard also. He did that classic thing of like, and the next day I learned a new skill and did it.
yeah, it sort of became a running joke where I was like, I don't think we can do this. 24 hours later, I'd come back.
Yeah,
So
you were like,
watch
I don't know,
half the story.
you were like, I don't know if I can do the water. And then just the next day, it's like, so I did the water. So yeah, that was direction on the camera for like the first animatic, some posing stuff for certain characters. If we could go back to the storyboard, this pedal one. So the first page was always gonna be like, we were gonna go up to Blackout of Mr. or whatever. But this was I had two pitches for like the opening, and this one was one I liked, but we didn't go on, where the pedals like followed everybody in different settings in Mistral. But that would have required us to make a different set for,
Yeah, I was
for
gonna say,
every
that
like,
required
character
different
shot.
settings in Mistral, which we didn't get till much later.
Ironically, we could have done it later when we got that little set that we used for Mistral. But
Yeah. It's always strange. We were just kept building on our own old skills to like be better. I think we use like almost all these poses. I think the only thing I'll like said about is I like the Ruby looking like distressed, but the pedals are blocking out her expression. That one we couldn't quite do, but I really liked it.
Real quick, I just need to say I need to head on out. It's getting quite late for me.
Okay.
But
Okay.
this has been a great stream, sitting in with you guys and hearing about your process, and also getting to talk with Butterfly about our process. And have fun for the rest of the evening. Goodbye. Good night, everybody.
Us, Moopa.
Night, Moopa.
And
Yeah.
She's great.
She's awesome.
At the end, it says like, "I look at JJ's first animatic."
Which I think
Next
is in here.
Yeah, it is. It should be in here, and this is the posing and stuff. The second animatic.
So this was just I put these in to show like we knew we were going to replace stuff. Like we knew Yang had to go. This is not even the Raven that we end up using. It's just oh god, you're going to see. Yeah, we'll talk about that later, maybe. But see, this is the original animatic. So I actually did this in a 3D painting program. I've got a Oculus Quest.
We actually did.
And
We did Now we didn't really do it together, but like we tried to use the program together because there's a
multiplayer edit.
there's a multiplayer like mod of it that you can use. It's really cool.
Mm.
I'm just shit at it. He was actually really good.
Yeah. So it was just more conceptual. So we like
the animatic. Is there the video in here?
the video is in here, but it's just this.
It's just
There's
this.
no. Yeah.
In
So
the middle,
yeah.
there's like a white frame that says character montage here. That's it.
Yeah. A funny thing is that tree is the tree that made it. Here we go. There you go. Just go to the next one. Keep going. So yeah, that tree is out of the 3D painting program, and it lasted way longer than it should have before we replaced it. I mean, like
It's
you
not
never.
that bad, I'll be honest. I wasn't that upset with it.
Yeah, well, I was. So then we just kept working on it. You can see conceptual ideas of like the camera moving. Like it was always going to be around water, but it's just like, hey, here's some grass.
Very
Cool.
early.
Test.
Very early.
Yeah.
Two.
Heroes.
It's game 0.0.
Yeah.
The first
No,
game.
not much. Oh, there's not much to see, Celtic. It's just it is
Yeah,
what
no.
it is. Yeah.
It's
It
crazy.
should be.
Click the wrong thing.
Yeah. So then that's one of the first images of like the second half, which we'll get into in a minute, which is actually the first half. But
That's
whatever.
old Yankee, so it's still pretty early.
Yeah, that was painful. And this is when it started to get more together. Well, the environmental effects were pretty all over the shop. The changes quite a lot. They're all T-posing, but we started just to get what we wanted. The camera angles were something for us to learn because
Curves.
we call it curves. We're not entirely sure what the actual thing is, but you can get to a position in 3D space with acceleration or instant movement in 3D. Like, do you have an acceleration curve? Like, do you ease in and out of locations? And it was just a learning experience for us, and we got there. We're very happy with what we got.
This is the very pink version.
Yeah, it was pink for so long.
There was a lots of nights just doing work on it. We're the reason for work chat also. Like there's a general chat and there used to be like where everybody congregated, but then there was just times where we just really needed to only be able to communicate with each other.
Literally just them going left a bit, right a bit.
There's a lot of things you wouldn't think would cause problems. Like a big thing I remember was RWBY being lost, like her silhouette being lost because of the pillars on the island.
Oh god,
But
yes.
the reason we needed the pillars there was because Weiss blended into the background way too much because she's like a mostly white and blue character. So she blended into the sky really bad if we didn't have a pillar there to like frame her for later.
That's my umbrella.
Down.
Oh, that's your umbrella?
Sweet. Oh yeah. You just whipped that up, made an umbrella, put her back there, really cute. At first you wanted Roman back there too.
Yeah, they were both back there, sort of just being them. But yeah, no, we moved forward. You can move on now.
That
you were
was
saying
a lot of tweaking. The left a bit and right a bit. It was just literally like big moving elements to make them work.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, I'll quickly do it because I'll talk about it. I might send you it. There's a second half of the intro, which is the first half where you go through the field. An interesting anecdote is it originally went the other direction, and I do have a video which I'll link you if I find the right one.
Yeah.
I do
you don't
have
need
it
a link.
here.
You can just upload it to the drive. You have access to this drive.
It'll take too long. I'll just give you a link and you can just watch it. Okay, here we go.
Because in the storyboard, it started with like we had this joke about Vernal, little Vernal, because it was supposed to be like Raven and Vernal next to her, but in the models, it was just like a tinier version of Raven because that was before we had Vernal's model. Yeah. So it started with him and then zoomed all the way out to Ren and Nora.
Lovely music by Molly Rowmaster, our previous composer.
Yeah, this is before Color Day.
All terrible.
Theoretical Color Day. Very teal. Yeah. We always said we were going to have a day where we sat down with Mupa and fixed the colors, but what ended up happening is we just slowly tweaked the colors over time, each time, to get the lighting we wanted.
These are intentionally rendered at quite low resolutions just to
test camera poses, all that.
Yeah. So we had this realization one day where we had Ruby and we go past her eye, and then we're like, then we went into her eye to transition.
Yeah, see, there it is, Raven and Raven. A lot of it was like prevalence because I remember being worried of like Team RWBY having not enough prevalence because we see them here on the pillars and then again on the island. It's like a duplicate set, and I was and that's the reason why it was like the lineup was done that certain way.
Yes.
But then we just had a eureka moment of what if it played in reverse starting on RWBY.
And coming out of her eye, I mean, this is the symbolism for RWBY going forward with the silver eyes. I mean, it just worked. We were literally having a screaming moment where we just realized.
Yeah, we were screaming at each other. We were like, "Holy shit! Oh God, reverse!"
I mean, do you have do you have the final version in one of your videos, Kelty?
I do not have it uploaded. I could just load up, I guess.
Yeah,
because then as it played, because I specifically ordered them, that way it was Team RWBY, but Adam was in between Blake and Yang, and that read so much better when it was reversed, when it started with RWBY, because then it's like R, W, B, not Y, it's Adam, then it's Yang and Neo.
Yeah, that's like it was a distinct choice that we made.
It just worked out really good. We also RWBY 2.0. It was nice.
Oh yeah, you can just tell the difference between the two characters in quality.
Ruins and stuff. We added more elements as time went on because it used to not have as much. A lot of just tweaking and being like, oh, Blake's head, it looks cramped with the framing of the ruin. Move the ruin up a little bit, or this, or that, or the other thing.
Yeah,
left a bit, right a bit.
The crow.
The crow was a very late addition.
Yeah, the crow was literally us being like, oh shit, we forgot about crow. We don't have a model. Yeah. So we just literally found like a random crow online in free models and threw them in.
Particles for days.
Oh, the particles. We sat there. We talked about particles.
All right. Everyone in stream. Actually, no, there's not enough people in stream that are active. Does anyone know where the RWBY Rex is?
Because I do.
Everyone here knows this is the first RWBY Rex.
This is the one.
Because we thought it would be a cute reference in there.
It spiraled out of control. I mean, it's not the greatest piece of cinematography thing, but it was just very interesting just to do an intro, and we learned so much from it. And we're very proud of it.
Late nights, a lot of scarred moments. I remember saying like technology is haunted because that's my mind broke when you discovered the curves, and I was like, how does it go faster but go in the same amount of time? I don't understand.
Search starts.
My brain broke like 3 different times on different occasions. The mountains. The mountains. Jesus.
All right. Well, I'll tell you, chat. Right here, right behind Nora, Ren is actually
looking at it. Ren doesn't actually look that half bad here. This is like the fixed version of him, ain't it?
RWBY? What are you doing at a Fixing RWBY like behind the scenes stream before watching Fixing RWBY? It seems like a backwards. No, I do inflections and the like, and I try to do some. Listen, Crow, I can do a good enough Lionheart to pass for the role, but in most circumstances, it's really just me using my natural reading voice. But yeah, finishing this off, and I added the. I'm really happy with how the final touch came out when we peel up to the Fixing RWBY title. Because I get to finally talk about this myself, because I do a little bit of the art. I'm not like a full one, but first I did the pedal passing in front of the camera. That's just it's a 2D object being rotated in Premiere, and I had to edit in the Fixing RWBY behind it. And for the record, even though they've just recently released, someone came out with their own RWBY font that's actually much better than the original RWBY font that I think Lightning in My Hands made. It's still not as good as my custom RWBY font I hold, which I used for Fixing RWBY. I made this all by hand. I was like struggling in the voice chat. People were there while I was doing it. They were telling me I could do this so much easier.
Yeah, it's like move that up a few. I remember being like, move that a few pixels. Just a little,
And I
little
will hold that my version is much better because their version doesn't distinguish between uppercase and lowercase. So, for example, the uppercase in RWBY font, by my understanding, by what I've observed, uppercase always has the flare tip at the bottom.
the spike.
The spike. The spike is the uppercase.
I don't think
Everything
it's
else
like
is
better.
flat.
It's like different. It's not like with like
I will
theirs
say
is
it's
all.
better.
Shut
I'm
up.
kidding. I'm kidding. No.
Yeah, it's
You
like
earned the
all
right to say that.
uppercase with spikes, and
You're right.
that's not like what like a font would be actually. Like you would have lowercase, you would have them without spikes.
Yeah,
I really
think
liked how the fixing came out. The fixing was really good. I not so much of the parts because I know you did the parts in like font, like you did those also. Those are a little less refined.
Those were, I did not do. Did I do those in the? I don't think I updated.
You might have done them in stream, but I know I wasn't there. I know I was there for helping you with the font of fixing, and I really like how that came out.
No, I didn't update that. I don't think I updated part 5. Or did I? Oh,
I remember you made like a part 5 in the RWBY font styling, and it was like a little off for me.
Let me see. Actually, God, if it gives me enough to coincidentally. Waterfalls cast. Let's see.
I love the glitched effect you did also for the first, like, almost opening, and then it's like, nope.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
help
was...
me.
What?
So I'll help you with the timeline because I was like, Vernal, just take her symbol from the character sheet and put that at the end of the timeline.
Episode 2. Oh no, did I? Was it over back here? Or was it opening? Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. See,
that was brand new. Yeah. I was.
It's a little unrefined. But then again, perfectionist.
I think part of it might be the O. The O was really hard to get down.
O was a little.
Oh,
bit.
yeah,
Also,
I think-
it might have been better to use diamonds instead of like the circles for the colons.
Oh, I think did I recommend that one? You know, I said to use the Bloodborne O on it, right?
Right. I think I did take a bit of that advice, but it was also like the lowercase t is a little hard to.
I think also the P, because the P doesn't match up with the R. Like it ends a little higher than the R.
I'd have to look at it in the Photoshop.
I can see it.
I have been
I
meaning
know.
to make it a full font and just learn how to do that. I just don't know how. Yeah, I'm still relatively proud of this. It still comes out really clean compared
Pretty
to
clean.
like.
I think volume 5 is good. It's just the P on the part and some of the thickness on certain things.
Yeah. What else was there?
Jay one day just came in and it had the ending.
Oh god, yeah. I made that in one afternoon.
If any,
We are actually running really late, so we gotta figure out because I only got 45 minutes left, and we have characters.
We can shotgun these. They're
Yeah, we
actually
can
really
shotgun.
short.
on
Trust
the
me,
ending though, play "Fly Me to the Moon" to it because that was the original music for the ending.
Yeah.
We had to get some free like jazz music for that. Thank you, Sino.
Yeah, Sino found it. If you can see in the credits, we always credit him as yes, he deserves that credit because we were struggling. He found the perfect song to match it.
Yeah, so we'll just shotgun these. So
Yeah.
real quick, this is the process. So Vero uses these clothes. I do a terrible paint out of them where I get the colors and shapes right based on movement in that thing. Then I refine it into a texture. Then we play around. That does say Coke. He's got branding on his face. And then we just start to work on it, see if it works good. This was eventually replaced with a model from RWBY. Thank you very much, RWBY, for the
The face mask, yeah.
face mask. Yeah,
Mm.
I mean that's how we get where we're going. So you can just scroll through the other
Yeah,
characters.
next character.
Blake's really interesting because she had two. Again, same process. Paint her out, glue stuff to her.
Mm.
Looks
Draft
janky,
shapes and stuff.
less janky, less. It just continues until you.
Yeah, it just continues. You might as well go to the end, or maybe show like I think there's a video in there where it's like walking around in V World.
Yeah, that's right at the bottom. Yeah, and then things like hairpins are different things. Head got big at one stage. Head got too small, and then
Yeah, because he'll also do clothes first before the face, or like how it used to be.
Yeah. Then this is how she looked at the end. I think she's not perfect here, but yeah, this is just a little program that lets you run around with the Vroid characters you made. She's tiny because the scale doesn't matter. Yep, so that's that.
It is also where you rip the textures later to the sun.
Oh yeah.
And then after you made it, Moopa and Butterfly came out with the designs.
For the second one, yeah.
Mhm.
So then this is where it started to get really complicated because this was a much later model for me. I did Blake on my own, while some of the V2s are done by the V2s are done by Coffee, and they're amazing. So it's just me with the help of like RWBY and all that, and everyone else. Yeah. So
Game
then,
collaborative as time went on, yeah.
Yeah. Then I had to learn how to edit the rig because she had this separate rig thing. So then I worked on that in Blender.
This was a really, really strong model. Very good. You had gotten things like pretty. You had went through all the characters at this point when you came back around to Blake.
Yeah, Banana Blake.
To just show that her tail, like the coats of her tails worked. Because Wave, you went crazy about the Wave painting because it was being a bitch.
It's so painful. Yeah, and then working on the inside
when
stuff.
You had the two-sided technology where you were finally able to turn the inside of it
into a shade, yeah.
Because Vroid's really stupid and simple, so like anything is like it's just the texture what it is. It goes through like the other side. You don't have two sides of the texture at all, so that had to be fine later.
Then action pose.
Yeah, and then I would always just try and do something with them. I think that's pretty much it for her.
Mm-hmm. Next.
Like you can really start talking. Only 2 images is to Jean because we don't like him. Like his model.
Exists. RWBY is working on a helmet model. He helps out with miscellaneous models.
I worked on. I did finished it.
Did you finish it? I thought you were working on it still.
He finished it. I didn't.
Okay. Well, y'all will see that next volume.
Yeah.
Because again, Vroid is a very simple program. They don't even have boots They don't have boots. They have sneakers and they have like heels. Not even real heels where you can adjust the heel itself. It's like really a jank program.
So this is where Coffee and RWBY and I started to get these like production pipeline stuff. So this sheet came out and we were like,
Vernal.
bam. Yeah, like bam. So
I work on face, hair, makeup. He did clothes at the same time. We combined it. We give him ahead of time like what models we might need, and then he makes them. So you stick that on to the 3D model, and then bam, she done.
Yeah. So we start to really like get on our thing, and and a few glamour shots to show off. Yep. Next.
Yep.
Nora. Not many of Nora. She did get a redefine in the end. Again, same process.
We started to standardize our textures here and there. Also color corrected her like care.
Oh yeah, constantly. And then you see a turnaround of her.
We wanted to do these before the volume was out. We started to do them, and then Celtic was like, I finished the script. I will be doing assignments now. And we were like, well, fuck. We're doing turnarounds another day.
Yeah.
And then never did. Ren is a failure. Ren is an absolute failure. We never got him.
He's a failure, and we need to fix him, but he was very low on priority.
Yeah. If it was last season, we would have worked on it, but it's not your season, bro. He did exist in some form of acceptable for background stuff. It was fine.
Yeah, he was pretty jank. We fixed them in Unity, like helped his proportions to even him out a little bit.
It's funny how he actually looks better than Nora here because his colors look about right, but like
Nora's hair was really long. Perry made that model of Vista, one of Floof's OCs.
That was like a V2 that looked good, but we couldn't get him what we wanted. So many issues with his clothing and cape, and here's
that's a sneak peek at Ren 2.0, very early on. I think the date on there is March, so yeah, like even back then we knew he was really wrecked. But again, low priority. It's not his season. He doesn't get the attention in time.
Yes. Roman, really early one, but was fine enough that he didn't get much of a change after we got him.
Somehow his scarf got flipped over one time. It was really weird. For some reason, it was mirrored on the opposite side.
Yeah, Moopa caught it, thank God. And we made him look less baby than he does here. Like, and he's even a little bit more than this picture at the end. But yeah, they improved. Next.
Yeah. Also, Jay had like a glitch that like when he would save skins, sometimes they would multiply over each other. So like there was this weird degradation textures over time, which needed like skin corrections.
Yeah. So the point
Part
of
of
this
the
one
reasons
is,
Roman looked green.
the point of this one is this is the fan model, because that's what it is. It's a fan model that I made after last year's stream because I really liked the character designs and I wanted to make it. Sent it to Celtic, and if you go to the next one.
Did it?
Okay. Click out. It's
Maybe
a
show
tiny
the
bit.
other images. Yeah, just like run through those.
Are you kidding me?
Give it a minute.
Yeah, just run
Try
through
opening it in another tab.
Yeah. Yeah, these are just some fun
RWBY
things.
1.0.
Yeah, really terrible RWBY 1.0. Me working on it. You can just see me trying to match Mooba's character sheet with like the original finished RWBY 1.0. Then
showing off the original anti-upskirt, which was just black gradient.
because I couldn't do it, and we're not perverts, so you're not looking up there, internet people.
Yeah, eventually you
But
figure
now-
out a different way by like pulling in the vertices and just having it be like a red like plane. So like you
Yeah.
literally can't look up.
Yeah, but then we actually got into anti-upskirt via the thing. This is me attempting to do multiple like iterations of floofs. We wanted to do the pants, the dress, ruffles the best we could, but the effort wasn't worth it in the end for what we were using it for. Yeah, and then coffee stuff.
I got into to working on the models because I've always had like a very deep interest in. Okay. Particularly in the change from Poser to Maya. Maya's style always didn't really like sit right with me, and I spent like years and years making notes, and like I almost made like a style guide of like differences in stylistically and model wise between the two engines. And so I was like already really prepped with all this information, but I never stepped into 3D. And like Jay, I just one day just downloaded it, and the hair you're seeing is the very first try, like my very first at like at 3D, because Vroid, for all it's kind of like jank, it allows you to make hair like in a brush stroke. So it's a very good like intermediate if you're trying to learn 3D.
You want to try that?
Rigging, which I eventually got into. Like I started rigging all the characters' hair beforehand and stuff.
There it is. So the original and now the turnaround.
Yeah. One of the turnarounds we did finish. I really did like how RWBY came out. I think she's my first model though, so I'm just like, there could be things.
Although I still think she's like excellent. Like I probably adore her the most out of all the models.
She's very good. I think one of the issues that happens also is because the clothes are layered a certain space off from the body, so you have that with the dress, and then with like the outer part of her little cape, the little the mantle of her cape. It just makes her look like she's more chestful than she is.
Oops.
She's actually quite flat in the model. It's just the anti-clipping concerns make it just look goofier.
Clothes just like expand the figure more, and so like when posing out in certain like poses, she looks like she's bustier than Yang, and that is not intentional. That is just we are not professional 3D modelers. We're still learning, and we're having a fun time doing it.
Yeah. Next.
Next.
Also, interesting note of like translating Mupa and Butterfly's art and choosing what details go in the model and what we can do and what we can't do.
Because I'm really happy with Salem. We'll come back to her.
Yeah.
Work
so yeah, Yang got a completely different model. So you can see like Yang is terrible and was known to be terrible. Her hair was flat and ugly.
Her
it was
face
a good start. Her face was actually broken at one point. So call out to Bree. She's good sense of humor. And version 2, like just night and day again.
Yeah, just keep cleaning up some textures for clothing and then redoing the hair. I think the hair displayed on here is actually the version I lost. So that front, her profile is different from like the actual model ends up being. But it's very close, and I still quite like it. There you can see the edit. So I think this was literally the session I lost the hair.
Oh god.
Yeah, it's just the error on the top.
Pictures taken moments before disaster.
Literally.
Yep. Do Weiss next. She's a oldie one that has been okay enough since conception that we left her alone. Yeah, same process as
Really
always.
good and animated her. I was like, oh wow, that makes her like look better.
Yeah. She got some refinements after these images, like always. They get a bit better. Originally had a 2D crown. Thanks,
I'm
Luby.
still working on her.
Yeah.
She will be having a new model for next volume. It's like really cool. It's basically there. Just doing some fine adjustments here because it's like I'm also an artist and got to do things, and I also got life. But I also have passion about the models and making them look more like really RWBY.
This one
Vernal.
was super collaborative effort. So
Yeah.
we decided we
This
wanted
was
to do
the
it
first
real
model
quick.
that came out, yeah, where it wasn't me doing old textures or redoing stuff.
So I did the outfit separate because we knew what we wanted to do. Just same process as always. And then I got the body given to me from Coffee because she did the body, the hair, and the facial expressions in this one.
At this point, I had only done RWBY and a little bit of Ren, and they both have very straight hair. So figuring out how to do curly hair was a thing I had to test out and work on. Very fun doing some simple stuff though, like
very fun
her tattoo and her eye textures and her eyebrows and her earrings and stuff.
She has very springy hair physics, if I recall correctly.
It's been toned down.
Yeah, I wish I had done the grouping a little differently on her hair because I feel like I did them in 3 strands, like 3 quote unquote strands. There's some of me rigging it and stuff.
And then there's the references I use for modeling it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is Luby's first model, and if you want to quickly say some stuff, we are powering through them. But like, this was an amazing model.
Nothing other than the fact that like I just like use a mirror sheet to save some time. That's about it. Like nothing much to say here. Like what's interesting.
Yeah, but trying to do this, like I remember Jay having a hard time trying to do that as like a plane in VRoid because again, VRoid very simple program.
Yeah, you can use it.
And then Luby offered, and we were like, "But would you do that actually?" We were both like floored. The idea of oh yeah, this is also the sheath. When he did the sheath, we were also like, oh my god.
Yes. Now, there's an interesting thing is I made the weapon texture. I made a distinct choice to make an homage to the early way RWBY weapons were made. Jank.
A lot of texture,
Yeah.
So
the textures. Look on.
Just like Maya, they don't have textures. It's just all like flat. So like flat, solid color.
So this weapon, her weapon, is made out of M1911 handgun parts and a samurai sword hilt. I thought that was very RWBY, and I think it came out really good. It's even got her bandana logo on it.
It's etched on there. It's really good. It's nice detail.
Yeah. I did the first pass on the next part. If you jump, first pass on this, next pass, Coffee and Luby. I think.
I think Luby gave you the original.
That's right.
Yeah, because he like made a base like color for you to work on, and you did textures, and I was like, "May I have that, good sir?" And then I did the textures on it, and it was actually one of the where I was like, "Yes, this looks good." Yes. I don't usually do textures on like some things, but like because UV mapping is like weird and stuff. 3D is just the whole thing, but I really liked it. So when she came together, it was like such a wow moment of like, yo, we just made something really, really cool.
Oh yeah.
And original to fixing.
Yes, and when it was all neat and tidy, I do believe it is a quality model. Like these are still work in progress shots, but the final model is, I think, of quite a high quality.
Yeah, if we had more time, I'd be throwing on VMR Studio and just throwing you guys.
I'm sure we'll do like a turnaround of her for some time in the future.
All right, and now
she's a lovely daughter.
The final
teaser for Salem for the people who stayed around.
Yeah.
And then
we started working on her before the volume even started.
So, and then I'll stream, and then you'll see if you can stream that because I've got the final one open whenever you're ready. Yep. So we'll go talk through those.
Yep, a lot of these older ones.
We had like an actual meeting for this, as it would turn out, because the moment the character sheet came out from Moopa, me, Jay, and Luby came into the chat, and we started talking about how we would do Salem. And I was like, okay, I'll get started on the hair. Luby, here's some possible models we'll be needing for it.
The most complicated model, the easiest to make. Like, in terms of problems that were arisen. I mean, the hair was a nightmare, but, like, we knew what we wanted to do. Like, we knew that I would do X, you would do Y, Luby, Z, and then we knew exactly how we were going to do it. And it was fast, because if you get to the end, is that the end?
I did.
It came together like a
I'm trying to get the proper setting.
I think the only stagnant, late thing was the hair. I just like spent. I was being a perfectionist with the hair.
There we go.
But we got it there. She looks really good. I'm really proud of her.
And if you turn over to my stream quickly, if that works.
Yeah, I got one. I gotta put it down below certain things. Okay, pictures. That's
because I did the body and most of the textures, and I sent it over to Jay so he could get that he could mold the clothes onto
the skirt, the body.
Yeah, to get that really like the way the dress tapers and really close to her legs and then fans out.
Try not to get my Discord information on here.
It's
fine.
Yeah,
it's already been exposed, but it's fine.
Also, colloquially, that Salem you're looking at right now on stream is called Turkey Salem because the way she kneeled and just made her dress fan out like peacock feathers.
This they showed me this and I'm like, wait, guys, did you like shell out for an actual modeler? I joke. You guys, like, this blew me the fuck away. This looks.
So it's on stream now?
It is on stream.
Yeah, it is.
Wait, awesome. Cool. Again, it's fully rigged. It's fully got thing. She got no feet.
Remember?
She just moves
showing
around.
ankles for horse.
Yes. Coffee did an amazing job on the hair. It got all pulled together right at the end with a shader that I threw on it just to get the right thing. Beautiful additional models by RWBY.
You can make good things in Maya. Just look at Halo Wars 2. We never said you can't. It's just like we're talking about RWBY.
So she's fully charactery. Negative hair is always hard, going through yourself.
Yeah. Also, the shader was like being weird and Viroid. You fixed that up for me and gave it like a nice little outline. It really pulled her like even more together.
Yeah. Stealth collision clipping is something that we're still working on, but in terms of going from character sheet to model, it's our most confident model, and it looks good in motion.
Yeah, I also like the. I had to take a little liberties in like trying to get it to look more RWBY. So a lot of her hair, I looked at her pre-immortality self, like at the details of her hair and like how her bun was made. And so a lot of that detail just came from like the show itself. The hair isn't perfect, but I'm really loving the volume with it.
Actually added three-dimensional objects. I'm not zooming in on her chest. They're actually 3D gems, as we discussed earlier. You can see them on the side there.
Show a bit of the spine if you can, because I know you had it.
There's actually a modeled spine that actually articulates and everything.
Mm-hmm. We made the little arm
couplets.
Like the little arm things and some of the gems and the hair piece particularly.
Yeah. I think that's all the characters. I mean, this stay tuned to look for Mummy Salami.
Yeah, she's great. Close up, she's looking good. She's not half bad. I think this is the first time I've actually seen her with her earrings and not just like the hair I put in to have the correct boning. Boning is in like rigs of the bones of movement, by the way. Before y'all perverts get on this. There's still some cleanup to be done, but she's really good. She's a combination of all of our work this volume and last volume or over these months. Get a little sneak peek for next volume.
Yeah.
I've returned.
That's why he's gone.
I said cover for me. Did you guys have
Nah, it might have been. I might have, like, my connection's wonky.
Okay, well.
But yeah, Salem, Mommy Salami.
There we go. Let me go back up to pictures. Yes. Alrighty. Close that stream. Okay, so, Aiden, we do have some of your behind-the-scenes stuff. Is there anything in particular you want to round out with? Aiden's dead.
Okay.
Not.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Because we have a few things here. I don't know what you want to show
You're
off.
still focused on. Oh no, fucking my stream's lagged. My bad.
Let's focus on a breakdown of videos first.
Okay. These are all available on your channel, aren't they?
They will be. Time.
So this is the Yang versus Mercury fight.
Mm-hmm. A lot of mesh.
A whole lot of mesh. And considering that was like one of the ones at the camera angles, it's when you finally see the fight at a distance, the choreography makes a lot more sense to the eye. No, I think you're also right that they're not quite as impactful without the movement. So I think learning a little bit of a middle ground there will be like will make this like kind of stuff really pop. Because the choreography is good. It's just not as like it's not like super snappy. The camera angles will probably make that even snappier. But overall, it's great animation.
All right. Also, you can notice like the Mercury's legs have a little bit of a speed line due to the shape key.
Oh, they do they?
I'm going to bounce, guys. It's been a great stream. It's been fantastic to work on the season with everybody. And I look forward to going forward.
All right. See you, Jay.
Yay.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Good night.
All right. So next breakdown is this one. I'm sorry, I'm kind of going through it fast. I just don't know what kind of commentary you want to make on these.
I mean, we'll just go right. Just split it along.
It is really interesting to see you didn't slow it down. You just ran it like all in slow motion in real time. So it wasn't like time dilated at all. It's very
It was a
interesting.
bitch and I have to do that. Before I forget, the glyph was a 3D model.
Yeah, you see the
I actually
geometry in
figured
this.
I figured as much actually. It had a little more weight to it than when I saw it with Jay's work.
Right, move on to the next.
Yep. This might just be. That's the tease.
Teasing.
Oh, is this like a tease?
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay. Exciting.
Noise.
Final 3 breakdown. This one has all the stairs. Stairs with proper railings, looking at you, coffee. I'm kidding. I'm not gonna bash you.
I don't care if you even did. They looked good at the angle I used it at, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, my problem with this channel was like, it was too much speed at the start.
Oh my god, yeah, that was fast. Could barely
I'm
follow some of
trying
these
here.
motions.
First year in Blender, it's still like remarkable.
Oh yeah.
Looking at you, Floof, who said he was gonna learn Blender like a year ago.
Yeah, all those puffs are just like the explosion effects. A bit of distortion and displacement.
So RWBY was using close range explosive dust. Is that a correct assessment of your interpretation of this fight?
Yeah, you can say that.
Oh, that's a car. My bad.
I was gonna say, like, I heard
you hear that?
Another tease.
I like the ice. I think there's some refinement to be done.
Yeah, Weiss and Vernal's fight was my most favorite to like work with.
Impact frames are really good.
I like that silhouette moment. That's excellent.
Yeah, I'll
Oh,
have
you
style.
get to see
I think
them.
some better lighting would help you though, because the things end up feeling a little washed out.
Yeah.
To be
Flip
fair,
them
it is
low.
a very washed out environment.
True, kind of. Yeah,
It's Haven. Everything's washed out.
everything's brown. I was always like fascinated by like how good you were able to like mimic the aura effect though, because I was just like, oh wow, you just nailed that, huh?
Yeah, it took some
Or
time with working with the textures and procedural textures specifically.
Was it like similar to the noise kind of effect you were playing around with earlier?
Yeah, it's called Renoi.
So the way you did the ice is you just literally flatten the models down to a singular disc right below the floor. Is that how I take it you did it?
Well, first I had to use an icosphere. Then I flatten it, and then use a displacement modifier.
Ah,
It's fascinating. I'm mesmerized by the motions going on here. A lot of little.
also a nice advertisement for like the Dilingu, his trails, mesh trails, because they're actual physical objects here.
Yeah, I love how Weiss has 3 arms and 3 rapiers.
Shh, it's fine.
I love seeing these things at a distance. 'Cause, like, people don't realize this about 3D, and Jay is always right about it. It always works from this angle. Every other angle, it looks horrifying.
It's like taking the camera in a video game out of place and just like sculpting around the entirety of the scene.
I mean, it's like more like getting into the back rooms. More like it. You get behind all the geometry, and everything just stops working. You can see through everything from miles.
Yeah.
It's like that kind of stuff is just excellent.
Yeah, I love things that like behind the scenes or like work in progress and stuff. It always remind me of like Monty's work he used to post on Twitter.
Ah, yeah, that's the one thing I miss about it is that we don't have a lot of that behind the scenes stuff anymore.
I miss shots like Neil holding like Roman's cane on one hand and her
On
umbrella
laughing,
on the
yeah.
other.
I remember me and Jay are real big fans, and like we were looking through his Twitter one day, and we remembered Ruby Rex, and not everybody not everybody in Ruby or who are fans of Ruby know about like all the things he used to post on Twitter, and in one of them was just like the Ruby being a little band with a little like default poser dinosaur playing the drums. We're just such a big fan of like Monty's work, so we put that little like
That's gotta
Jay
be-
didn't mention it. We put that little Easter egg in the opening, and then everybody seemed to follow suit.
Yeah. That's got to be a fanfic somewhere now that I think about it. It's got to be like a Ruby band AU, but the drummer is the raptor, and just no one questions it.
Yeah, maybe.
Just
Yeah.
maybe Weiss would be like, "Do you realize your drummer is our drummer is a what?" Yeah, Weiss, are you about to be racist again? It's like, no, I mean,
Not to be specious.
Hazel's model, which I actually haven't seen this, so I'm.
I think he posted like the turnaround and show moves, but yeah, it was it's cool. The purple haze is like when he's getting iced, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a nice touch.
Yeah, I noticed his model went purple in the animation because it's a little hard to read because it's so quick. It's very quick. And then I was like, oh, it's the ice. He's getting like frosted by Ruby's ice. Not Ruby, Weiss's ice wall.
Suck it, Feeny.
Impact frames.
Impact frames. Oh god, these are really good impact.
Smear frames. Smear impact frames.
Smear packed frames.
Smear packed frames.
Refraction.
How did you end up doing those impact frames? Did you just like change the textures, or like how did that happen?
Just had to apply like emission shaders to everything around it.
And then did you like turn off the lighting because the environment it's like all black?
Yeah.
Pardon? Could you say that again?
Yes.
I think we've been reduced to one-word answers.
Okay.
It's
very late.
Frankly, it is almost 1 a.m. my time. People are asleep. They're going to get angry at me tomorrow. I think we need to wrap up the stream. I think we've covered just about everything. I don't know if we've missed anything.
Not everything. For that one video I gave you in the DM.
Don't worry, I got that covered.
So, another thing that needs to be covered, that coffee nose.
What is it?
Let's just say it's a teaser.
Okay.
I'm posting it in the chat video.
Is this spoilers? Is stream gonna be able to see? Oh, that's not related to. Okay, never mind. That's neat. Sorry for the deflated answer.
What is this? I don't know what this is.
It's just some fan art of Vernal and Weiss.
It's delinquents
Some
in
AU.
Japanese high school. I love it.
I'm actually considering making this a one-shot thing.
Well, fan art. We be making fan art.
Yeah.
Making it like a one-shot comic.
I want more the happy life of Vernal. Happy life.
My statement still like applies that like you need to make her hair curly because her hair is that straight.
Don't worry, I'll come later.
She straightens it to try and fit in, Coffee.
No, she doesn't care. She's like a fucking gangster in the city. Look at her. She's gonna kick in people's kneecaps. Why the fuck should she? Plus, this is like older, I imagine. Curly hairs. Like, come on.
All right.
Giving her the grim mask.
All right. Well, thank you all so much for watching. It has been a really fun time. I wish I could have gone into my art, but my art's really just using the poser.
Interesting quick thing though. It's like originally the 3D models were supposed to help you make popsicle sticks, kind of like how you used Butterfly's art. Like you kind of just like move them around on screen. But you ended up downloading the doll play, and you just ended up being able to make these very quick setting and fill in where you needed more scenes. It was really nice.
Yeah, it definitely really helped.
Oh, wait, was there one I edited?
Yeah, that's the RWBY one near the bottom.
Which one?
So one, it says episode 20, you're a maiden. Act like one.
Yeah. This one RWBY did edit over my.
Yeah, I was just doing a slight edit, and I overdid it.
This is my original, and then that's his edit.
I like it. I think it's something I would probably do. It's very clean.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. It looks much better than my original one, which kind of has this weird it just nothing.
It helps fit in with the saturation in the background too. Did you tweak the colors in the background?
No, I did put a.
Not you, Luby.
Yeah, just
a little bit. Nice. We like that. Yeah, just a little bit of editing. We do a lot of. Again, this year was a great testing collaboration. So many new things.
I have. Oh, I know why. Because I had her throw it on the floor. This is just some things that I edited in. I edited this together. I did a lot of Photoshop work this volume. But yes, okay. I would love to show this stuff up, but it's not as important. They're all kind of just janky, and I am honestly kind of getting tired. So, thank you all so much for watching. I want to give just a heartfelt thank you to all the Sketchy Huntsmen.
Welcome.
And everyone that helped on this volume, beyond them. Because there were people outside and in different places. Everyone helped, and everyone made this volume exceptional. And I hope that people enjoyed it. I hope people love these, love these streams, love this art. I hope that people come and support them. Please follow all these artists, support all
Follow
these
the
artists.
Sketchy Huntsmen
Follow the
Twitter
Sketchy
for more
Huntsmen.
background
Follow the
concept
Sketchy
art stuff.
Huntsman follow Sketchy Huntsman Twitter. It's an excellent place to get all these different images and learn about the different artists, and follow them to their own individual accounts.
If they have a Ko-Fi or Patreon, consider
Yes.
tossing them a few dollars. A tip. A Ko-Fi is like literally $3. If you like somebody's art from this volume, send them $3. Show them you care.
Yeah, throw it to them. I of course throw a mention of my own Patreon if you like the writing of the series, and if you want to join the Tundra, where a lot of these Sketchy Huntsmen are regularly active. They have fun little conversations in there from time to time. There's also Fat Man, me, Dashy Lee, a whole bunch of group of other people. And normally I'd be hosting Bad Fanfiction Night tonight, but as you can see, the stream kind of went over that mark. But yes, you guys, you've been an awesome audience, and I'm not a very religious person, but I say I am blessed by the absolute talent that has decided to work alongside me. And I hope this continues into future volumes. Thank you all so much, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.